little bit, and the flag today is 37 on 6 from the right, and this little red area I've marked is almost dead flat. Well, let's have a quick look round the green. It's an interesting one. Down the left side is this bunker here, which if you pull left, actually sometimes acts in your favour. You get in there, if you don't, you're likely to reach the water. And I see something that I've not seen for a while, and there's the culprit. See him down there? Ooh, like a submarine going under. A turtle's been wandering through here, so Keith Wood, he'll be panicking. If we keep it quiet, no one will know, but those are turtle footprints. When we look at the green here, it's 50 yards deep. All the way down the left is the water. It plays about 16 yards wide, but because of all the slopes, it's probably only 10 yards wide you're aiming it, and this little entry is only 8 yards, so it's very narrow. Let's have a look over on this right side. You're not going to go left. If you do, it's a big mistake. It's guarded here by a little hollow, tiny little hollow, and lots of people finish by the drain here. And it's actually not a bad spot today with this flag. You've got half a chance. If you go up the bank, very tricky. Sand trap, if someone says you can finish in this bunker, I'd be quite happy. It'd give you a real sporting chance, particularly if you're at the front end of it. Let's go and look at the flag. This bit of green probably plays 11 yards wide, not much more than that. Top tipples off on either side. And I've marked the area here, which is the flat bit. And the reason I've done that is because it's going to make putting a little trickier. You'd never know it was flat unless you knew on a map like this, but it is. So it'll make putting a little bit more tricky. And anything going a little long slips off the back there. This bit here, it shines away. This is a terrific hole. And if you get it right, it would be very brave to hit your ball this far back on the green because it's narrow here. But get it on the putting surface, right bunker, you've got every chance of making a birdie. We might see the odd eagle, but we might see a few odd misreads.
Not if they're watching and paying attention, as they should be. I think the PGA of America and the setup always great. Kerry Haig and the folks gave them a look at it on Saturday. That was your green light. I think today 3 would be an excellent score there. We see the tee on 5 and Rory.
Both Christian and Rory parred the par 3 fourth. Christian has drove it in the left center of the fairway, and Rory's hit it down here close to a green mile. 77 yards to the front of this 5th green.
Well done, Norte. Those bunkers declared whether over 3 1/4, but
there were no bunkers here for him.
Not in his line of sight.
I mean,
all right, let's take a look at the tee on 7, the par 5, Fleetwood.
Well, even though he's kind of hoping that it's right, it should be right at the bunker.
No stress, all set. Middle of the fairway. The 6.
All right, the long par 3, 252 yards downhill slightly. Si Woo Kim's hole-in-one hole, and it's Sam Burns playing alongside the defending champion Xander Schauffele. Looks like a big green, Curtis, when you stand on the tee, but it's one of the hardest greens to hit at Quail Hollow.
Well, it's because it's 252 down the hill. Today's hole location accessible for this hybrid back center. Solid swing, always in control. Good looking shot.
Yeah, on a good line. And it hops up, stays away from that false front, and stays right there. Good shot. That would be a good way to play the hole for everybody in contention today.
I'm enjoying watching these guys hit some hybrids on the big par 3, long irons. We don't see it very often.
Now Xander stands on the tee here. The par 3s are tough here for everybody, but Xander hasn't made a birdie on a par 3 all tournament.
If you play the par 3s around here right at par for the week, you're gaining on the field.
His shot on the way. Our tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. Also on a good line, and it hops right over Burns' ball, and that'll stay. So that's 2 good shots at 6 for Burns and Schauffele. Trying to find the perfect spot to watch the final round. To 5.
Going to be a packed house today. Youngsters, folks of all ages from all over coming here to Charlotte. grand stage for this final round. All right, Bezuidenhout.
Yeah, after a perfect tee shot, 138 to this front left hole location, you just got to be careful. This ball has a chance to run off the green on the left. A little bit to the right of the hole would be a nice play. You could hear the firmness on that ball landing.
Yep, well done. What's Rory got in, Andy? I'm sorry.
He can throw it on the green.
Well, that would be illegal. I'm asking what the
He's got 89 yards to the hole, 355 according to my calculations.
Wow. Roasted one.
But most importantly, it's in the short grass.
It's been the battle this week.
He's got a little bit of ridge where Christian's ball ended up, that if he hits it in here with a little bit of spin, maybe one hops it past the hole, he probably can spin it back down that hill to get it really close. Got to carry it all the way up. There's a false front right in front of this hole. Now let's see if we get some spin.
Yep, perfect.
Beautiful shot.
Perfect. Monster drive and a great wedge. And that gives Rory an excellent opportunity to get one closer. But this will be a Sunday just to see what kind of round he can put together. He will not be encroaching on the lead. That's Scotty Scheffler. That's much later this afternoon. Fun to be with you this morning. Show you what the folks are going to deal with throughout this final round of the PGA Championship.
On the air, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. That's just outside Philadelphia. Folks up there showed you their passion for the game last week, and it'll be wonderful to be in that great golf city next year. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. All right, we get out to the birdie putts for Bezuidenhout and McIlroy on 5, beginning with Bezuidenhout.
Yeah, pretty straight coming down this hill. It's all about speed. I think maybe it wants to go a little bit right at the end.
That's what he thought, Andy. It did not quite peel back as he thought it might. 6.
Birdie putt for Xander Schauffele. Just a little more pace on that line. He might have had a long birdie putt. We've seen a lot of long putts made this week at Quail Hollow. A lot of chip ins. That's one of the things I'm going to remember most from this week. All the shots made from off the green.
I don't think we're done either. You know, somebody's making some today. The question is just how important are they to the overall story of the champion? All right, the longest drive, closest approach today, Andy.
Yeah, putting almost the exact same line that Christian just putted on. Got a little teach, that always helps.
That's the cheat code right there. You hit it over 350, inside 100, knock it into 5 feet, roll it in, birdie. Just needs to do it 13 more times and he'll be right there. To 6.
Rory will play this hole next. Sam Burns for birdie. Sam Burns had a really good start to this final round. 2 under already and a tap in par at the difficult par 3. So he's playing well this morning. Ahead to 7.
All right, let's see the second for Fleetwood here on the par 5 7th.
You know, 6 iron for Tommy. This is going a little right. This has to get something.
Oh.
Did that even work?
What?
Is there a rake down there?
No, but there are plenty of rocks.
The volunteer, thankfully unaware that the tower was about to be buzzed, and somehow off the rocks on the green and putt for eagle. Sure. Goodness, that's remarkable.
That was the only scenario that was left out of Ken Brown's demonstration.
Right, we're going to have to talk to Brownie. The guy didn't take one down there and throw it off the rocks. Welcome to the property, Victor Hovland. He's got back-to-back top 3s in the PGA Championship. He's going to need to do some work to make it 3 in a row, but it's been a solid week thus far.
Indeed it has. All right, Andy, now Rory coming off the birdie on the tee at the downhill long par 3.
Yeah, 252. This is a big boy par 3. A little bit of breeze back from the right. It's really just kind of swirling around. It really hasn't blown any specific direction yet. Rory's got to feel a little bit better. Got up on a left to right hole. Looked like he's trying to hold out a cut, and he hit a perfect tee shot. And I'll see if he can make a good swing here at 6.
See those numbers of McIlroy. Not enough greens in regulation, and I think directly correlated to the struggles he'd had with the driver.
Yeah, I agree 100%. He's got to land this ball. There's a false front of about 6 or 7 yards. So he's got to land this one almost 10 yards onto the green.
Looking for it to cut.
And that is going to miss the green on the left, but a lot of green to work with. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, that hole's right in the middle today at 6. So if you miss the green from any direction, you should have some room to work with. And we'll watch the tee shot of Zadenholt playing alongside McIlroy.
Not on that flat, you know what I mean? It was like the other one.
He hasn't had the year that he's really hoping for yet. One top 10, that was a T4 back in Phoenix early in the year.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm sure, Andy, he was disappointed yesterday. He was in position, and then he shot 77 yesterday in the 3rd round.
A little bit of breeze now is picked up, kind of coming from the left, but not really enough to affect it more than a yard or 2.
Iron, Zadenholt fairway metal. Short of the bunker.
A little bit of.
All right, so that's not an unusual sight. 2 players, 2 missed greens at 6. Back to the par 5 7th.
After the bit of good fortune.
Right. Got to take advantage of it now, don't you, Scott?
You'd think.
Well, it's down the hill. It's going to continue to move up pretty much all the way there.
Bang. What a 3. What a 3 for Tommy Fleetwood. Off the rocks. Lands softly. Gives him a chance. He called it, Bill. You got to take advantage. You get a break, magnify that break, right?
That was unbelievable.
Really was. We're going to take another look at this one.
I mean, but you can't believe the smile on his face right now.
Because he knows.
Well, at this point, he knows he's hitting the water. More than likely, he's going to make bogey.
It sounds like a double ricochet. So somehow when the first rock hits like a vaulted rock, it sends it up with, and it lands softly. And that's an absolutely perfect roll from Fleetwood. Ken Brown suggested we could see eagles and maybe even an albatross, but nobody would have envisioned that. Remarkable. ESPN's coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship brought to you by Chase Sapphire. Upgrade your travel and dining experience. We will continue as we're with you till 1 Eastern time. Such a treat to bring you this final round coverage of the 107th play of the PGA Championship.
There's no more misunderstood idea in the world of competitive sports than legacy, because it means something different to every man, rooted in long ago ambitions and dreams.
Can't tell you what this means to me, an old man. If I say any more, I'm going to have tears in my eyes, really.
And so the true prize of a major championship isn't a sterling silver trophy or an enormous check, but something that lives in the distant mountain mist of tomorrow. What it means is a mystery, even to the golfer who wins it, and can only be revealed in time.
Our friend Wright Thompson, gifted as a way with words. For certain, we're just past 11 o'clock here in Carolina. In terms of what's at stake for Scotty, the company he'd be keeping, looking to be the first since Tiger and Jack to have a PGA Championship and a pair of Masters before turning 30. Be the 10th consecutive American to win this championship, which would be the longest streak since the 80s. And he grabbed control of the championship with the remarkable stretch from 14 to 18 on Saturday, but he knows as well as anyone in this field, better than most, what's required 3-shot lead as he'll tee off. 2:40 Eastern time. Back to the golf on 7. It's Sam Burns.
Want to try to get it over in that bowl.
Here we go.
Catch the slope. Catch the slope. Don't go too far. This is going to be good.
This is in the area where Ken Brown was showing us earlier. Again, he brought it up, and I'm just going to keep mentioning it. He said albatross, said it wouldn't be out of the question given the whole location. We shall see. To 6.
That would be something. All right, Andy. McIlroy second.
The whole green to work with. Just, whoa.
Ran it up there, and it hit the flagstick.
That had some speed to it. That would have been a good 5-6 feet by.
Well, as we said, we're going to see some more of those as the day goes on. We almost had one there with Rory. So McIlroy. Bogey at 1, bogey at 3, birdie at 5, and now a par at 6. Back to 7.
Xander. Enormous drive. Just 173 to the hole.
This drive is a little easier for these players. It'll tighten up for the leaders, being careful of the
hasn't made a birdie.
Right.
Hadn't made a birdie here all week and might not make one again. But the good news is he's got to look at eagle. You're going to bring a youngster out here in a stroll. I think a fan is a good idea. It is going to be a warm one. To 8.
And the aggressive par 4 8, 315 yards today, Billy. And he hits the bunker to the right. And look, after 7, this is that 2-hole stretch of this course where you can go get a number if you need it. We've seen players aggressive all morning at the 8th as they'll need to navigate that couple of hole stretch before they get to the difficult 9th. And an absolutely perfect day here for the final round of the PGA Championship. Hello. And so when you look at that front 9 relative to what you have getting to the back 9, those first 6 holes are difficult. Plus 392 for the week, 16 and 18. We know that story. So 7 and 8 early on before you get some of those scorables on the back 9 are going to be huge for our leaders when they continue to go off this afternoon.
Which on the backside is 10, 14, and 15.
Right. There's pockets on every side
Yes.
where you can go get your number, and 7 is one of them. So we go back to Rory.
Yeah, big time drive. Wind helping a little bit here at 7. He had a great drive here the first day where he tried to cut it. Just kind of a fairway finder and still hit it down here a mile.
Okay, wind. Wind. Oh.
Okay, that's going to be barely safe.
Looking at the right edge of that brown around that tree.
Still love you, Rory.
Was looking for wind that wasn't there.
Yeah, Scotty, it's mostly straight behind him.
All right, we've got a pair of eagle putts here. Burns.
Down the hill from the right. Just saw Tommy Fleetwood make it from this
Same
position.
line.
Just like that.
Here we go. Sam Burns, ladies and gentlemen, 4 under par, his first 7. Big green arrow pointing up next to his name. How high can he climb?
And I would just point out, Scott, we went through all the scoring holes and where you can make up ground. Burns birdies won it. We've had a lot of birdies on 1 and 2 today.
We sure have.
Could be that today maybe there's some scoring opportunity right when you start your final round.
The whole location on 1, again, for those who were watching on Plus, it's there. And after over 350 off the tee, again, part of the game that isn't often discussed. Very powerful. Not a single eagle here yesterday. It's just past 11. And we've already had 2. Now a look at 3. One last look. He was expecting some of that break to the left, and it did not happen. Still a chance for his first birdie of the week on this hole.
All right, back to 8 and Fleetwood out of the bunker.
Yeah, long bunker shot that you just have to play for a little release. And I'm going to give that a high mark right there, Matt.
Yeah, and the way, Billy, that green slopes away from that hole, that was a nice shot by Fleetwood. Let's go check in on Xander again.
Giving this one a long look.
Yeah, he knows what he's going to do exactly as the ball raced by the hole. Probably right center, just a little speed.
Firm and in, and the first birdie of the week gets Xander to 1 over par as he'll head to 8. He and Sam Burns. Burns with a chance for the best round on the golf course to try to take it even lower. PGA Junior League bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com.
The simple answer is PGA Hope is life-saving for me. Not just the program itself, but what the program does.
I met Colton 2018. He came to our Hope program. You know, he was probably not in a good spot that day that we were there. There was darkness in his eyes, and I knew there was probably some hurt and some pain going on. But the one thing that changed him, that gave him hope, was the golf ball.
Love you, pal.
Love you too, man.
Oh, have fun up there. Brian didn't care about my background. He didn't care what crimes I committed. He only knew that I wanted to hit that ball. You know what I mean? I wanted more of it. I think that was what I was really craving the whole time.
To have Colton
really showcase his club and showcase where he's come from. He's worked really hard to get where he's at, and no one gave it to him. He had to earn it and work for it.
I've got a wonderful job that I've worked really hard for and that I feel like I really belong there. It's cliche, but this game has truly saved my life.
Colton now a PGA associate and assistant golf professional at the Country Club of Asheville. Yesterday, Colton Hensley was the standard bearer for the McIlroy Schauffele Kirk group. Pleasure to welcome in now Derek Sprague. The PGA Championship marks the first one for the CEO of the PGA of America. And you've been on the job since January. I'm sure looking forward to this week with bated breath among all the many championships. How have those first few months gone for you thus far?
Well, Scott, it's been exciting but hectic.
I'm sure.
And it all starts with our members. You know, how we can support them from headquarters and our 30,000 plus in our 41 sections around the country, and see what we can do to serve them and make the game better. And our members, you know, I got a front row seat to see the great work that they do, like we just saw here, and of growing the game. Golf's in a great spot right now. We got full golf courses all throughout the country, and I'm excited. Schools are going to be opening up here. You know, we're getting done. Recess is going to start for the summer, and our PGA coaches are going to be out there doing PGA Junior League and helping people learn the game and play the game better, and so they can enjoy golf all year long.
And you talk about the gatekeepers of growing the game, and you mentioned 30,000 PGA golf professionals. In terms of a vision for the PGA of America, as you really get going here and settle in, is there a vision that you want folks to understand is your sort of primary objective?
Yeah, I think, you know, we're here to serve the game and grow the game, right? So when you look at our PGA coaches around the country and they're doing programs like PGA Junior League, we have over 77,000 kids playing the game now. They'll be here at our award ceremony at the end with their jerseys on, and then programs like PGA Hope, where we're saving lives. And then, of course, PGA Works, making the game look more like America today. So it's our PGA professionals that have been in the center of all that, the boom in the sport that we're seeing today, and in large part because of our PGA professionals, that they're doing every day on their job to grow this great game.
I can tell you one of the very favorite things of all of us that get to come to this championship as we walk during the practice rounds. We know the #1 players in the world, right? You watch the best play. But one of the coolest things is when you see someone that's part of the Corbridge financial team of 20, and they represent their club at home. And when we get to show their moments of high achievement here on TV, I always tell them, you do your part, I promise we'll do ours. It's such a cool part to feel like they've won by being here. What would you want folks at home to know about the men that made it here and earned the right to compete with the best in the world?
Well, first, Corbridge has been a great partner of ours, and to see them support our 20 best here. You know, these 20 beat out about 3,000 to get to the championship this year. And what's interesting is playing is part of our DNA at the PGA of America, and these 20 represent the best,
no doubt,
in our association. And you know, to have them here playing against the world's best is just so exciting for them, and so exciting for us as PGA professionals to see them compete side by side.
Well, this is the prize that's up for grabs later in the day. We're going to have a worthy champion, whoever that might be. It was great fun to be partners and get to work with my friend Seth Wall and Derek. We look forward to getting a chance to be hopefully great partners together and work with you. We're here at your disposal. Have a great Sunday.
You got it, Scott. Thank you.
Cheers. We're back at 7. Rory McIlroy's 3rd.
Yeah, really a dangerous shot. Has to come down that big slope that we've seen players get the ball close to the hole. Now it's going to be super fast coming down there.
Got to get to that. There we go. Now we go.
Boy, that was close to not even getting over the ridge, and it gets almost to the hole.
To 8.
All right, the hottest player on the course right now, Sam Burns, his 2nd at the 8th. And Burns looks as if he'll add another birdie to that Sunday card, up to 9.
And Fleetwood.
241 to the hole, a little left to right breeze.
You don't hear that number very often on par 4s.
Well, it's longer than what they had on 7, Curtis.
It's an excellent shot, but it will run through. Back this tee up about 30 yards. It's over 530 on the card to 8.
Xander, similar position of Burns. Xander, similar result, but better. I'm telling you, between 7 and 8, there are going to be Sunday fireworks, and Xander launches them early. Eagle opportunities at 7, and you get it up there high enough, you can eagle the 8 up to 9.
Morikawa with a head cover off.
Yeah, 4 yards closer. Fleetwood hit 9 wood.
9 wood?
Colin trying to follow suit with his 9 wood.
Heard a bunch of 7 woods this week. I had the first description of the 9 wood I've heard. All right, that ends up in the bunker. Back to 7.
Super quick coming down the hill.
Move to his right with a little speed.
Oh, that was violent.
What else can happen this week?
To 8.
And Sam Burns. Another birdie. Look at that card to start Sunday. Perfect as he heads to the 9th. 5 under. As we go back to 8. And Andy, I don't know if you saw Rory's laugh after that putt lipped out. It was almost as if, what else could happen to me this week?
Well, just go ahead and maybe hold this, you know. That'd be about the only thing else he hasn't done.
That would change the laugh into excitement.
317 today. Breeze helping, easy to get it there.
Showed some anger after that swing. He's pinned high to the right side. You just get the sense that Rory hasn't found it from minute 1 as we go up to 9.
Morikawa in the bunker.
Not a clean lie. Downhill to the hole. Oh, that's good. That's about all that was available.
There wasn't a ton of bite given the lie, Billy. That makes sense. Back on the tee. Off the birdie eagle sequence. Big sequence.
There you see 535 yards up the hill on the 2nd.
Top Tracer brought to you in partnership with Rolex, and yet another big ball off the tee for Xander. Now at the green, right up against the differentiation between the 2 cuts. No problem though for Fleetwood. Very nearly hold for birdie. All right, Burns, who's got the best round on the golf course, 5 under through 8.
Anything left of the bunker will be ideal.
Sam's leaning as if it's headed that way, and it is.
Yeah, I don't think I can get to that far part.
It's not a deep bunker, but there's such a long ways to go. It could be an issue.
Morikawa for par. Nope.
That was just a poor stroke.
He knew it immediately, didn't he, Billy?
Yes.
So an adventure to shoot even par. 3 circles, 3 squares, and a look that says, son of a gun. All right, Max Homa had a rough Saturday. Playing his 3rd. Punching out, missing the fairway. That misses the green. Ooh. That was the full release.
Frustration. Been struggling, well documented the last year and a half. Seemed to turn the corner, but poor round yesterday and not happy today. It's a tough game. We've all been there. But you can't let your emotions get the best of you. Got to keep grinding. He's talked about it whenever asked. Very honest young man. Sometimes it's just more than you can handle.
Did have a top 12 at Augusta.
You know, when you're changing your swing, when you're trying to get back to where you were, the physical is sometimes a whole lot easier than the mental.
You know, we've seen Rory McIlroy be frustrated as well. Quail Hollow's tested the best since Thursday. And sometimes by the time you get to Sunday, the frustrations have been building, and in Max Homa's case, they just boiled over. And McIlroy now, Andy, just off the green. This looks to be pretty doable.
Yeah, he's got tons of green to work with. He goes up over a little ridge and then downhill all the way to the hole. This is one that if you're not careful, you could chip it right off the green. But there's a little ridge and another second ridge about 10 feet in front of the flagstick coming the direction he's coming. So judging the speed here will not be easy.
Going with a lofted club. Thought he might go down with more of a 8-iron approach.
There's that second ridge Andy was talking about. What a tidy shot by McIlroy. If you're just joining us on the early coverage, we were just talking about some pockets of scoring, and you get to 7 and 8 and you need to make a move. McIlroy just kind of showed you a roadmap if you miss the green. It's the 3rd easiest hole. Only one of the par 4s playing it under par for the week, and you see why.
Looks like the wind is starting to pick up a bit as well.
You could hear it in Andy's mic too when he's out there. The trees behind us here at the 18th, and certainly the flags. It is windy, but that doesn't matter. It is absolutely perfect for a Sunday at the PGA Championship as we look at the value plays presented by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Bet $10 and get $100 back in bonus bets. The promo code birdie, which is what these players are playing for out there. We'll return after this.
Well, this final round of the PGA Championship, third round by the numbers. Scotty Sheffler, who's going to tee off in about 3 hours here today. Lowest round of the day, 6 under, first time with the field's best round in his major career, which is kind of surprising. 4 players birdied both 17 and 18. Nobody did that in the first 2 rounds. Sheffler and Noren were 2 of those who are playing in the final group. I don't think that's a coincidence. Bryson DeChambeau really struggled down the stretch and might have cost himself a chance to really put pressure on Sheffler today. Held the outright lead as he came to the tee at 16. So DeChambeau, instead of being right up there with Scotty, that costly stretch, he is 6 shots behind. Sheffler leads by 3. Alex Noren will play alongside world number 1. Davis Riley played really well. So did JT Poston. John Rahm, maybe he can get out and shoot a low score. There are birdies and low scores out there, including for this guy.
And Burns is on the move, 5 under on the day. We made the point repeatedly these first couple of days that if Scotty played his best, then who knew where he'd be? Well, he did, and now he leads by 3. You saw that chunk there for Burns. We'll have some work to do on 9. On the tee, it's Rory.
Wet breeze here is blowing really hard on the last hole. Basically calmed down, so there's not so much into him right here. He can reach the bunker on the right.
Perfect.
So important to put it on this fairway on this long par 4 to have a chance to even get it home.
Over 530 on the card for this final round. Matt Fitzpatrick texting, tweeting, something.
Calculating numbers.
That's actually probably right. Very analytically based player. And tied for 8th as his Sunday begins. Here's Burns 4th.
Drove it poorly, had to lay up. Batted the 3rd. Now in jeopardy of throwing away 2 of the 4 shots he's gotten back today. I don't think the drive on 9 it concerns this young man right now. Maybe trying to climb this tree is more of a concern.
Or what was climbing up that tree earlier in the week.
Woo. Jake the Snake.
Xander. Birdie eagle stretch, trying to continue an elite sequence. Good speed. Xander's 3 under for his round, 1 under in the championship. See, Curtis went and had to say it.
I didn't. All I said was what was climbing it. Curtis is the one that took it the rest of the way.
Why would you manifest such a thing, Curtis?
Well, I think it's fascinating. He's a black rat snake, and he climbs up there for food. But how does he climb up a tree?
Because they're evil.
Curtis is our resident herpetologist.
Let's see if Burns can roll this one in. Played so well the first 8. No doubles this week, and he maintains that with an excellent putt. Out in 31. Still 2 under. That's good for tie for 23rd at the moment.
I have nothing to say.
Okay.
If it doesn't have shoulders, I don't like it.
Xander Schauffele, reigning champion, 32 to begin. To the 6th.
That long par 3. Made 2 birdies here this week. Haven't been very many birdies at 6. Olesen.
Ball. All right.
Going to be a tough birdie from over there. Those guys were not expecting a golf ball. So that's a long way from the hole at 6. Thorbjørn Olesen is playing alongside Luke Donald. It's been a really fun week for Luke and fun for us to watch him. The European Ryder Cup captain who just hasn't played much competitive golf at all lately.
Only 4 tournaments this year, hasn't made a cut. Really semi-retired, taking on the Ryder Cup captaincy in full force. Did such a good job 2 years ago in Rome to lead his team.
In the first round, he played the only bogey-free round. Well, those guys better be heads up because one's coming after him again.
Wondering, what have we done to you? Afraid that might roll back down the cart path.
Those other folks look pretty darn comfortable. I think they may have to move here soon.
Up to Morikawa's 3rd on 10.
Yeah, drove it in the left-hand rough and trying to drive it in there. One big hop and stop.
Just like that?
Mm-hmm. Underneath the hole.
That's where you wish to be. We'll have a decent look for birdie. Bezuidenhout, 2nd on 9.
He's left within the 240s to get it all the way to that back right hole location and try to take it out to the left and ride it with the left to right wind. Stay there. Okay.
Just
this is
barely.
a big boy hole today, Scotty.
Every bit of it, Andy. I mean, I'll just tell you, the players this week, when they saw it, they're like, I don't know that this was necessary, but it's significantly backed up. 315 off the tee, and Rory's got a long way home, Andy.
But it's from the fairway, so that's good. I would think he'd probably take this at the middle portion of the green and try to let it just ride the wind a little bit. It's hard to get it all the way near to that back right. You're going to see a lot of guys going that direction as we go through the day. Super dangerous to try to get it close back there.
This is the longest this hole's played all week long.
Our leader has arrived. Scotty Sheffler off that brilliant 5-hole stretch Sunday, a 3-shot lead as he arrives. He'll be going off just about 3 hours from now.
Getting lazy.
Let's take a look at the journey to the championship presented by Chase Sapphire. Only player with 3 rounds in the 60s this week, Scotty Sheffler. We made the point repeatedly those first 2 days for him to be in the 60s, considering he wasn't at his best. Was a little bit frightening for the rest of the field. As you saw that 5-under stretch, 5 under, best he's ever had in his major championship career. The 4th career round of 65 or lower in the PGA Championship history. It's tied for Adam Scott for the most in event history. Adam Scott isn't a person, or if he is, he has never played the championship to my knowledge. All right.
I did a good job the first 2 days of scrambling and posting a good score when I didn't really play my best.
Scoring on 14 and 15 coming down the stretch with the green mile ahead.
And now he needs to buckle up.
There are 3 really challenging holes, and I gave myself 3 good looks, which is really all you can ask for.
That's the look right there. Birdie time for Scotty Sheffler.
#1 in the world, and there's a reason why.
Coming down the stretch, I just had a really good finish, and then felt like the last 2 holes I really stole a couple shots there.
You see the lowest score to par at the majors since 1995. Scotty Scheffler, 77 under. He's ahead of Xander, Rory, Brooks, and Colin. Multiple major champions all. And because we're talking about the world #1, and because he was able to play Curtis in red numbers when he wasn't at his best and played as he did Saturday, there might be a tendency to want to hand him the Wanamaker now. But understanding what stands between him and that prize, biggest challenge for him, in your estimations, what?
Be patient today. Realize there's going to be ebbs and flows out there. Somebody's going to make a run, and it's going to get close more than likely. He's not going to go out and birdie the first 2 or 3 and win and lead by 6 all day long. You wouldn't think.
Right. Rory's lengthy birdie putt there on 9 was tracking. Just missed.
You know, you have to remember those chasing will probably play a little more aggressively than Scotty Scheffler.
Morikawa on 10. And a short miss on 9. And it's a fairly well-worn expression of frustration. Richard Bland here for Eagle. 4th of the day. 52-year-old Englishman. A touch of class there. Lovely. Again, if you're with us on ESPN Plus this morning, Ken Brown made it clear this hole is going to be a green light for a low number to 4.
Here's Harris English. Maybe green lighting one at the par 3 4th. And that'll get closer. That's a good golf shot. To 10.
Second for Burns on 10.
Chance to really shoot a low score. Good shot there.
Let's see where it stops there
Easy.
on 10. You see the difference in the sheen of that green. That whole location is right there on it.
Down green to the back of the green.
Rory for par. So a round of par for McIlroy. And now to 10. Xander from the middle of the fairway.
Beautiful tee shot on this par 5. There you see the flags in the background starting to move a little bit.
He's asking for it to land softly, which for our friends in Memphis rhymes with Schauffele.
That'll be okay. Pitching right up a gentle slope. No problem. 10, 14, and 15. They're the holes you want to try to take advantage of on this backside.
Beautiful day. Into Clark on 5. We saw Rory McIlroy hammer one here earlier. Wyndham, one of the longer players on tour, and that spins a little bit more than he would have wished. And our first group of the day, Chris Kirk, Sergio Garcia, each under par on their rounds for the day, and they have reached 18.
Up the hill second. Flagstick 33 back, 7 from the left, all the way the back left portion of the screen. And the creek is probably only about 12 steps left to the hole location. Have to miss to the right just a bit.
Will it stay on? Not quite, but that's
good
more
play.
than satisfactory.
Yeah. Great finishing hole.
Yeah, that of all the hole locations, and we've seen Friday was the day that it played the most. Excuse me. Yes, it was Friday that played the most difficult. Is there a hole location you think is the most difficult of all on the screen?
I think on this golf course, with all the false fronts, the front hole locations are the most difficult. But here at 18, with it 33 paces back, last hole Sunday, pretty good hole location.
All right. 99 at Medina. El Nino, the kid. Now in 2025, Sergio. With a round under par. And an approach that ends up in the bunker. Plenty of green to work with from there as Garcia and Kirk. First off at 8:10 this morning. Brisk pace to 5. And that was Clark, whose birdie races past. And back to 4.
You saw Harris English's tee shot. Left him with this birdie putt. Be a quick one down to the hole. Nothing to it. So Harris English gets into the red at 1 under. Over to 10.
Rory on the tee.
Breeze right to left. See if he can hit one of those bombs. Knock it down here in 2.
Right center will run out on the fairway.
Well, this is headed down the right side.
Yep.
Just what Curtis suggested.
Pinches in at about 310.
Now Burns for eagle.
Back up the hill into the green. Gentle. Gentle.
That's running.
Now down green.
See, the color change is right there. PGA of America knows what it's doing.
Yes, they do.
Had 1 eagle there on 10. Already 4 on the par 5 7. Now to 11.
Billy Kratzert still out with Colin Morikawa from the bunker. It's been another theme of the week here at Quail Hollow. That one bounces beyond the green. Big, hard hop. The fairway bunkers have been playable this week.
They're not real deep unless you get up against the face.
Let's see how close Xander can get here.
Scared me, coach.
He will not be pleased with that.
Pair of 1-unders, the 11:50 tee time. Hovland and Neiman about to be introduced.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 11:50 starting time. Please welcome on the tee from Chile, Joaquin Niemann.
Multiple time winner on Live, looking for a top 10 breakthrough in a major. He has said he believes that his form in majors is not a matter of if, but when. I would agree with him.
I think everybody agrees with him. 3-time winner this year.
So talented. And that's drawing more than he might have wished, but still have a good angle at a front hole location on one.
Next on the tee from Norway, Victor Hovland.
John McGinnis put it well yesterday, Curtis. He turned a weakness into a strength, speaking of his short game. A runner-up in 2023, finished third here last year. I'd say the same thing for him. I think a matter of winning a major, not a matter of if, but when.
But has been struggling with his swing. Seems like he's turned the corner.
With a win down in Florida.
Yes.
Gorgeous pair in the fairway on one. There have already been 6 birdies there. As they walk towards one, Taylor Moore looking for birdie. Quick, perfect. So Moore moves to 2 under par, which at the moment is good for tie for 23rd. That's where Sam Burns is as he plays here on 10. Did he hit it? Not enough. He'll settle for par. All right, now Sergio to try to finish off his round with a par. Oh, brilliant. Well done, Sergio. First and third rounds were the enemy. He was under par Friday and Sunday as he wraps up play. Xander Schauffele. That's birdie 4 on the par 5, 10th all 4 days for Schauffele, who's got momentum. You see 4 under for the last 4 holes played, and some scoring holes to come before that difficult finishing stretch. Among those chasing Scotty, how about JT Poston? You see that he's been the best this week in terms of greens in regulation, thirds in stroke gain on approach, and in putting. Only player top 5 in both. That's a nice combination. Under par each round this week. And awfully decorated company. Scotty, John Rahm, and Tony Finau. He's only 4 off the lead. We're all chasing Scotty Sheffler as we continue our coverage. Sunday from Quail Hollow in the final round of the PGA Championship. Scotty Sheffler, a 3-shot lead here as we head into the final round. Hope you've been with us throughout the morning, bringing you coverage over on ESPN Plus and here on ESPN to show you how the golf course is playing on a sunny and warm day. The wind blowing a bit more, expected to be a storyline throughout the afternoon as it was on Saturday. Take a look at the leaderboard. The closest pursuers in terms of major championships won John Rahm, of course, a multiple major winner at 6 under. Xander, a multiple major winner. He's 4 under on the golf course. He and his playing competitor Sam Burns 4 under, the best on the golf course. Now Rory on 10. Hard to slow it down from that rough, and he cannot.
Well, the flagstick is perched right up on the beginning of the slope away, so it's just good shot, a little bit of luck needed to get it close there.
Second on 1 for Neiman.
That's from 200 yards into a little breeze.
John McGinnis with his group. Good afternoon, John, or good morning for 3 more minutes. What a shot. Now, Thorbjorn Olesen. That's his second to the par 5 7th.
Massive drive.
Oh, here's that swale, and here it comes.
Doesn't have enough speed.
Here it comes. We've already had 4 eagles. Olesen will have that to make it 5 already. Third at 10. Bezadenhout.
Difference here, he's playing out of the fairway. He's going to be able to control this ball, but a really difficult hole location right on top of the ridge.
It took me probably
Great shot.
Yep.
Second for Hovland at 1.
178 down the hill.
That's going to leak into the bunker. Disappointing approach to 4.
Eric Cole, a memorable moment early in this tournament. On the 4th, a long birdie. Do it! That's how you bookend a tournament at a hole that you've had fun with all week. In the first round, Eric Cole said he had a memorable moment. Here it was, first career ace. I mean, that looked good off the iron, went in. And with that birdie you just saw with Cole, gentlemen, he's done a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4.
Hit for the cycle.
Yep. He touched them all.
All right, McIlroy needs to hold this for birdie.
Just barely off the green. I thought he might be able to putt this ball, but he's going with some loft. That's going to be a good 4 or 5 feet for par.
Yeah, he'll have that for 5. Here's English, middle of the fairway on 5.
Flagstick front left. Very accessible today.
Right at it.
Good shot.
Well done for Harris. All right, so we've had 13 groups play through 7. So that's 26 players. There's already been 4 eagles. That means 15% of the field already has eagled the 7th. We'll see if Olesen can make it 5. No, he cannot. That's guy that had missed a field goal. You mentioned it, then the guy missed the field goal. It's an announcer's fault, but the point remains that 7 is yielding plenty of good scores early. Moment ago.
Back into the green, a little bit from left to right to keep your speed up. All right.
So that was a moment ago. Xander Schauffele made birdie. Rory settles for 5. All right, back to 1 and the 3rd for Hovland.
Deep bunker over here. It got a little steep and a little diggy with that. Just way too much sand.
And he's going to come down the hill to try to save his par. Here's Harris English.
For his 2nd birdie in a row.
Unable to convert there to 11.
Well, Sam Burns, both he and Xander Schauffele playing together, both are 4 under par for their rounds, but missing the fairway from the pine straw at 11. Curtis, it's a hole that has played harder and harder as this tournament has gone on. It's playing hard today. It was the 2nd hardest hole on the golf course yesterday, number 11. So that's a challenging one on the back 9 at Quail Hollow. As we get closer and closer to the tee times for the leaders of this 107th PGA Championship on Sunday in Charlotte.
Jack Nicklaus, he has won his 4th PGA. He has taken the torch and he's running with it. Bill's fanatics rejoice. A phenomenal talent and a major champion.
There are thousands of golf tournaments. The infamous 6-man at the Clarksdale Country Club, and the member guest at Cherokee, and pro-ams and amateur match play events. But really, there are only 4 golf tournaments.
Xander with victory at Valhalla, racing the Sheffler of the U.S. Open Championship. And the champion golfer of the year. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
This is the PGA Championship.
Just past noon here in Charlotte, North Carolina, as we await the leaders, Scotty Scheffler, along with Alex Noren, 2:40 Eastern Time. We're with you for one more hour here on ESPN as we show you the play here in the final round for those that were out early. We're seeing some low scores on the golf course, just showing you it's doable. Schauffele and Burns playing together, both 4 under par. In terms of what's at stake when Scotty walks to the tee, 3 majors with 15 tour wins before you turn 30. Last 40 years, that's 2. Tiger, Rory. A PGA and 2 Masters before you turn 30, that's 2. It's Tiger and Jack. Good company to keep. And it would be a decade straight of American winners in this PGA Championship. Here's some thoughts from his peers on who and what Scotty is.
Chasing world number one, it's going to take everything, and we're going to give it all. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we're going to have to put another good round together like we did the first round and see what happens. You know, obviously, like I said, Scotty's playing great golf, and it's going to be a tough one, but we're ready for the challenge.
It's a stacked leaderboard, and Scotty's best player in the world for a reason, and he's playing great again this week, so it'll probably take something pretty special tomorrow to catch him.
It's always fun playing against the best in golf. It's a reward, you know. It's all the hard work that you've put in. You know, you just hope that a few things go your way and you get the job done.
You know he's not going to go backwards, so you know he's the best player in the world, and rightfully so. He's great when he's on top of the leaderboard, and he's going to be hard. He's going to be a hard guy to chase down tomorrow. But you got to be up for the challenge and just try to play some good golf and see what happens.
With Curtis Strange, Scott Van Pelt, we are with you again for an hour here. And the perspective of his peers, Curtis, I thought it was interesting. We mentioned earlier Michael Kim, who's out there playing. He tweeted yesterday, Scotty is inevitable. And there is that, the comparison to anyone to Tiger, I've resisted that. It feels similar in this way this week, that when he didn't play well, what did he do? Got something out of the round. Mm-hmm. Then he plays a good round, and now he's got the lead, and there's this, what are we going to do? Well, but there's still 18 holes to play. Yep. Every man's mortal. So the challenge for him today, and for those chasing him, how do you frame it from those trying to catch Scotty?
Scotty knows that if he just plays Scotty golf, he'll be just fine today, especially with a 3-shot lead. The pressure comes from the chasers. They know they have to be extremely special. As you said, much with Tiger in the day, you can beat Tiger, but you have to be at your very, very best. There's pressure that comes standing on the first tee, knowing just you have to be the best you can be, and that doesn't happen very often.
There is a freedom, though, for those that are chasing, because they'll have to be more aggressive and probably take on flags that maybe they wouldn't have otherwise. But unless Scotty cooperates, then it's going to require something pretty special, it would appear, from those in pursuit.
I think you're going to have to make putts. It's a hard enough golf course. It's a long enough golf course. You have to drive in the fairways. We've seen. If you don't, you struggle all day long. You know, it's going to be hard. It's absolutely going to be hard. They're going to watch the leaderboard, and if Scotty gets off to a decent start, takes care of the par fives like he has, plays solid, putting their fairway on the green, they know they're going to watch. He's going to be a tough man to beat.
Rahm's got multiple majors, 5 back. Bryson's got multiple majors, 6 back. So they could hang a good number, but it would require Scotty backing up a bit. You heard Tony Finau say, you know he's not going to. There is the wind to deal with, and it's...
And Scotty will be ready for anything. He's done this plenty of times already. He knows somebody might make a run. Just be ready for any of those little battles that come with on the golf course.
Well, he's done it twice before, but on the same golf course. So, as Dave Fleming was pointing out in the break, be big to do it elsewhere. I think we all think it'll happen eventually. Could be today. There's 11.
Yeah, pretty darn good chance. Rory McIlroy was in the fairway, but not his best approach shot. From the fairway at 2, John McGuinness with Victor Hovland.
Well, he didn't want it right at the flag, but it's going to hang in there. That's about a foot from rolling way off the green.
Yeah. To 3.
And Michael Thorbjornsen on a perfect line, and it rolls around and down.
Now we're looking players who have been playing pretty solid golf all week long. You expect them to hit quality golf shots, and if they make some putts, could possibly make a run.
Been busy all morning on the range as the final rounds get underway for those with the later tee times. Again, it's a long wait until the afternoon, and that's something that those who've been through it know how to navigate. Noren does as well. Alex Noren's a vet. He's played in plenty of majors, so he'll be familiar with what the routine is. All right, Fleetwood on the tee at 13. They're trying to figure out the math.
Well, the math is 212. They're trying to figure out the wind.
Perfectly said, Billy.
And it's actually strengthened, Scott, in the last, I'm going to say once we made the turn at 9. I think it's strengthened and sometimes a little gusty.
Fleetwood's a couple under on his round, has played well. Really for him, Saturday was where this tournament went to die for his hopes of winning, but playing a class round today.
Exactly, and yeah, he got a nice break at 7, but it's been pretty solid. And going forward, he's just a nice round. 6-iron, straight up in the air.
Let's see if they figured out the wind. It's on the proper level. Right in the middle. Not all the way back, just past the middle. We'll stay here for Morikawa. Started birdie, Billy. I would imagine the frustration meter's been buried in the red for a while.
Yeah, the mistakes he's made, Scott, is the iron play over the green. And Curtis can jump in on that as well. Anytime you miss the greens long at Quail Hollow, it is difficult to get the ball up and down.
And with these tough hole locations, with a tiny bit of breeze running around, you have to be exact in your ball striking and judgment.
Looking for that to cut.
6-iron as well, and looks like he grabbed a little green.
Oh yeah, releases nicely. So a couple of putts forthcoming for that group. Bo Hostler. We've got another opportunity for another eagle.
Okay, just get it out to the right. Almost an entire hole on the right. Let it feed to the left. Didn't get it up.
Missed on the same line that Ollison did in the group just ahead of him. But we will see quite a few more birdie putts for certain, and you'd have to believe eagles made, I should say, as the afternoon progresses to 11.
McIlroy's birdie putt.
He's putting up the hill from the middle of the green, then it goes away from us really fast past the hole.
He couldn't have been all that happy with his iron shot, huh, Andy?
You know, it's back up into some breeze. He thought you got your guarding gets going long, but when you're this position on Sunday, you shouldn't be worrying about that too much.
11's been tough. Let's go to 12. That's not an easy hole.
Yeah, Dave, it is not. It is the narrowest fairway here at Quail Hollow. The second hardest to hit. As you see, Sam Burns did not. He's in that left rough. But with the round he's playing, let's see if that stays, because if it does, Curtis, that's a world-class golf shot from where he hit that from.
That's unbelievable. You know, to turn it out of the rough from right to left, keep it low, and run it properly.
All right, see if the scoring continues at 7.
Wyndham Clark.
Seen a lot of good second shots here, but we have seen a lot of good tee shots to set up the second shots.
That's a great point. Let's see if that comes back down.
You know, catch the slope. Here
we
it
go.
comes.
Reminiscent in a way of some of those hole locations that we're familiar with Sunday at Augusta National, where if the ball catches the slope with the right pace, it will funnel in the right direction. Let's see if Max can take advantage after a big 340-yard drive. The wind at his back. They'll have considerably less into this par 5 than they will into the par 4 9th, which is coming up. Little deep. Wow, a little chip from there. To 2.
Birdie putt for Hovland.
A lot of right to left in it.
If you're going to make a run this afternoon, you're going to have to make a number of 15 to 20 footers. It'll be tough to stuff it in close a lot here.
Par putt from McIlroy. Just snuck that in the right side, so Rory makes A par at a hole that's really been playing tough, especially the last couple rounds. Now we'll go back ahead to 13.
Birdie putt for Fleetwood.
Yeah, coming across the greens. Move to his left pretty much all the way down the hill.
What a putt. Oh, it doesn't drop. It's the left edge hard. Fleetwood will remain 2 under for his round. That would have gotten him back to level for the championship. Bob McIntyre on one, powerful lefty. Safely on one. Historically, one was much more difficult than it's playing today. Back to Morikawa on 13.
And I think just by watching him today, and you know, the thing that he needs to solve is this club right here. Started out nicely, but then all of a sudden the stroke, the confidence was gone. That was good. That was really good. He needs more of those, Scotty.
That'll do. We all do, Billy. We all do. But Morikawa, good bounce back. That's the second time today he's followed up a bogey with a birdie. 2020 champion. The reigning champion now on 12.
So Xander just off the back of the green. 2 under for the day. Playing good golf. Can he add another? Leaves it short. So Xander's nice round continues. 4 under on the day.
Fleetwood to finish. Bit of magic in that eagle on 7. And on 9, it's going to take more than magic for Donald here. He's basically in jail.
Yeah, it just looks like a chip out. And couldn't hit it very hard anyway with that tree just in front.
Abbreviated follow through.
Take your medicine. That's all you could do.
So he'll try to make par from the fairway.
All right, Burns for birdie at 12. These two are just drafted off each other, both 4 under. You have to think that's why Burns was running a little hot yesterday, that he didn't get to go out first thing in the morning because he went out early this morning. And look at the number both he and Xander are putting up. They're playing a little best ball. They're 7 under. She's happy about it. Here's a statistic that doesn't make sense. McIlroy's had an issue hitting fairways this week, yet he's hit this one 2 of 3 times, the second hardest to hit at the course, Andy.
Boy, this one's going to be okay.
See, hit it again. He hit this fairway 3 or 4 times. Not a big deal.
Highlight, a little bit of highlight.
Not a big deal. Let's go over to 7.
For another eagle on 7.
And another putt down the hill.
Yeah, first time seeing this drivable par 4. Whole location, we'll talk about it here as we see it with some of these players coming through, is far back, and that does change this hole.
Well, it's a hard left to right wind as well.
Yeah, Billy. Tommy Fleetwood next to go. Billy Kratzert out there. When the hole was up, Billy, rounds 1 and 3, we had 8 eagles. The one time it was back in round 2, it was only Max Homa's great tee shot that turned into an eagle.
Players talked all week long that they would have a tendency to lay up when that flag stick is all the way back, but I think these guys are going to go most everyone.
Yeah, this is a mini driver for Fleetwood.
The mini driver is similar to an old 2-wood.
Yeah. Hated it from the get-go.
I can see why. So in the water for Fleetwood, back to 13.
Xander on the tee.
Flagstick 28 paces back on the left.
And that's, we can see the top of the ball from there. Trying to continue a string of a dozen consecutive top 20s in major championships. All right, now the third for Donald on 9. .532-yard par 4. And a run away and back off. Burns on the 13th. Gotta love it.
All the way down into that collection area below the hole at 13. Final round coverage of the PGA Championship from Quail Hollow.
World number 1, looking for major number 3. World number 1, looking for major number 3. It's Scotty Scheffler.
Be as good as you look. My goodness. Look at this. That's an eagle at Quail. Sheffler sends shockwaves around this PGA Championship.
Yes, sir. Sheffler goes eagle birdie.
And now he needs to buckle up with the green mile ahead.
Boy, that looks perfect. And perfect it is. Scotty Scheffler to 10 under par. Number 1 in the world, and there's a reason why.
I mean, this is just a clinic. Greatness at its very best. It's a Sheffler showcase performance.
Just an incredible display coming home. 5.23 strokes gained over the field. But it's worth pointing out he only gained 1 stroke on Alex Noren, who played the same stretch 4 under par. But section, the afternoon Saturday when the world's #1 player grabbed a hold of this championship. Can he hold on Sunday to 12?
And Bezuidenhout's second shot.
Yeah, severely sloping from left to right. You can use the ridge behind it or to the left, get it closer to the hole. Is this going to stay? It's moving.
And it's picking up speed.
And it's going to get closer. Well done. Staying in the fairway, you know if you go a little long and to the right, the ball's going to run well off the green. So that was a good play.
That is how you use the contour of the green as we move ahead to 13.
See if Burns can get up and down to stay at 2 under for the championship.
What a roll off. The front right of this green, up the slope, probably 4 to 5 feet. Well played there, well judged.
That was perfect. 14.
All right, Billy, Tommy Fleetwood drove it into the water.
Yeah, then such a hard shot. Awkward lie, stance.
Billy, even harder shot today with the wind coming out of the left.
Exactly.
A drivable par 4. Fleetwood lies 3 and is still not on the green. Back to 12.
McIlroy off a tree, off the tee into the fairway.
Maybe use the ridge now too.
Same spot as Bezuidenhout.
This got a little bit more spin. This is coming back.
So we'll check back in on the birdie attempts of those two as we go up to 14.
This is what's going to happen with the leaders if they block it out to the right here at the short par 4.
Yeah, really difficult short shot, Curtis, but you cannot play it any better than that.
That was beautiful.
How about the speed through that swing from Morikawa? Beautiful flop shot. Xander trying to land it softly on a great line. And he'll watch that roll well past.
Greens look like they're gaining a little bit of speed.
Right, let's see if
as they dry up.
Let's see if Neiman can roll in another.
Birdied the first?
Yes, he did. Just expect to see him put on a show one of these final rounds.
All right, here's Marco Penge, the DP Tour winner. Penge. Yep. I should point out when we're talking about that score zone of 7 and 8, 7, 4 eagles, 12 birdies, 8, 2 eagles, 12 birdies. That is a lot of scoring you can put on your card, and Penge just did that, adding to the eagle count at 8. Now McIlroy at 12.
Slippery going down the hill.
And all we would have to do is put together a montage of Rory McIlroy reactions. It'll give you a sense of how it's happened this week. Let's go back to Xander.
For par. That's on a great line. Excellent save. He's got 14 and 15 ahead of him, trying to climb the leaderboard, continue that top 20 streak to 14.
All right, Morikawa's birdie.
Well, trying to back up the birdie at 13 with one here, so a chance on the par 5 coming up, Dave.
Yeah.
3 in a row.
Yeah, no kidding. Maybe that putter will finally start to heat up for Colin.
Back to 12 and Bezuidenhout. So either he or Rory could make the birdie at 12. Andy did a great job of detailing where you can land it on that slope to have an opportunity. He remains at 2 over. Now to 4. and Joaquin Niemann trying to decide the club.
It's what I feel like you could get not go, maybe to
John, what's that wind like right now?
It's dead down, and it's Gary Matthews, veteran caddy known as the Animal.
Yep.
At 192 all the way back, but you don't want to carry it more than 175. Joaquin and the Animal sounds like a Disney special, doesn't it?
It sure does.
I just realized, John, I've known him for 30 years, and I have no idea what his name is. I know that I just say Animal for money. I couldn't tell you. That's terrible.
He doesn't really respond when you call him Gary.
Not terrible. Niemann's tee shot. It appeared he chose the right club if it hangs on.
Yeah, that's really good just to carry it over the bunker downwind.
See it, that we saw it this morning. You get it past the pin, it can be in danger of rolling off the back of that green. You know, he had a round going earlier yesterday and then faltered in the final 3-hole stretch. Marty Smith with Bryson DeChambeau.
Thank you, Matty. That's right. Bryson stands at 5 under par going into this final round. What has this place presented you in the first 3 days?
A lot of wind challenges for me. A lot of tricks out there, and it's been a great test of golf. So I'm excited for another great day. It's windy, wind's up. Hopefully I can get a couple good breaks going my way and get on a hot run and give Scotty a run for his money.
So what's the approach? You just going to grip it and rip it?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, it's the same strategy. Just hopefully things kind of go a little differently today. And if they don't, you know, it's golf, and I'll be okay with it.
Have a great time. Thank you for your time, Bryson.
Thank you,
guys. Thank you, sir, so much.
Well, you see Bryson getting ready to let it rip, and he has put himself in position yet again. This birdie putt on one, and he was off and running. 15, a chance to become the leader. I don't know if you're going to see his reaction. Yeah, I think he thought he could make it, but when he did, his fans roaring. He's immensely popular, and at that point, he is the leader. This putt for par on 16. Lipped out. He lipped out a birdie similar fashion on 13 a little earlier. This is the swing, the 9-iron that's costly.
Yeah, threw it way up in the air. Wind coming in his face from the right. He says he got caught with the wind. I think with the wind blowing and you're not quite sure, you got to get it down a little bit, but he chose to hit a hard short iron. You know, Bryson, I don't think he knows how to play anything but grip it and rip it and just hit it hard, and if he drops in the fairway, more than likely he's going to shoot a pretty good round.
Lost a couple there, and we've seen the double bogey is lurking everywhere, and those two, the drop shot and then the double, came immediately after he took the lead, and it coincided with that hour and change of Scotty Scheffler going nuclear, and it changed the entire tenor of this golf tournament as Scotty became our leader, and Bryson now will be chasing on 13.
That was from 212 right at it. One of the best irons he's hit all day.
And excellent from McIlroy. We've been watching all morning, haven't seen many that close. 13 to this point has yielded exactly one birdie. Of course, haven't had a ton of traffic just yet. 14.
Oh, Schauffele very aggressively. Yeah, you see those numbers. He has not played this hole very well. Let's see where that ends up. Hold on. Right there. It's not going to go in the water, but he won't be putting for eagle. Pretty good shot for Xander Schauffele to 7.
Aaron Rai had it to 4 under par a little earlier this week. Might have been 5, but here his third on 7. A lot of ways to make eagle, no, but Rai will have that for birdie. That Barry mentioned a moment ago. You get to 7 and 8. That's big time chance to string a couple together to 4.
And Hovland's got a chance to get to red numbers again with the birdie at 4.
It's a double breaker. It's going to push to his right early and then back left at the hole as it gets down into that little bowl where the flag is.
So Hovland misses left. Go back to the 14th.
We saw Xander. I just did a quick check. We haven't had a player drive the green successfully yet today at 14. Sam Burns. A couple of bounces and hey,
the reverse jinx.
Okay, we got one.
Well done.
Well, he's on the green, but I'm not so sure he can see the next one though. 90 feet to the hole.
98.
98. What's the difference?
Wow.
Scotty, you roller coaster guy? I don't fancy you are.
I mean, it depends. Like, what?
Depends on what?
Well, Curtis, I rode the one down there at Disney, the Guardians of the Galaxy, and I really didn't enjoy the experience. There was some the dwarf, what's it, the mine, the little itty bitty ones? What's the name of it? No, not the teacups, for God's sake. There's just the itty bitty ones. I'm good on those. You put me in there, Guardians of the Galaxy. Went down there for the Pro Bowl. Jared Goff, if you're watching, you know you lied to me, and I'm gonna have a word with you down the road. Long answer to a short question. No, don't like roller coasters. Rye pours in the birdie. He's had a bit of a roller coaster week, but he's now back into the red numbers. About 2 hours away, you've seen Scotty arrive on the golf course as he's beginning the warm-up. Have a bite to eat, get out there, get ready, and play the final round. The 4
makes par at 4. Bogeyed the first. Not to keep using the roller coaster pun, but that kind of explains his tournament. I mean, it is absolutely stunning outside today. The course setup is immaculate. We had weather pretty much every day before the tournament started. Had a little bit yesterday, but if you wanted to print out Sunday Major Championship weather, Curtis, this is it.
Well, and Charlotte has come out by the thousands to support this. They do it for the tour event every year, especially this year at the PGA Championship. Well over 30,000 spectators out there today. You need support from the local community, and they certainly get it here in Charlotte.
This golf course certainly well set up to play host, and they've enjoyed having the best in the world here. Max Homa, his second to 9.
4.
That's a mile left.
He's working on trying to cut it, working on doing what he used to do before it went south, and just double cross that one.
Had a 64 on Friday. That's in the rear view at this point. Rory trying to cash that great tee shot on 13. Couldn't quite. Long distance on 14.
Kept the flagstick in so he can see the hole for eagle. Sam Burns. That was well judged. Leave it right there. Almost that flat spot that Ken Brown was showing us earlier in our coverage. Back to 7.
Nico Echeverria. Oh, it's just barely over. What a shot. Another eagle possibility. Back to 13. Rory's still even in his round, and This is quite a sporting Sunday, quite a sporting weekend. What a run for journalism, by the way, in Baltimore and the Preakness. We've got a major championship. We've got a pair of Game 7s in sports, and we have got the Thunder and the Nuggets in Oklahoma City this afternoon. That's 3:30 Eastern on ABC. The Countdown crew tips off the coverage at 3 Eastern time. Wait to see who moves on to take on Anthony Edwards and Minnesota Timberwolves.
All right, kind of an awkward stance for Xander Schauffele. Landed on the green, ran all the way back to there. Leaves that for birdie.
Pretty good from there, deep rough, coming up the slope, having to go up high.
All right, now for Eagle. Do it. No. Taking dead aim at that gettable hole location. Yet another birdie. 14.
All right, Rory, Andy.
Yeah, he has plenty of firepower to get it. Breeze blowing straight left to right, which really gets in your head a little bit because you know you've got to draw it back up against the wind.
And it's thick grass down there. It starts bouncing, though, you wonder. Looks like he's okay, I think. Schauffele and Burns both made their birdie putts at 14. And both those guys now are inside the top 20. So I told you, Xander's got that streak going of major championship finishes inside the top 20. All right, next to go, Bezuidenhout.
His normal shot is a little bit left to righter, which will make this even more difficult. Can he start it at the left edge of the green? That takes a lot of courage, or maybe not thinking straight.
Yeah, important just to hit your natural shot that you're comfortable here. If you get,
oh, what a shot!
Yeah, look at this. Settle. Much like a lot of the greens, the back third of this green runs away. But if you're a fader of the golf ball, try to hit a fade here. Don't try to hit that hard draw. It doesn't work out very well. It's hard to trust it with the water left.
It's a great hole.
Great short hole, yes.
And it's going to be exciting to watch the leaders, how they manage it. And you come to that tee, you figure you got to get something if you're trailing.
What does the leader do if he's up by 2 or 3?
Well, that's a really good question.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say with that hole location, I'd play it well short.
For the 16th birdie now at the 8th.
You've worn me down, Curtis.
I'm glad you came to our side, Flem. Play for birdie. English couldn't play for birdie there. Misses it left. Lips out. Curtis, your thoughts early on this course setup. It appears the pins are in a spot. They've given this field an opportunity to go get one.
You know, it does, but you still have to hit quality shots. We've seen some tricky hole locations. They look pretty innocent, but being right on top of a little ridge or maybe running away at the end of the green, you still have to be pretty sharp. This is a big challenge for these players.
So English with par to the first.
22-year-old Ryo Hisatsune. We made mention how many youngsters there are that perhaps folks watching around the States are just becoming acquainted with. And we saw Tom Kim earlier. He's 22 and he's been out here for a while, but Ryo has shown that he's got a whole lot of talent. That's going to end up in one of the bunkers, it would appear. And does. With you for another 15 minutes until the top of the hour. just under 2 hours away from Sheffler and Noren. And Griffin. He and Novak won down there in New Orleans. Fun team event. Go down there and eat your face off
and better make a lot of birdies.
Heck yeah. Carolina Tar Heel into the Carolina blue of the sky.
They have had a good golf program in the last number of years.
Safely on. And so, Dave?
Yeah, that volunteer might have deked me a little bit. I think he bounced in the water, huh, Andy?
Yeah, he definitely did. They're having trouble seeing balls up here in the sky. It's just a little light cloud cover behind, and it gets lost in the sky. And but Rory's still got an opportunity to drop this, still get it up and in for 4.
Yeah. And it does take away some of the risk of this hole that you can drop it there and still have a chance to make a par. It's risk reward, but it shouldn't be huge risk for these players.
You know, Ken Brown's piece earlier today spoke of the long, narrow part of this green, but with the drop-offs back right and back left, it's really only playing 11 paces wide back portion of this green, so very small.
Yeah.
To be curious, I think something in the right greenside bunker is actually where you want to go, which makes the tee shot so much simpler.
Yeah, that's another thing Ken said when he did his whole demo around this hole. Is the right bunker is a good place to be with that hole.
Still a pretty good shot to get it there.
Yeah.
Such a small area. Intimidating little shot at the water.
Now Rory playing up the hill, thick grass. Generally these shots come up a little bit short because you get the ball a little bit high on the club face going up their hill. He played it beautifully.
Yes. So he'll have that to save par despite driving the ball in the water on that spectacular short par 4, 14 to 5.
Third for Neiman at 5.
Drove it in the left rough and came up just a little short. This is makeable.
Ran out of steam. He'll have that to remain 1 under for the day, 2 under for the championship, 14.
All right, is it makeable for Bezuidenhout, Andy?
It definitely is.
Yeah, that was headed in if it just gave it a little bit more. But that's a pretty nice stress-free birdie right there. Excellent drive, and it had so much steam it ran up through the green, but that'll be a birdie. Back to 1.
Rio out of the bunker. That's gorgeous. We'll have that to remain 2 under. A lot of folks on social media were surprised to see that he didn't have the earbuds. He's always kind of old soul for guys in his late 20s. Why wouldn't you have? He might have a full-on
Discman.
A Walkman. I was gonna take it back to a cassette tape. People, the youngsters out there are like, "What is that?" What's a Discman? You don't even know. Back to 14.
All right, Andy, let's see if McIlroy can make this par putt.
Well, Scotty, if you need any, I got a bunch in the basement.
I've been in that basement, seen that closet of yours. Those slacks are remarkable.
Sweaters, slacks, Walkmen.
He could dress, Mr. North.
Oh, he's cut a lot of edges today and this week.
Yeah, all the glory of what happened to him at the Masters, and it's been a frustrating week here in Charlotte for Rory McIlroy, no doubt. Doesn't diminish his accomplishment, which is historic, but I know he wanted to play better here. Of course, that he said, oh my goodness, what's going on down there?
Getting a souvenir, I believe.
That ain't worth it.
That's going right in the pocket.
I hope that was worth it. I was just making some point, whatever. I looked down. I'm like, is that guy going in?
You got a replay on that, Dave?
Man. Oh, okay. Whew.
Ben Griffin now for trying to make that birdie on one. Looks to be a pair of pars for this group that went off together at 12:40. Jon Rahm tied for the lead for the moment when he birdied 16 yesterday, and then Scotty went nuts, but has played an excellent weekend of golf here. Neiman hits the lip and will drop the shot that he gained on the first hole back to 1 under. Curtis says we've only got a few more minutes together here. Just how far down the line do you even draw it? I mean, the 5s, I assume you got to give a shot just because you got a couple major champions there, but that's probably the end of it, isn't it?
Well, there's also a number of 5s too. You're going to have to go low, and you're going to need some help from Scotty. Anything from behind, not so sure, because I just don't see Scotty backing up, and I don't think anybody chasing expects him to back it up.
It's the third for Burns on 15.
Anybody chasing Scott's going to have to get off to a fast start.
Well, they know that.
Rory will take this one right over the trees.
Flirted with the water a couple times this week.
Standing in this tee, I don't see taking it over these trees very often. That's a very aggressive line. But if you can carry it about 320 in the air, that makes it a little bit easier.
That's hammered. Perfect tee shot. The third for Xander. Excellent. He'll have a look for another birdie, which could move him to 6 under par for the round and 4 under for the championship. So the best rounds on the golf course are in the same grouping, and it's the tee time that came off together at 9:40 East Coast time. And they are both 5 under par. So as we get prepared to say so long to you here on ESPN and hand it off to our friends at CBS, Curtis, one last sort of thought about things. Scotty's 11 under, went wild at the end, 5 under on that closing stretch. He's won a couple of majors. He's the world's best player. What do you expect to see from him on Sunday?
Solid play. I really do. He might have a bump in the road somewhere, but he's still the best iron player in the game. He's going to give himself enough opportunities, and he'll make a few putts. He showed it yesterday. He's full of confidence after surviving the first 2 days and shooting a great round yesterday. But whatever we talk about, he still has to negotiate the last 3 holes and finish this off today.
Well, and that'll be the question, right? You talk about the green mile and water, and big numbers are lurking at around any corner here. I thought all Thursday and Friday that if there was someone that might make a move, it was Jon Rahm. Just how well he was playing was burning edges. He's 6 under, 5 back. He too is a multiple major champion. If he's the guy that's going to make the move, he's probably got to shoot what on, say, the front? 30, 31?
Oh, I don't think you have to go that low, because you have to remember you still have 3 holes in the backside that are very birdable. You have to always remember that. But you have to take care of business on those holes.
Well, it's been such a blast to be with all of our crew. We get together once a year and get to do this, and we enjoy each other's company, and we hope that you enjoy being with us as well. We appreciate you being with us for our coverage of the 2025 PGA Championship. Our good friends over at CBS will continue the final round coverage now live from Quail Hollow. For Dave Fleming, Matt Berry, Curtis Strange, Andy Newitt, Billy Croucher, John McGinnis, Marty Smith, Jeff Darlington, all the hardworking men and women in the trucks led by Mike McQuaid that do such a great job. We appreciate you. Enjoy the NCAA softball regionals. So long from Charlotte.
If players were given a club for every time they almost won a major, a dozen guys this week could arm a town the size of Abilene. Lots of players come close. Close enough for the loss to haunt them forever when they're getting paid to live in the almostness of fading nostalgia. But only a select few persevere to win a major. In that inch of difference between almost and champion lies the answer to so many prayers.
Today in Charlotte, North Carolina, Scotty Sheffler looks to continue his quest to amass major titles. Measured footsteps on a path to greatness at the PGA Championship. This championship isn't about settling a debate. nor declaring that one athlete is better than another.
He's taken the torch and he's running with
Or saying a past generation
golfer in the world today
outshines the next. This is about what it takes to enter the conversation.
One of the greatest.
Because it's quite simple.
Oh my goodness.
On the game's biggest stage,
Perhaps just hit the shot of his life.
you gotta win.
Xander, victory at Valhalla.
In golf, there are wins, and there are major wins.
Has that one the PGA Championship lure?
Competitions in which the fields are the strongest and the stakes are the highest.
He's done it. The applause won't stop.
So in the end,
He's the champion. Just brilliant.
any discussion about greatness comes down to this.
It's all his now.
How many of these
Never a doubt.
did you win?
Toby McGuire got bit by a spider. Me must have got bit by a goat. I used to dream as a kid I would grow to be one. I hope that I inspire hope for you to go get what you
It's a
desire.
good one. It's a great one. It's wonderful.
Misdiagnosed. I'm dope and you never had this idea.
It's a Kepka coronation.
Whatever happens today isn't going to start or end any debate. But when we look back 10, 20, 50 years from now, someone might point to this championship at famed Quail Hollow.
Gorgeous shot by Sheffler.
As a moment.
He's got it all.
When we all witnessed
Perfect it is.
one of the many milestones.
They're chanting Scotty here in Charlotte.
On the ever-evolving path to greatness. CBS Sports and the Professional Golfers Association of America proudly presents the 107th PGA Championship. Well, friends, there are only 4 days a year in golf where the world's best play with a heightened sense of urgency and anxiety. 4 major championship Sundays, and this one today taking place in Charlotte. Contested at Quail Hollow Club, a course that has, since it opened in 1961, put together an impressive championship pedigree with winners that include Tiger Woods and Tom Weiskopf and Raymond Floyd and Jim Furyk, Vijay Singh. It goes on and on. Rory McIlroy 4 times. And in 2017, when the PGA was played here, Justin Thomas. Carolina blue skies greeting the world, welcoming the world to the Queen City of Charlotte. And it's great to have all of you with us. And a pleasure to be sitting alongside Trevor, Ian, Frank, and Andrew in the Super Tower with Dottie, Colt, and Mark out there with the leaders. Amanda conducting the interviews and the championship interview later on with Brad Gregory here for all the rules. Tens of thousands are on hand. We're in the 80s and we're sitting back ready to watch it all unfold with Scotty Scheffler, perhaps on the precipice of what would be his 3rd major title, the chance to add another leg after having already claimed 2 green jackets. Then there's Sweden's Alex Noren, now a resident of Florida, who's been out of action for almost 7 months before returning last week because of injuries. Out at the 16th hole we go.
Thank you very much, Jim. Defending champion Xander Schauffele. Showing you what it can be done today. Already 5 under for his round. Now up ahead, Tommy Fleetwood just missing the green. They're using a front left hole location today. You would think it's easier, makes the hole shorter, but it does bring that water into play. Oh, Fleetwood. Been toiling so hard. I thought maybe just a major might be his first win over here. Not to be this week. We'll have to wait another month or so. Sam Burns back at the tee, also 5 under for his round, 3 under for the championship.
Yeah, some great golf being played by this pairing right here, drafting off of each other. And unfortunately on that tee shot as well, both in the sand.
Yeah, playing a little follow the leader to 8.
Oh, let's take a look at this short par 4. Tyrrell Hatton on the tee, 315 today.
A little bit of help out the right. These guys will be able to skip it up there.
Already 2 eagles today, Trevor. And skip it up there he did. Easy chip. at 15.
And Rory McIlroy 1 over on his round so far today. His third at the par 5. Nicely played by McIlroy. Coming off bogey at 14, has a chance to get it right back here at 15.
Rory just not able to rekindle what we saw a month ago in Augusta, but this was earlier today at the 5th.
Booming drive down there, just a little clip with the wedge. Green still receptive with Rory going out early.
Led to a birdie for him there. Colin Morikawa, a PGA champion as well.
I love that little follow through, sawing that off with the little fade. Dancing around the cup.
Sam Burns, we just spoke about his solid Sunday performance. Big reason why, eagle at the 7th.
There are some gettable hole locations out there today. I think we're going to see better scoring than we've seen all week.
He and Schauffele are 5 under for the day. This was Xander earlier at the 8th. An eagle of his own. The winner a year ago at Valhalla. When you look at the first page of the leaderboard and those who have won major titles, you got Scotty, Rahm, and DeChambeau, all with 2 apiece, and Keegan, who took the Wanamaker Trophy in 2011. You see Keegan and others at 5 under par. Is that too far back today?
I do believe so, purely because of the respect that I have for Scotty Scheffler's game, the way he's able to maneuver himself around the golf course and not get into too much trouble. Those chasers are going to have to do something extremely special if they want to put any heat on him today.
And you see Bryson, he actually had the lead late yesterday and stumbled on the famed Green Mile coming in. It just changed so quickly. The final pairings, 2 o'clock Eastern time, Finau and DeChambeau matched together.
There's going to be some big hitting out of that pairing right there.
Vegas and Keegan, they're right after them at 210. Vegas was the leader after 18 and 36 holes. Then you got John and Siwoo at 220. Rahm also one of those yesterday who was right in the thick of it, had in fact a share of the lead at one time. Davis Riley out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and JT Poston raised just 65 miles up the road in Hickory, North Carolina. They're together. And lastly, it's Scotty Scheffler and Alex Noren. No one saw Noren being in the thick of things here, but he played the Green Mile in the couple of holes before that beautifully yesterday to seal a spot in the final pairing. Back out to the action at 2.
And local man played at North Carolina, Ben Griffin. Lots of birdies today at the 2nd. It's gettable.
He's got that Tar Heel blue shirt on.
Again. 16.
Middle of the bunker is Burns, far enough back. Flip should not be an issue. Breeze coming from his right. Goes on this one.
He sure does. Oh,
lucky with the soft bounce.
And the long rough to keep it out of the water, I believe.
To 15.
And a short one left for McIlroy's birdie. And he's got it. 3 birdies, 3 bogeys for Rory today. And 3 holes left to play. To 13.
Corey Connors, a little uphill. Much easier hole location though in the back. Skip it there. Green is firm. 2 under for the round. Sensational. Actually, the PGA Championship back here in 2017, he actually had a hole-in-one. Now Xander closer to the lip, 16. A little sandbar in that.
Yeah, kind of similar to Burns.
Except that one is wet.
A little taster to what we may see this afternoon down the Green Mile.
Yeah, lots of opportunities to knock it in the water around the lake there as we watch Tyrrell at 8. Nicely done. Good judge. Little bounce in the fringe to take some speed off it. Tap in left for birdie. Here's the Kiwi Ryan Fox. Just 125 after a huge drive. And beautifully played. Well judged. Had to keep it low coming out of the Rye rough.
Well, for this entire field, it's daunting seeing the name on top of Scotty Scheffler, because he knows how to close. His 2 major titles at Augusta, he had the 54-hole lead both times. One time by 3, another time by a shot, on his way to winning the green jacket. And yesterday he surged. He surged on his way to 65, including a birdie at the 54th hole. He is driven to try to add to that resume. At 28, it's impressive already, and there's more to come, it looks like, perhaps today. CBS Sports presents the official partners of the 107th PGA Championship. Chase Sapphire, upgrade your travel and dining experiences. Corebridge Financial, helping more people take action in their financial lives. And by T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner. From that majestic clubhouse, out to look at this gorgeous setting as we're back out at 16.
Going sideways as Burns. Imagine that ball was sitting down. Could have perhaps played it left-handed.
Or taken the shoes and socks off and got in there.
Well, I guess he only had a couple of holes left. Didn't want to get the feet left, wet. Now 13 downhill. Connors, great too. Now, he was in the hunt at Augusta. T8th in the end after the closing round of 75 just a month ago. Starting to get some experience now. Across to 7. Victor's only hit 2 fairways so far today. In the bunker here off the tee, advance to here. And there's a big slope you can use, so keep an eye on that for the rest of the day. because this is the eagle hole location.
He needs a little something. This is a terrible start from Hovland. 3 over through his first 6.
But we can see some second shots trying to land in that position perhaps later on to 4.
And the par 3, another accessible hole location today, Trevor.
Sure is. Back left, so you got plenty of room over that bunker to jump it into that back portion. Perfect for Taylor in that draw that he likes to hit.
Well done by Pendrith. To 2.
And Fox for birdie after that brilliant chip out of the right rough. Had 5 birdies yesterday, but too many bogeys.
Now back at 16 after taking the penalty drop. 4th shot for Schauffele. So it looks like he's might match the score he made on Thursday, which was a double.
How fast can things change around here? Yesterday, Bryson DeChambeau came to the 16th tee with the leader alone. Now he starts the final round 6 shots back.
Yeah, that sure was a tough finish for him yesterday. And the question now becomes, is he too far back to really put pressure on Sheffler? He's going to have to figure out the iron play. Just how he came undone at 16, that's been the issue. He's 51st out of the 74 players that made the cut in strokes gained approach. The iron play continues to be his weakness.
And what did he have to say about the Green Mile and how he played it? This is his interview yesterday with Amanda.
Well, Bryson, it's a major championship, so no surprise that you're in contention and you're sitting right here heading into Sunday. Just talked about the first 15 holes of your day and how pleased you are with that.
I played really well the first 15 holes. Even the 16, 17, 18, I hit great shots, every single one of them. And that's just the wind out there. That's major championship golf, and that's what can happen on the Green Mile, and I executed it the way I wanted to, and it's kind of golf, right?
You've kind of seen it and experienced it all when it comes to majors. You've come out victorious. You've been heartbroken. I just wonder how all of that helps you kind of recover and bounce back from a disappointing finish.
Yeah, you realize it's just another day of golf, and unfortunately the breaks didn't go my way at the end, but had a lot of great things go my way in the beginning, and you know, I just got to get better. I've got to be better at judging the wind, and my golf ball moves a lot in the air just because I hit it so high and so much speed to my own fault. And it is what it is. I'm learning and I'm continuing to get better.
He was 3 over the final 3 holes. Again, that's the stretch known as the Green Mile.
Yeah, missed that 6-footer at 16 to save par, then 17, the 9-iron stood up into the breeze. Most players were hitting 7-iron in there. Water ball led to a double bogey and then got up and down at 18, and Sheffler really separated himself at that point.
You've already seen some of the action, some of the difficulties at 16 with Xander hitting into the water just moments ago. Walk us through these 3 toughest holes at the end.
Yeah, 16, 515 yards today. That whole location cut quite tight to the water. Then 17. There's just nowhere to hide at the Green Mile. You need to step up and hit really solid shots, particularly here at 18, playing 504 today. Narrow strip of fairway with that creek running all the way down the left-hand side. And then the whole location pushed up into the back left corner. Brutally tough finish.
Yeah, look how it separated these players yesterday at the end, with Bryson the worst of this bunch at 3 over. Last year he surged on Sunday, shot 64 as he tried to chase down Xander. You give him a chance here today, and how do you see this happen?
I sure do. Just out of respect for him, 2-time major champion, how well he's competed in the majors over the last couple seasons, but he's going to need to get off to a hot start and have his best day with his approach play than he's had in quite some time.
Let's go back out to 16.
The bogey putt for Schauffele. The start of the Green Mile, so we get another double bogey there, especially from a player that's had 24 top 20 finishes in his last 31 majors. And he was with Rory and Sheffler on day 1. Top 3 players in the world all made double there on Thursday. Across to 7, number 1 player on the LIV Tour, Joaquin Niemann. Oh yeah, 5th eagle here.
Been a solid fight back from Niemann after a terrible opening round.
his second eagle on that very hole this week to the opening hole.
Yeah, and that eagle puts Neiman into a tie for 17th at the moment. Here's Cam Davis at the first.
Her location, front half on the right side. Oh, this is amazing. Anything that misses right into that bunker today, pretty slim chance to get up and down. So that was gutsy and well done.
To 7.
Victor for a birdie. Finally, his first birdie since the 8th hole yesterday. Just pitching a shot out to Lynn. That's why the smiles disappeared for a while.
At the 4th, you saw Pendrith's tee shot. Now just inside 11 feet for birdie. And he got it. That's 2 birdies in the first 4 holes for the Canadian Taylor Pendrith. To 16.
Well, this one's right, but there's an avenue down there for McIlroy. As I just mentioned, he was one of the top 3 that made 6 here on day 1.
Pretty good break he got here, Frank, in that trampled down area.
They don't mess with the left of the flag, so that'll still be a speedy chip for McIlroy.
Not very good. Just the wedge down the hill.
Started on day 1, didn't it? Opening round of 74. Didn't really pick up from there. Quail Hollow, it hosts the championship for the 2nd time. One of the heaviest trophies in golf, 38 pounds, but what a career changer it will be.
Welcome to the final round of the 107th PGA Championship. Welcome to the final round of the 107th PGA Championship. A champion will be crowned today in Charlotte, North Carolina, and hoist the Wanamaker Trophy, joining the likes of Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods, Walter Hagen, our defending champion Xander Schauffele, and many more. We are proud of our PGA of America golf professionals who competed this week as the Corebridge Financial Team. They are the tangible connection to golf for millions, and they love this game. On behalf of the PGA of America and thanks to CBS and ESPN, let's watch history be made in the final round of the 2025 PGA Championship.
A nod to Don, all the officers, Derek Sprague, the PGA of America, and their 30,000 constituents. This is their day. It all leads up to this. Yesterday, those flags were really flapping. It has definitely calmed down, but this will create a stir just seeing him walking in. If you're another player in contention, oh my goodness, how do I deal with Scotty Scheffler when he's on go?
Exactly right. He has been in full control, and he dropped the hammer and took control of this tournament yesterday down the stretch.
Yesterday's round 65, as you said, so much of it really coming together in the late stages, but this was at the 4th hole.
And this is when he's right in his element. When the wind's out of the right-hand side, he can hoist that high fade up and get the ball to land softly just like that.
That shot seemed to really trigger the round. He was 1 over through the first 3. He made that his first birdie of the day at the 4th, then 14.
Yeah, here he goes with a change-up. You see how he works that from right to left? Showing that, hey guys, don't for 1 second think I'm one-dimensional. Brilliant, brilliant shot there at 14 that led to the eagle.
Yeah, that eagle tied him with Alex Noren. But meanwhile, Sheffler had more birdies to make. That was at 17. And then at 18.
From an awkward little lie in a repaired divot from 165.
So eagle at 14, birdie at 15. Birdie at 17, and a closing birdie at 18, playing the Green Mile with virtual perfection, adding up to a 65 and a 3-shot lead. Yeah, 5 under over the last 5 holes. This was at one time yesterday, give you an idea, there were 9 players who either led outright or shared the lead. Not just Scotty, but Bryson, Alex Noren, Davis Riley, Jonathan Vegas, John Rahm, Pavone, Fitzpatrick, Siwoo Kim. They all at one time held at least a share of the lead. 9 on a Saturday. And once the dust settled, it was a 3-shot lead for Scotty. This is the guy he'll be playing with today, Alex Noren. Early in his career, when he was doing so well on the DP World Tour, his reputation was he's one of the great putters of the world. Came over here and played as not one on the American Tour, though he resides here in the States now in Florida. This second place showing through 54 holes is the best he's ever been in his major championship career. Bring it live here at 18. Hello, friends. Jim Nance with Trevor Immelman and the Wanamaker Trophy. Who will be hoisting this at the end of the day? It's easy to say it's going to be Scotty, but this game you just never know. What do you think his approach is going to be, and what's it going to take for him to close it out?
Well, look, I've said before, I don't think there's anybody in the sport that manages and strategizes their game as well as what Scotty Scheffler does. And because of that great finish yesterday, he's opened up a little cushion there. And because of that, he doesn't need to take unnecessary risk today. He can go out there, I'm not saying play defensive, but just play really smart and limit the mistakes and allow the chasers to have to roll the dice and try and do something extremely special. But when he has had the last 7 times outright lead after 54 holes, he's converted every single one of those. He is a closer. He knows exactly what to expect, and he's going to be tough to beat today.
That's impressive to close out those last 7. And when you talk about the strategy, let them make the mistakes.
Yep.
That's what Tiger did for all those years.
Yeah, that's right. Sounds familiar, right?
It really does. And then you got Alex Noren. I'd love to hear a word from you about what you think this is going to be like for him today. After missing so much time, he came back last week at the Philadelphia Cricket Club to get some reps in, dust off some of the rust. What do you think?
Well, look, he's a proven winner, not in America, but on the DP World Tour, he's won 10 times. Ryder Cup player, 42 years of age, so has a ton of experience. Really remarkable that he finds himself in this situation. He had 31 weeks off with glute and neck and hamstring injuries. Last week, like you said, he came back, first tournament back since October, tie for 51st in Philadelphia, and all of a sudden finds himself in the final pairing. There's going to be some nerves there, and he's going to need to get off to a good start in order to calm those down and try and keep pace with Scotty Scheffler.
John Rahm makes his way over to the practice area after a 67 on Saturday. He'll be teeing off in about 50 minutes. We're going to preview what John Rahm's day could be like, because he's always a threat when he's on page 1 of a leaderboard. And he'll start this last round 5 behind Scotty Scheffler.
Here we are at the 8th with Victor Hovland. Oh, that's perfect. Feet up that bank. Here it comes. 5 feet away for eagle. Would be the 3rd today at the 8th.
And here at the 4th, Ben Griffin for birdie. Yeah, he's got it. Second birdie in his first 4 holes for the man who grew up in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. That's where his parents met at UNC, and they stayed there. And we go to 17.
And Xander Schauffele hit it long here, hacked it out of the rough to here. Double bogey, bogey. First 2 holes on the Green Mile for Xander.
Kind of appropriate after we've just spoken about how difficult those final 3 holes are.
Well, Trevor, the 17th hole averages harder as a par 3 than the 2 short par 4s. Here's Denny McCarthy. If you want to learn how to putt, just watch this guy. He has a great stroke. He's a gift. As I said, down in Florida, he's coached by Brian Cregan from Pine Tree Golf Club, one of the PGA of America coaches. At 4.
And Hitsatsune for birdie. And they're going in at the 4th hole. Playing 192 today. With that hole location that we talked about earlier, we're seeing a lot more birdies go in, and that's back-to-back days with a birdie at the 4th for Hitsatsune.
The scores, the original architect was George Cobb, 1961. Tom Fazio 3 times. With special touches here, blending this into a course with so many interesting ups and downs and risk and reward opportunities. Scott Davenport, the longtime head professional. There'd only been couple in the history of this club. And Keith Wood and his team, they should be really proud of their effort this week. One of 4 major queen cities in the United States. It's the home of the NASCAR Hall of Fame, right there in Uptown. Not only the PGA Championship held here 8 years back, but 3 years ago the President's Cup. And Trevor was the international team captain. As we go back out to the 17th.
Yeah, that was a great week. I was up here watching the boys play. McIlroy's had 2 bogeys in the last 2 holes here at 17, last 2 days.
The only problem, Ian, was we finished second.
Yeah, I know. We continue to do that. Rory, has that stayed in the rough, or did it bounce back in?
Aerial coverage today is provided by Goodyear for the best seat in the house since 1925, providing these gorgeous views, really assisting our coverage. Happy 100th to the Goodyear blimp. All that rain, the place is immaculate. So too Scotty Sheffler coming home yesterday. Gotten better every round. 69, 68, 65 to lead by 3. He's about an hour from his start in the final round. Tracing this hour is brought to you by Top Tracer. Sam Burns is at the 18th. Comes here 4 under for the day. Back left hole location.
Be good to see how firm this 18th green is already. Okay, so that's skipped up onto the top level.
Great friends with Scotty Sheffler. Meanwhile, over to 17.
He was dry, stayed up in the rough. He is 5 over on the green mile this week. A stretch of 3 difficult holes, as difficult as you will see in championship golf.
At 15, Corey Connors trying to make it 4 birdies in his last 6 holes. Nichols is on. He's got the best round on the course right now at 5 under with 3 to play. To 18.
And Xander Schauffele coming off a double bogey at 16, bogey at 17. He had it to 5 under for the round.
Careful.
Ooh,
hey, flirting, flirting. Wearing the same outfit he wore when he won last year.
Right. To 8.
And Joaquin. We saw him drive off here off the 8th with Victor Hovland. This for birdie. You got to take advantage of the par 5s, and there's 2 drivable par 4s, 8 and 14. They're your birdie holes today.
Now back at 3 after a good tee shot. Danny McCarthy. Goal here, get it on the back tier. Good start for Danny. Already birdied the second. We saw that great part. And Devine's second shot. The way he rolls it. Should be a couple of birdies in a row. Bouncing around. Good to see him. Let's go to the second.
And 2009 US Open champ Lucas Glover. Bogeyed the first, unfortunately. But what a bounce back for Lucas. Hard worker. Been around a long time. One of the good guys out here. Oh, now for Eagle, this would be the 3rd of the day. 5 feet away. Well done. Victorious. 3 over the first 6, 3 under the next 2.
At the 4th, the Duke product, Max Grazerman for birdie. And Grazerman, the Short Hills, New Jersey native, takes it to 3 under par. To 5.
Ben Griffin is here, and he's just outside 12 feet for birdie.
Looking for 3 in the last 4 holes.
Winner just a couple of weeks ago in the team event down in New Orleans with Andrew Novak. Wonderful start for Ben. Adam Scott is at the 1st.
Gonna have to be very good with the spin control here. See how everything just feeds away if you miss right at the 1st today.
Back at 18, Sam Burns.
Gentle breaker from right to left.
He holed a putt a couple of years ago of about that length to beat Scotty Sheffler in a playoff at Colonial. He will be next week. Well, Davis Riley, who's currently 3rd here, will be defending. Let's go to 17.
McIlroy at 4 par after the poor tee shot. And has not played the 17th well this week. 3 over par for Rory. It'll be a bit of a reset before we head to Oakmont for the US Open for Rory. Lots of stuff going on for him this week. Coming off that great win at Augusta National in April at 18.
And the man who was the winner at Valhalla a year ago will have his next major title defense in Northern Ireland in July. He'll hope to be pouring in putts like this at Royal Portrush. 68. Good playing today for Xander.
It's been a bit of a grind for him all week. He had to shoot under par the last 8 just to make the cut on Friday.
Well, another dangerous player lurking is none other than John Rahm, who has 2 majors already. He's won a Masters. He's won a US Open, looking for a 3rd leg. Yesterday actually got up to one point into a share of the lead. This was at the 3rd.
He did birdie the 1st, so right here gets off to that hot start. 2 under in the first 3.
At 7.
This is from 100 yards. Watch the spin control. Beautiful.
Then at 14.
This is where after the round he looked into the camera and said, oh, by the way, I can hit draws.
Yeah. Addressing a few of those disbelievers. Then at 16.
After a 364-yard drive ball above his feet, wind out of the right, still carves the fade up against that wind.
That was a gorgeous shot. The birdie there put him into a tie for the lead very briefly. It added up to a round of 67, trying to become the first Spaniard to win the Wanamaker Trophy. Seve never did it. Jose Maria or Sergio. Sergio twice a runner-up. As far as European players, there have been 4 players who have done it for a total of 6 times. Jim Barnes from England won the first in 1916 and won again in 1919. Podrick up at Oakland Hills, and then with Martin Keimer in Wisconsin at Whistling Straits, and Rory twice, 2012, 2014.
And if Rahm did find a way to do that today, he's spoken about how super motivated he is. He would complete the Grand Slam for Spanish players.
Interesting. Well, you think about how Rory gave Ireland/Northern Ireland all 4 Grand Slam titles. Of course, he did it himself as well. There are others who contributed to that, like Shane Lowry and Padraig Harrington. But yeah, the country just completed it with Rory having it all as well to himself. But what about his chance? We talked about Bryson at 5 under, 1 stroke behind John. What about John and what he must do?
Well, I see it the same way, really. He has to be able to really get off to a hot start, be at the very least 2 under before he gets to the 7th tee. And then that stretch from 7 to 15, he can really go ahead and have a few eagle opportunities and start to put some scoreboard pressure on Sheffler. He said yesterday after the round, last year's bad performance in majors is down to not having his swing dialed the way he wanted. But slowly but surely this season, things are starting to click for him, and he's feeling more and more comfortable in these toughest tests in the game.
So John Rahm tees off at 2:20 Eastern time, just about a half hour away here in Charlotte, North Carolina. We're at the first hole. Matthew Pavone from France. Another one of those who had the lead for a while yesterday.
Yeah, and another one of those that the Green Mile caught. He finished with 3 straight bogeys, but that is a beauty into the first.
Playing in his second PGA Championship. Contended last year here in North Carolina, but Pinehurst was in the final pairing with Bryson on Sunday. Let's go to 18. McIlroy. After a tee shot that all the late starters will desire come about 5 hours down the road. And what about Rory's play this week? So many people thought maybe he can back this thing up.
Yeah, well, it's the iron play. He's just hit 8, 9, and 9 greens in regulation the last 3 days.
That's Victor behind the 9th.
Just like that approach into the 18th for McIlroy, the iron play has just been substandard. 65th out of the 74 guys who made the cut.
Here's the guy that slipped the green jacket on Rory's shoulders down in Butler Cabin on April the 13th.
It's funny, everyone was wondering how he would back up that amazing season in 2024. And then the injury happens, has to take a bunch of time out, gets a late start to the season, doesn't get a win. And then all of a sudden, he puts it together at the Byron Nelson and blows the field away.
As Randy Smith looks on as he has since Scotty was 7 years old. And let's go to that close friend of Scotty's. Sam Burns is with Amanda.
Yeah, the two are actually sharing a house this week, but Sam Burns, you're in the clubhouse with the low round of the day so far. What went so well for you? Statistically speaking, it's the putting. You gained over 4 strokes on the field.
Yeah, I was. Xander and I joked to start the day if we both shot 62, we were getting matching tattoos. So we were giving it our best early, and it looked pretty good. But yeah, I think the golf course, if you can get off to a good start, that definitely helps around here. And then going into the back 9, unfortunately not birdie in 10, but getting some good looks there late.
What would that tattoo have been?
I don't know. I had some pretty good ideas for him, but unfortunately we'll never know.
All right, we can maybe work on that a little bit later for next week. Trevor said he thought maybe this course is looking a little bit more gettable in places, hole locations, a little bit friendlier than what we saw yesterday. Where are the places that it might appear a little bit easier, and where are the more challenging holes?
Yeah, I think to start out, I mean, 1, it's probably the easiest pin location on that green, and then to 2, if you hit a good drive, it's a wedge in there. And then obviously 7, the par 5 being in the bowl. If you hit a good second shot, you can have a pretty good eagle look. But 8 drivable. So little stuff like that, you kind of got to take advantage of those holes, because once you reach, 16, 17, 18, it's just tough. But I think you're definitely going to see some guys kind of get hot and make some birdies, and then you're going to see some guys struggle.
It was a front 9 at 31 for you. All right, now let's talk about your guy, Scotty Scheffler. Earlier in the week, there was someone asking in all the press conferences if you could change one part of your game with someone, who would it be and what would it be? He said Sam Burns putting. I guess it's fair for me to ask you, if you had to switch out one part of your game for Scotty's, what is it?
It'd be hard to say. I wouldn't take his irons. I mean, guy play a lot of golf with him, and it seems like every shot has a magnet towards the hole. It just finds its way up there and is like, all right, where's the flag? Okay, let's go there.
Give us a little insight on Scotty Scheffler, maybe the guy that we don't get to see on camera, forward facing. We know how competitive he is, but you spend so much time with him. What is it about him that really sticks out to you?
I think he's just very down to earth. I think he doesn't take things too seriously. He's a great husband, a great dad. He just likes to have fun and enjoys time off the golf course, and he's very easygoing. I think you can see his kind of demeanor on the golf course. Nothing really seems to affect him very much, and when it does, he's able to move on pretty quick. I think it helps when you are the best iron player in the world. It's pretty easy to move on, but no, he's just an all-around great guy. I think that would be an understatement.
Well, great job by you today. Perfect momentum heading into a course next week that you have won on in the past. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Amanda.
Jim?
Yep, thank you, Amanda. And again, Sam putting up 67. And completed that round about 20 minutes ago. Here we are at 18, and Rory for birdie. And your expectations, Rory, with 3 wins on the year. Looking ahead, Oakmont, Portrush, everything else.
Well, I think you're probably like seeing a new winner of a major championship this week. Might just take some of the attention off of him, and then he can regroup and get going for the remaining majors of the year.
Who will that champion be? Sheffler goes in with a 3-shot lead. Bryson's going to be on the tee in less than 5 minutes.
It? No, not back there.
Four figures to watch today, led by Scotty, upper left, Rahm upper right, Noren, who'll be playing with Sheffler, and Bryson, who's just a couple of minutes away from getting his round underway. You talked about what he must do, but the start here, it's so tough to make birdies. You're looking for a couple under, maybe through 6. These are not exactly birdie holes.
No, he needs to take advantage of his strength. What is that driving distance? He's leading driving distance again this week. He started with a birdie here yesterday after booming a huge tee shot over the corner of the trees. That is exactly where his mind will be at, standing on that first tee right now.
Amazing pairing here with Bryson and Tony, 2 of the biggest bombers in the game. It's going to be Tony up first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 2 o'clock starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome from Utah, Tony Finau.
Introduction by Nathan Carnes out of Winghaven Country Club in Missouri. And here's Tony with a smile on his face.
You struggle to find a looser guy, calmer guy than Finau.
Will he be smiling at day's end? He had a share of the lead yesterday also on that long list of 9.
And now on the tee, please welcome from Texas, Bryson DeChambeau.
He had this place stirred yesterday.
He sure did. He loves the attention. He loves the big stage. He'll be looking into the crowd the whole day, raising his arms, trying to pump them up. He says he feeds off of that energy. Ball speed.
Oh. Over the corner and perfect.
The record is PGA America member from New Jersey, Robin Curtis.
The 107th PGA Championship on CBS Sports is sponsored by Jeep. There's only one. Titleist, #1 ball in golf. And by Progressive, bundle home and auto and save.
Let me let them know your name. Let me let them know the pain, sacrifices you made.
These tournaments are very important to us, and you work your whole life to have a chance to win major tournaments, and it's going to take another really good round. There's a lot of great players chasing me on the leaderboard. It's up to me to go out there and finish off the tournament.
That's an eagle with Quail.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my goodness.
And perfect it is.
Sheffler sends shockwaves around this PGA Championship.
#1 in the world, and there's a reason why.
It's a Sheffler showcase performance.
Just 28 years old. And he's won 14 times since his first victory, which fell on Super Bowl Sunday 2022. You can throw an Olympic gold medal winning performance in there as well. That's a lot of victories in a little more than 3 years. You see DeChambeau here at the first, outdriven off the first tee by Finau.
Into a quartering left to right breeze, Jim. Down the hill, that's 8-iron.
And that's the thing, over and over again.
Yep.
The iron play and the accuracy.
And all these right hole locations like this one at the first, those are the ones he's going to struggle with because he predominantly plays that big draw.
Yeah, just 80 shot. Yeah, correct. Yes.
Mark Immelman's out here with this pairing. Finau is next, Mark.
Just going through the plans with Mark Urbanek, longtime caddy. He has 7-iron in hand, Tony. And just a naturally low ball flight hitter, so this should suit the eye. It's flighted down.
Tracing by Top Tracer is brought to you in partnership with Rolex. So 2 wonderful drives, and they both missed the green. Up ahead to the 5th. This third shot here for Cam Davis at 2 under par.
Make that 3. There you go. Remember yesterday he holed out from about 60 or 70 yards for eagle at 50. So the short stuff looking good for Davis this week.
Now at 7. Ben Griffin already 3 birdies so far today. Well, that's a wonderful chip too at the par 5, so that'll give him a chance to get to 4 under already for the round. Caddy Alex doing a good job with him today, keeping focused. We go to 10.
And Victor Hovland with his 3rd. Came up just short with his approach. And a nice play there by Hovland, who's got a short one left for birdie at the par 5.
And John Rahm going through the latter stages of his warm-up.
Working on that takeaway there, just trying to not get too much face rotation in the first couple feet of the swing.
He's just a little more than 10 minutes out, so trying to get probably 1 or 2 good ones, and then he has to head back over. And Alex Noren, he goes through an interesting warm-up, very mechanical with his coach, the way he practices turn.
Yeah, ordinarily that would be concerning to me, but check this out here. He's been doing this for years. Really works hard on trying to get his hips and his chest as open as what he can on the way down.
And that is not, I want to report, how he tore a hamstring.
Well, I tell you what, it might have had a little say in it. But the reason he does that is he's really always trying to get the path as far to the left as what he can so that he can hit that carved out fade.
Back over to 1, Bryson.
And he's actually very fortunate. The ball's just in the step cut of rough uphill lie. A lot of green with which to work. Should be fairly simple.
Yeah, this is doable here.
Okay.
He has been chipping and putting beautifully this week. Actually, look at his putting from 4 to 8 feet. He's made 10 of 11. Greens are pure. When you're under this kind of pressure, it's easy to miss-hit a couple, and he hasn't miss-hit many.
Now Finau.
Beautiful lie. Ball way back in the stands, sending it low.
Could threaten. Easy par for Tony. You know, you hear so much about Randy Smith. It's such a special collaboration between teacher and pupil. It goes so far back to when the family moved, talking about the Sheffler family from New Jersey to Dallas. He's been his coach from the start since 7 years old. Just look at all these great photos and the encouragement. Randy has helped so many other players, including Justin Leonard, out there at Royal Oaks and Dallas, and PGA America's Professional of the Year 1996, Teacher of the Year in 2002. He's been decorated with more teaching awards by the PGA of America than any golf professional all time.
Yeah, what a mentor to have. And you know what I like about watching these guys right now? Ian and I were just talking about it in the break. Old school. You see no launch monitors, any paraphernalia out there. Just use your eyes, watch the ball.
Back at one. Watch that one get rammed into the hole for a par for Bryson. So survives the sloppy second shot. And now that you say it, it's such a different look. Everybody else comes out here carrying all this equipment, all kinds of things. #1 ranked player in the world. Just that special set of eyes. And let's take a look at Scotty's swing with our Optimotion by Golf Tech.
Well, when we think of Scheffler's swing, particularly from face-on angle, our eyes immediately go to his feet and how they slide towards the target. But from this view right here from down the line, check this out. Eerily similar at impact than what he is at address. And the foot slide only happens post-impact. So that movement does not really affect what is happening right when he strikes the ball. And I mentioned yesterday, it is insanely good how good his sweet spot and club face awareness is. There is nobody in the game that controls the ball flight, the trajectory better than Scotty Scheffler. He is a finely tuned machine.
And as Rahm heads over to the other side of the clubhouse, how rare is that to see a player, what we saw from Scotty? Look at this, Rory and Rahm have a little word. Rory's about to make the exit. Rahm about to make the entrance. How rare is that to see a player at impact, same as he is at stress?
Well, all the consistent ones, you see that. A lot of the movement is post as they're trying to jump off and create power.
Tony signaling a little left there off the tee, going with driver, trying to carry the corner. 2 ways to play this hole. Rory and John. John about to go, as you said, Jimmy. Rory about to go home.
Rahm and Rory just talking in the parking lot.
He makes his way to the first. We'll head over to the second tee. Right where that target sign is, straight over the top. Yesterday, 350 off the tee here.
Teed that ball up extra high and gave that the full treatment.
191. Absolutely perfect. Just a little sand wedge left for the second here at the second.
We are back live with Keegan Bradley. Not a lot of talk about Keegan coming into this final round, but all that he's been doing as the Ryder Cup captain, this is impressive. He's played well a number of times already this year.
Much like Sheffler, he finished really strong yesterday to give himself an outside shot, 3 under the last 5.
Definitely moving a little more left to right. I like
38-year-old son of a PGA professional, his father Mark.
Is it drifting too much?
Boy, that's a difficult green to hit.
Pretty narrow, looking at less than 15 yards wide.
Let's go to the second.
And Tony Finau just caught the top of the trees, Mark Immelman. You're down there. The lie okay. He's got an angle.
Yeah, the lie's fine. The angle is good too. Actually, a little fortunate the ball kicked toward the fairway.
Yeah, much more difficult in the pine straw. We've seen that already.
Yeah, that's correct. I would say 6-7 yards, yes.
The number to the front end is about 113 yards. The flag has cut a few paces just over a ledge in the middle of the green. Watch for something coming out fast from this rough, firm green.
Carry the rough.
That's a lob wedge.
Yeah, no tree trouble at all there for the height. That surprised me. And it didn't get the bounce forwards, Mark.
No, came out really slow from that rough too, and he's a little surprised right now.
Sort of high on the club face, maybe. Kind of high and soft. Now Bryson.
Just a perfect angle. Ball slightly below his feet. That might hood that upright lofted wedge a little bit.
This is a good test early here for the wedges.
Slower flighted, decent line.
Spin. Not bad, but a very fast putt.
Just want to alert everyone that next May the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. Wanamaker next year will host the PGA Championship. We look forward to being there for that one. Got a great taste of how starved that community is for golf on a regular basis. We were at Philadelphia Cricket Club. I'm excited to be going back there to the Philadelphia area next week. So this is the Rahm pairing on the first tee. John playing with Siwoo Kim. Colt Knost will be following this pairing. Siwoo, another one to watch out for today, because sometimes he can go crazy low.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 2:20 starting time. And now on the tee, please welcome from Spain, Jon Rahm.
It was so interesting when he finished his round yesterday. He did his flash quotes with the media. He thought he might be only one back when the final round would start, because Scotty was still out there and he's probably factoring in the green mile.
Yeah.
He said the golf course is tricky and one shot is nothing on 18 holes. Well, as it turns out, because of the way Sheffler finished, he's 5 back.
This ball is hammered at the right fairway bunker. Needs to sit down, I believe.
Okay.
And now on the tee, please welcome from the Republic of Korea, Siwoo Kim.
Wish we had a Korean winner in 2009 at Hazeltine. Wai Yang trailed Tiger by 2 shots heading into the final round. Pulled off an amazing win with a spectacular shot at the last.
Y-E, yes.
That's what it was. Yes.
Solidly struck for Siwoo.
Has it got enough to cover that corner? Yeah, it does.
Okay, 2 more solid strikes off the first. Can somebody hit the green though in regulation? Seen the last 4 come through, miss. Backed up ahead. Here's Vegas.
Too intricate here. A lot of green to work with. I'm wondering if that ball was possibly plugged. It sort of squirted out to the right on him with no spin on it.
Let's go to 2.
Third for Tony. Up the hill. Little back foot runner with a gap wedge or low lofted sand wedge. That's all you need.
Here's Keegan.
Perfect strike with a ton of spin.
Runs it through the fringe. Still no stopping it.
Yeah. If you're going to miss it one, you have to be left of the green.
Keegan, by the way, 19th in the world golf rankings. His 15th PGA start. He won in his debut. Let's go to 2.
And DeChambeau. Can he get closer?
Slippery downhill, but he's given that too much respect, Finchy.
Oh, wow. Obviously didn't take the putter back far enough. That's how he measures his speed, isn't it? Here's Adam at 4.
3 pars to open up the final round for Adam Scott.
Easy. Little cluck toil on that one, Andrew.
Yeah, looking good. Oh, it's real good. Excellent shot there for Adam Scott. And he'll have a birdie look coming up to 1.
And Keegan now for par. Back to 2.
Tony was on that President's Cup team back in 22. Nice par there. 3-1-0 his record. Steady start. He looks really calm. I expect good golf from him today. Back at 1.
And Vegas for his par. Hey, 2 casualties under this pairing.
Remember yesterday he had the lead, started bogey, coughed that up quite quickly. So the first gets him again.
Yeah, he bogeyed 1 and 2 on Saturday. And we go to the second.
Just over 3 feet. Wasn't expecting that when he hit it to 15 feet for 2. Misread the slope.
At the 3rd, back of the green, the Englishman, Fitzpatrick. Bogey start. But it can change quickly. Good birdie was in the mix yesterday, but 72 knocked him down. 15.
And Harris English in the bunker with his 3rd. Great camera shot there. And well played by English. Chance for birdie coming for English to 11.
Victor Hovland here at the long par 4. One of the tougher holes on the course every day. Victor with that beautiful eagle back at 8. The crowds love him and he loves them right back. Touch them all.
Siwoo at the first.
Trevor, I know you said guys have been struggling to hit this green, but the hole location looks pretty innocent.
Yeah, that's exactly what Sam Burns said earlier when he spoke to Amanda. And there's another one. then misses the green.
That's 5 straight.
If the wind down there is fooling these guys. What do you got for wind, Colt?
Should be in and off their left. The tee shot was dead into it, so definitely probably a little more off the left, but there is some hurt in it.
And Rahm's numbers?
177, 164 to the front.
Setting up left, ball below his feet, fade coming.
That's his go-to shot, but this starts way left and is not cutting.
Right down there where Bryson was. Got up and down from there.
Yeah, pretty simple place to get up and down from, chipping straight back up the hill.
Only 53% of the field today is hitting the first green, but we've seen the last 6 fail to. 13 minutes away for Scotty.
I love you, Scotty. Have a day now, kid.
Out to 15.
And Harris English a chance for his 4th birdie in the last 5 holes. Man, he's done it. And that's the best round on the course right now. English is 5 under par on the day. To 3.
Bryson is ready to go and unleash.
So like he said today, he was just going to swing hard, play free, and be okay with the result. Not so okay with this one.
It was left as yesterday. That's fan friendly though. A little over 10 minutes to go for the #1 player in the world to tee off, but at the moment, DeChambeau. Fans, yeah, they're a huge part of the game. Bryson knows that.
The 107th PGA Championship on CBS Sports is sponsored by T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner. Chrome Tour from Callaway, the new gold standard. And by Vanguard, 50 years of changing the way the world invests. Charlotte Motor Speedway, also known as America's home for racing, which opened in 1960. We're back at 1. Kim.
Ball a little bit below his feet. Easy to catch this one heavy.
2, 1 out. No, this one doesn't. Trevor, we've seen a lot go by the hole. He left it short of it.
Yeah, because he was short of the hole. He had a slightly better angle at it. If you pin high, that's when you're going straight down the hill.
Let's go to 4.
And Adam Scott looking for his first birdie of the day. Beautiful putt. And Adam Scott moves inside the top 10 at 5 under par. To 1.
And Rahm, hole high but well left.
You're right, Trevor. Much easier spot to get it up and down from.
Yeah, coming straight back up into the grain and into the hill there. Can actually be aggressive on that one.
With the wind, because we're trying to land at 146.
To 3.
We need of help. Yep. Down off our left, okay? Just go.
Bryson second.
After the ball came to rest in a lady's lap, he's trying to fashion something around this huge hardwood. No, just up and over the top.
And more than succeeds. Jim, you're talking about NASCAR, the great Dale Earnhardt quote. You win some, lose some, and wreck some. It's pretty much what golf is. We might see that today, all 3 of them. Great shot.
A few guys have definitely wrecked around the green mile.
Kim at the first.
So finished yesterday with a bogey and opens up this final round with a bogey.
Back to 5 under. This is 16.
That was English a little short of the bunker, so that leaves a long second. One of 3 par 4s over 500 yards.
Did he go under those tree limbs there, Frank?
Initially. It's actually been pretty efficient tee to green. This is just the 3rd green in regulation he has missed today.
It is a growing skyline in uptown Charlotte. Today's aerial coverage coming from Wingfoot One of Goodyear's 4 blimps across the United States and Europe, providing coverage of the world's biggest events. Back to 1 and Rahm for par.
Trevor, these guys know when they're chasing a guy like Scotty, they can't afford to make bogeys today.
Exactly right. That's good up and down there. That putt was much harder than what it looked down the hill.
So a par for Rahm. Sheffler about to get his round started. It's 5 minutes out. He'll be joined by Alex Noren. Scotty 18 holes away. What would be his 3rd career major. Sheffler. He has this look all the time. Head down, not just because he's going down some steps, because he's measured, meticulous, masterful, all at the same time. Most impressive stat of all these wins and everything is the thing that you laid on us earlier, Trevor. That's what he's done when he's had the 54-hole lead the last 7 times.
Exactly right. And you look at that graphic and you think about the fact that his final round scoring average in majors, 69.6.
That was DeChambeau's attempt at 3 at the 3rd. Just a sort of a sedate start at the moment. Wanted a little more fire out of the gate. We might see it at 8.
Yeah, we've seen a few on the green here as we watch Ryan Gerard. We've seen 3 eagles. Can he bounce it up there? Oh, this looks very similar to Hovland's, doesn't it? 25-year-old from Raleigh, North Carolina, with just a tap in left for eagle here at the 8th.
Flag left.
Yeah.
Flag on number 2.
Over the second now with Siwoo. You're got a drop here, standing on
You
the
can clean.
par.
You can clean right there.
Allowed to clean away all the debris. Nearest
Ian, he
point,
tried to
club
cut.
length Colt.
Yeah, he tried to cut the corner, but obviously didn't make it.
Now back at 16, Harris English. Played the Green Mile 4 over this week. Struggling again today at the start of it. Something about these 3 holes. They don't add up to a mile, but tough to get it in the clubhouse here.
All right, 30 seconds to go before you get it started. If he's got nerves, he certainly doesn't ever show it. But what are you feeling at a time like this when you got a lead going into the final round of of a major championship?
Well, you're just trying to bring everything back into the present. I'm not sure how much attention he's played to all of the noise. A lot of people giving him this championship already. One shot at a time. I know it's cliched, but it's exactly what he needs to do.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 107th PGA Championship. This is the 2:40 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome from Texas, Scotty Sheffler.
2 Sundays ago, he ran away from the field. He really ran away from them all week long at the Byron Nelson event. Won by 8. He's 28. He's the same age as when Byron won the 1940 PGA, which was Lord Byron's 3rd major, something that Scotty is out to achieve right now.
Wind the same direction as yesterday. This starts right center, cutting a touch and low.
Needs to go a little and does.
And now on the tee, please welcome from Sweden, Alex Noren.
Going to see that a lot today. This exaggerated pre-swing rotation. Trying to become the first European to win this event since Rory 2014 at Valhalla.
Much higher, but on a similar line.
The referee for this group is PGA
maybe a good one also. Well, in racing, the green flag signals the start of the race. This first hole is the start of the race for the Wanamaker Trophy. And big thanks to Steve Post, who takes us through exactly what this is feeling like in Charlotte, of course.
We're back to racing here at the 107th PGA Championship. This one is far from over. Sheffler, the world's #1, pulls a masterful crossover to take the lead. If he eases off the gas, there's a pack right off his rear bumper ready to slingshot to the front. Noren is gaining momentum. Rahm is on the hammer. They're all still chasing Sheffler. The checkered flag is in the air. Who's gonna win it here in Charlotte?
Well, that'll get your heart rate up. That's not something that these guys want to do.
Exactly.
But there they are going down the track, ready to see what they can do here on this first hole, which has been a toughie for these late starters.
That's exactly right. At this point, you're doing everything you can to try and slow that heart rate down. Fall into your process as soon as possible.
They have that big race over there at the Charlotte Motor Speedway that goes 600 miles. Today it's about 6 miles, including a treacherous final mile. We go to the second.
That's 9-iron on the way from 172 for Siwoo after receiving a drop, and it came out hot.
It sure did, Colt. But he's got plenty of green to play with from there. It'll just be a fast one down the hill as we go to 4.
And DeChambeau on the tee, Mark.
That's 9-iron. And that is climbing up against the wind. Bit of hustle.
Wind has picked up here at the 4th hole, and DeChambeau well off the mark.
And that one kind of reacted like it did at 17 yesterday with the 9-iron. Ballooned up into the wind.
Back to 2.
Yeah, he hits it so hard and so high with so much spin, doesn't he? As we watch Rahm now from the rough, has to chop it out.
Pays to be big and strong in this game, apparently. Dug that one out with a sand wedge.
Yeah, big and strong certainly helps.
That line must have been horrendous.
He went it that hard, didn't he? Well, we'll see if he gets that read right. Bryson ahead. Not so as we go to 16.
Now Harris for par. Well done. That's the high side of the hole. Sneaky little hole location on 16. It's tempting. Miss. Pay a severe price. Great round he has going. Snuck himself into the top 10. To the first.
Well, the first has another victim. It's JT posted. This is for 5. He started at 7 under. The North Carolina boy raised only about 65 miles away in Hickory, but backs up 1. He's playing with Davis Riley, who's also incurred some issues here at the first. This is for his bogey. And with this, we're going to have Sheffler 3 better than Noren, and then you got to go all the way 5 shots back until you find 3rd, which includes Rahm. So 5 better than 3rd right now.
Yeah, both of those guys driving it on the fairway and then struggling from there at the opener.
Yeah, we're up to 8 straight players, Dottie, who have failed to hit the first green, and they've been in the fairway.
Yeah, that's about the time these gusty winds arrived. Definitely different than it was about an hour ago.
It's always tricky when you're hitting downhill and the wind is gusting because that ball stays in the air that much longer.
Correct. Has a chance to get swatted out of the air. 6-iron for Noren. .185 to the front. Likes to hit the fade.
Another one.
9 straight.
Bunker.
What are the odds that Scotty's going to break that trend? The last guy to fire the first flag.
He missed left yesterday as we take a look at the live.
He has come to, the ball's come to rest right on top of a rather thick pine needle. I think it's more of a optical delusion than anything physical that would happen. 7-iron. Extremely high at the left edge of the green to start.
No, just unhittable. Same thing he did yesterday.
Yesterday he was in the long rough. That ball's come out of the pitch mark, so really ordinarily would be a simple bunker shot there coming back up the hill with a lot of green to work with.
The left misses back-to-back days. Let's get back over to 2.
Doesn't look like it's lying too well, Cole.
Now another one sitting way down. He had a couple of those yesterday that he caught heavy just like that.
Just like that. He's got a 20-footer now to avoid back-to-back bogeys here at the second.
Yeah, I mean, this could be over early for Siwoo. He needs to make sure he makes that and then gets going.
Here at 4, and as Trevor said earlier, chipping has not been the issue for Bryson this week.
No, he's got that wristless action and distance control. Andrew's been impeccable.
Another beauty there for Bryson, and a short one left for par.
Now Rahm, 30 feet down the hill, has to be careful, Cole.
This is so slippery. Barely took a backstroke from over 30 feet. Looking pretty good.
Right on line. That'll be a tap in there for par for Rahm to remain 6 under.
That's a great putt right there.
It's a nice little confidence boost too when you get the speed right early.
Tony Finau second at the 4th.
A little sorcery there. That wasn't the best lie in the world, Andrew.
2 great shots at the 4th. Bryson and then Finau.
Now, this is not the start that you want. Looking for your first major title, and bogeyed the first. Now you're going to have 4 or 5 feet left for your second bogey in a row. You just want to get out of the boxes in a calm fashion and play like this guy has today. Harris English is 5 under on his round. 148 ball speed. Back into the breeze here at 17. 216 yards today. There'll be a lot of guys later in the day will take that shot.
Absolutely.
That one now.
Yeah, Scotty, for the week, it's 5 out of 7 sand saves.
That is well better than his average for the year. And really a pretty rudimentary bunker shot. Good lie. Plenty of green to work with the green tilting toward the player.
That'll be an easy putt.
Not as good as what I thought he would be there. He's left himself quite a lot. Kind of similar to what we saw from Johnny Vegas earlier with it squirting out to the right.
Meanwhile, yesterday, Noren was in 8 bunkers, greenside bunkers, and was 7 out of 8, including some brilliant ones down the stretch.
That's right. He made that one at 15.
He only hit 10 greens yesterday. When he missed, he found the sand.
Is he close enough to the lip to where he can get a little extra elevation on it, Dottie?
I think so. The problem is the green is going away from him, especially if he only flies it on a step or 2.
We saw some brilliant ones, like you said, Jimmy. Really cuts that follow through off, gets a ton of speed right at the bottom.
That's it. We go to 14. T5G on 14. Powered by 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business is elevating the viewing experience. We got Neiman and Hovland here. Leveraging T-Mobile's 5G to deliver a reimagined T-Box using augmented reality and AI to enhance the analytics of the golfers and the 14th hole. Here's Hovland.
.293 to the front.
Holy
Wind
shit,
down and out of the left.
Do I do? Oh. Yeah.
It's already eagle 1 par 4 today, the 8th.
That's right.
Knocked
That
it 5 feet.
shot he hit in there.
We've had so many wonderful shots, especially yesterday here at this hole. We had 3 that were inside of 4 feet. Echevarria, Maverick McNeely, and Scotty Sheffler with the big eagle.
That's right. Rahm had a good one in there too, but couldn't quite convert for the eagle.
Joaquin Niemann is 200 for the day, tied for 19th.
He's a player that loves to hit all sorts of different trajectories and shapes. Moves the ball around quite a lot.
Oh, an unlucky kick, went straight. We're back at 1. Noren for par.
Uphill and not a lot of movement in this.
Well, drop him back to 7 under. Scotty's got 6.5 feet for par coming up. And if he holds it, he's got a 4-pop lead.
This sort of length, Trevor, that made him go to the claw late last year.
Gentle break from his right.
Okay. Look at that first hole. A brute. So bogeys by both players up ahead. Both players in this final pairing. Scheffler's lead is 3, just as it was overnight. Let's go to 17.
And Harris English for his birdie attempt here. Already seen a couple of 67s earlier this morning. Harris 5 under, a par here and a par at the last for 66. Scotty making his way up to the 2nd tee, averaging around a par of 4 the 2nd. Scotty bogeyed the first yesterday and still shot 65, so it's just a tough start. Innocuous hole location too at the first. You wouldn't have thought it was that hard a hole.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends and families and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com.
You just think about Finchy. You're talking about that first hole, and you're thinking it's maybe even not that tough a start. But you look at the last 4 groups here in this final round. Played that first hole in 7 over.
Yep, exactly right. I think too, Trevor, when the wind gets up a little bit, like it has done the last couple of afternoons, it just messes with the players hitting down the hill there with their second in that wind.
That's right. The narrowness of the green, the ball slightly below your feet, a little nervous to get going. Let's see how they regroup.
Going back exactly the opposite direction, you're going to need to move your tee shot line a bit more to the left to keep it in this fairway that goes away from you.
Big wide stance. Great extension, high hands.
Shoulder turn matches the width.
Got a couple good bounces yesterday.
He did. Oh, and that might have got a cart path bounce the way they're running up after it.
Oh, please.
They're still running, still chasing after it. Wow, that's gone a long way up. Maybe past those overhanging trees.
He hated the strike. Immediately, the one arm comes off. Something didn't quite feel right.
Now, this is the other way to play the hole. A lot of players hitting it up around 250 yards up the middle with a hybrid.
That's a 3 hybrid that he carries.
that's not a good shot when you're trying to play into the fairway with the hybrid. Misses it left, you'll have tree trouble. Remember back at the Masters, Rory McIlroy won with the double bogey on the first hole. So as we go over to 5.
And Bryson, all pars to begin.
Dangerous false front guard in this hole location. That's sand wedge.
And again, from 104 yards, it's not great.
What does he do? He moved to Max's channel. Said Max K is not with you.
You got this, buddy. Go, Scotty.
Back with Scotty Sheffler at the second. He's wandering up to where his drive's finished, way up there past where we've seen anyone else in the pine straw. Must have got a kick forward from the cart path, Dottie.
It did. It's on the pine straw. I don't believe there's any trees in the way, and it's certainly not a very long shot. And a good lie.
Longest drive of the day was once again Bryson DeChambeau earlier, over 350. Not a hard hole coming from this side. Hole location okay, center of the green. And then way back down will be Alex Noren.
88, sorry, in front of B7.
He was so much farther away, having going with the hybrid. All about getting a good footing there as we go over to 5.
Where Bryson's missed the green with short clubs 3 out of 4 days.
Yeah, he's really struggled with those upright irons, and that's going to leave a little bit of work.
I've seen a couple putts today where the speed has been off. Down the hill at 2 and now there.
To 3.
John Rahm.
And Frank, when Scotty looked at the chasers today, I'd have to think this is the guy's name that really stood out.
Well, Colby's already picked up a shot, courtesy of Scheffler's bogey at the first, so finds himself just 4 back. We go back to that final group.
And he does have a lot of tree trouble, trying to figure out, do I go low? Do I try and thread it through? Played at Oklahoma State. A lot of great players have come out of there. Bob May, Scott Verplank, Ricky Fowler, Victor Hovland. But only one of them, Bob Tway, won a major championship. The 1986 PGA, beating Greg Norman. I find that really amazing when I look through all of those names that came out of there. Only one major, amazing.
You can go long on the green too. Yes.
Ian, his first look was high. Now he is not going that way. got to make sure you hit it far enough to get away from this.
Ooh, that got a good break, Dottie.
Rough. It got a huge break.
And actually, not so bad if it gets a decent line. Yeah, that'll be fine.
No, he'll be playing up against the pitch of the green. Well done.
Easy bunker shot. Well done. I think he was trying to go underneath that limb, though. It kind of curled up over it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think 75.
Well, he should be good out of the bunkers. He hit in about 6 or 7 of them yesterday. Now Scotty.
That's from 86 yards. Chance to turn the tide and take advantage of this good break.
Well done. No issue with the footing there on the pine straw.
That's great control from that pine straw. Getting it onto that top ledge.
With spin, yeah.
Now Siwoo Kim for birdie.
How about that 6-iron he hit into here? Moving just to his left.
Well, I needed it too after the bogey start, Colt. So a little seesaw start for Siwoo. To 5.
And for his par. What a mistake.
100 yards from the middle of the fairway. He's not done yet.
Smacks of what he did on 16 yesterday afternoon.
To 3.
Yeah. Clean up here at the 3rd. Really solid start for John. He's looking for the 3rd leg of the slam. Already has the Masters and the US Open. To 5.
4 to 5. Shakes his head, disbelief. He's fallen out of the top 10. He led yesterday when he came through the 15th hole. Now he's got 11 players in front of him. 17.
Yeah, let's take a look at this difficult par 3 once again. Eric Cole from 50 feet away. Wow. Eric Cole. His dad Bobby played here in the 70s when it was the old Temper Open here. And his 3rd 2 today, and these par 3s can be really brutal. This is the hardest hole on the course. Back at the 2nd now. Easy bunker shot, one would think here for Alex Noren. For these guys, they're inside 5 feet all the time.
The wind direction will help him. He needs to play this ball out to the right as it moves left once it hits the putting surface. Special.
There you go. He played well yesterday out of the bunkers. He holed one at 15 from memory. At 7.
Adam Scott, another errant drive, forced to lay up. 3rd to here. So many ways you can make a birdie here, though. Scott, I've got to say, is in the mix now with what's happening in that final group.
Scotty Sheffler. We always talk about the bounce back percentage, and around a tough course like this, a championship course, you're going to make some bogeys. Scotty Scheffler, 50% bounce back this week. Leads the field like he usually does. Leads the tour in that category. Just remains so calm. A bogey doesn't bother him. He knows he's going to have 5 birdies or more every day. And a good chance here.
So we'll move to the right. And yes, when you have the security blanket of knowing that you have great ball control and a great mind, easy not to get too riled up.
Love that view. Love that putt. Scotty Scheffler. Bogey birdie, first 2 holes. What a bounce back. $11 under, 4 in front. Not an easy putt. You can see there that's a good 15 to 18 inches outside. He makes it look so easy. This one for Alex. Fast, just inside right, I would think. This is his 40th major appearance, Dottie. He's been around a long while, 42 years of age.
A couple of top 10s in majors. This is only his 8th round of this year.
He's working hard on getting this ball aligned here. Looked like right around that right edge.
A little bit of gardening, making sure no blemishes.
Wind is whipping across. It's enough to be part of.
He said it's just moved.
Part of your planning, yep. And it's, I mean, it sits up exposed. You get a gust, mowed so tightly, it can move.
I think that was one of the great rule changes. Remember, used to have so much trouble with balls in the wind. You own the place where you've marked the ball if you don't deem it to have moved, and he didn't. Good to see him back. You mentioned he had only played, this is his second tournament. Beautifully done. It was 31 weeks, 90% tear to a tendon that attaches to his pelvis and sitting bone, and he's back now after surgery. And let's check in with Amanda.
Ian, thank you. Let's quickly turn our attention to what is happening next week. We are excited to present to you the Charles Schwab Challenge in Fort Worth, Texas, as Davis Riley, who's on the front page of our leaderboard today, will look to successfully defend his title there. The Senior PGA Championship, it's the second major of the year for the Champions Tour, will be in Bethesda, Maryland, where Richard Bland, who made the cut this week, will also look to defend that title. And of course, the Korn Ferry Tours in Knoxville. LPGA will be teeing it up in Mexico. To 18.
24 feet away for Harris English, who has the round of the day going. Knock it in, you move into third, you post a score. Tracking, Harris English.
Look at that second 9 right there from Harris, a winner earlier this season.
Yeah, and Torrey Pines, and Harris shoots 65 with his 7th birdie of the day coming at the final green.
He's had 3 top 10s in majors. Gonna at least get another one here.
Let's go to 3.
Very straight par 4. Just the one bunker on the right.
Downhill and then back up. Frank had a chance to talk to Randy Smith, Scotty's teacher, today, and he said he was nervous. Not for Scotty.
I think Randy's been through a lot with all his students over the years.
Randy said he'll take a tranquilizer, and he's just nervous because that's Randy's way of doing things.
Oh, that was a dart, that one.
That'll help. That birdie helped too, I'll bet.
Well, Ian referenced his bounce back statistic. I guess when you're good, it happens a lot.
John Rahm's tee shot here at the 4th into the greenside bunker.
Both him and Siwoo came up short here, Andrew, and I think probably watching the earlier coverage saw how firm this green is here at 4.
Yeah, quite a bit of run out. Some disappointment for Rahm as we go back to 3.
Alex Noren.
Cutting just a touch, starts left half.
Yeah, similar shot shape. As Ian was saying, at 10% left on that 10, and it's the reason he could avoid surgery, and he's back here after that 31-week break. It is a major 107th playing of the PGA Championship, and the second time at the Quail Hollow Golf Club.
Folks, you want to get your junior into the game, sign them up for this competition. It's so much fun. DriveChipandPutt.com. You can learn more and register for a local event near you. With all roads leading to Augusta National next spring for the national finalists. Let's go to the third.
And up the hill is Davis Riley. Top cut on the top tier, so got to judge that bounce coming in. Just a handful of birdies at this hole to 11.
And Ben Griffin continuing his good play today. This for par though at the difficult par 4. There's a few holes you have to really play well to make pars on this second 9. That's one of them. Drops back to 2 under for his round, 4 under total.
JT Poston, second shot was a little long, third to here. He delivers, good 4. Good position too. And a tie for third. Cross to 15.
And Joaquin Niemann's tee shot went in the bunker, so he had to lay up. Here's his third. 101 to the hole and almost spins it in.
Gosh, he hit the flag on 14 and then almost jarred it at 15.
Alex Noren.
7 iron on the way.
Just trying to hold it. Oh, that's well played. Really well played. What a good demeanor he has. Took his sabbatical on the chin, Dottie.
Pretty much over here, pretty much between the edge of the tower and the 3 looks good. Stay straight across. Correct, yep.
Now, Scotty Scheffler, 4 good tee shots here over 4 rounds. This is the longest, a lot of them.
170 takes the ridge out of play. 8 iron, giving it movement from the left.
See if he just drifts this on the breeze. It's coming from the left.
Yeah, I like that play. I think he's going to hit a good one here.
Sensible shots at reasonable targets. That's the Scotty way.
This is a bad swing. This is a real bad swing, kind of similar to the first.
Where he did not get it up and down.
I thought that was setting up perfectly for him.
So 2 iron shots he's missed left.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that. And then the tee shot left at 2.
Maybe he's human. 4.
And John Rahm trying to save par.
Has always been so good from this distance.
Little emotion there from Rahm. A save at the 4th, and he remains 5 back. Scotty Scheffler, 11 under par, a 4-shot lead, but a lot of golf left to be played here at the PGA Championship.
The 107th PGA Championship is brought to you by the PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. Let's go to the third.
We hit a poor bunker shot, Dottie, at the opening hole.
I think that's all about to change, Frank.
Oh, look at that. I thought there could be a potential two-shot swing here. Instead, stone cold. Great shot. Going to need the complete game today.
Bailed himself out a couple times already with birdie at 2 from the pine straw.
Got a good break actually off the tee shot.
That's exactly right. He has multiple times this week, and now here after the poor iron, stress-free tapping.
Unusual to say, he leads the tour this week in scrambling. That's not what we're normally used to with him. One more look how close this goes.
I mean, right at the end, it made like a huge break down to the cup. Watch this.
The breeze helped, didn't it? And a lot of skill. Now for 3, Noren.
Must go right with the general slope of the green from here.
It's timid. Just a 4. So no gain for Noren. Settled in though with past last 2 holes. Swede's been round the block. 4.
And Riley just off the green. Clipped that one nicely. And Riley with that putt to remain 5 behind Sheffler. So Riley and Poston on the 4th green. Sheffler waiting to tee off. And Trevor, these par 3s throughout the week have been very challenging.
Yeah, but they got an opportunity here at the 4th with this whole location in the back portion. Wind out of the right, which is going to suit the faders in the final pairing.
JT Poston second. Is the only par 3 that is under 200 yards, playing 192 today. As we take it to the 10th hole, the par 5, and Ryan Gerard has this for birdie. And that one drops for Gerard, who played well earlier in the week here in North Carolina. Eagle at the 8th, and now Gerard to 5 under par. Back at the 4th, Poston for his par.
That's the second shorty that he's missed. He missed one of about that length at the 1st for par. It's the part of the game he relies on most.
Jim mentioned he grew up in Hickory, North Carolina, about 60 miles away. He's had a lot of family and friends here supporting him this week. But a bogey at the par 3 for Poston, his 2nd of the day. To 12.
Got Ben Griffin on the 12th green at 4 under par, tied for 12th with the likes of DeChambeau and Fitzpatrick.
His goal is going to be to try and sneak in ahead of English, who's in the clubhouse at 6 under.
Okay, at 4, they're all set now on the tee, Andrew.
Jim, thank you. Dottie, what can you tell us about the wind right now?
It's gusting from the right side, almost 90 degrees right across the green. 8 iron in Scotty's hand. 178 covers the front edge. And you got about 8 yards beyond the hole before it really starts to tilt away from the players.
A little copy of yesterday would be nice when we hit it inside 2 feet.
Yeah, good shot.
fortunate bounce.
Sure was. Well, this is what Trevor mentioned yesterday's third round here at the par 3. Playing 177 yesterday, and this was an absolute beauty from Scotty. Almost a hole-in-one. There was an ace here back on Thursday. Eric Cole made a hole-in-one in the opening round.
Scotty looking pretty stressed back there, Andrew.
Yeah.
Same club for Noren.
Go, Alex. Come on, Alex.
And Noren comes up short. In the bunker for Alex Noren, trying to find some type of momentum here in the final round. Live at the fourth with Alex Noren in the bunker. So far this week, he's converted 10 out of 14 from the bunkers.
Lie is just fine. I think the firmness of the greens will help. Doesn't need to flat all the way there.
And that's going to run out and off. Hard to put pressure on Sheffler if you're not hitting the greens. Noren in trouble here at the par 3. Meanwhile, the other par 3 on the front side, John Rahm on the tee.
Just 252 today, Andrew. No big deal.
Same yardage you played in Friday's second round.
Cover.
That's 4 iron pulled and trying to cut.
Not going to get there. 252, slightly downhill, but that's a big tee shot for a par 3.
You pulling the driver?
And
you know
some more.
You know it. Back here at the fourth. And it's still Noren's turn. Well, actually, Scotty will go next. And Trevor, you look at Scotty's putting this year. Strokes gained a career best 22nd on tour compared to last year when he was 77th. Why has he been so much better on the greens this year?
Yeah, and the year before that, 162nd And I really do put it down to the work he's done with Phil Kenyon over the last couple seasons. They have a process that works for them now. He broke out this claw grip toward the end of last year. Went to the mallet-headed putter, which I think helped on his missed strikes. And slowly but surely that confidence is starting to build. And he actually said this week, at times he felt like he was putting too much pressure on his putter, working on it a little too hard. He almost just took his foot off the gas from that aspect and had a little more trust and belief. And as we say that, he hits one of his worst putts of the week.
A little work left there for Sheffler. Let's go to 7.
DeChambeau.
It's been all a bit messy, Frank, but that's huge for the Coils.
Yeah. Second shot was in the greenside bunker left. But the 8th hole's coming up. He can certainly drive that hole tonight.
Here is Matt Wallace at the 9th.
Look at that shot.
How did the ball come to rest right there in that little peninsula? Back to 4.
And Noren aggressive with trying to save par. And he continues to go the wrong way as we go to 11.
Danny McCarthy over the back of the green here. This is actually his 4th shot. And that's what Danny McCarthy does well. He is so good around the greens, on the greens with the putter. What a save.
Now at the 10th, Cam Davis has a birdie putt. And that's his 4th birdie of the day. So Davis to 5 under. And now back at the 4th, where Scotty has just inside 6 feet left for his par. Got it.
And that lead is going to be growing, Andrew.
Hey, next weekend on Saturday at 1 Eastern, CBS tips off coverage of the WNBA season. Defending champion New York taking on Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. And then take note at 3 next Saturday, Scotty Sheffler in the field at the Charles Schwab Challenge. We return to Colonial next week. It's all coming up next weekend. Full coverage from Fort Worth. And CBS and Paramount Plus with all the coverage. Back out of the 4th.
And Noren has some work left for his bogey.
When you're coming back from an injury, this is often the last part of the puzzle that falls in, but he has done a pretty good job this week.
He only 23 putts yesterday, Dottie. That was second best in the field. But he drops another here at the 4th. The lead is 5 for Sheffler as we go to 5.
And JT Poston is off to a 2-over start. But good chance to get one back here after that spectacular shot from the sand.
That's just the second green he's hitting regulation.
At 8.
Well, you referenced it, Frank. He doesn't even need a driver to get here.
A little wind in his sails.
He's 5 under par, Mark. He's got to do something.
Absolutely. With a little wind in the sails, that was 3-wood.
Yeah, I think he really believed he could get it to the surface with 3-wood, and driver was not the club. I'm disappointed with that.
Back at the 5th, and Riley.
Much sand, and ball is hooked out left on him.
It was unsightly.
Yeah, it was, because he didn't have any lip issues and just 129. And look where Poston's ball ended up. It fed back off the front of the green.
Wow, it was up there close for a while. Let's go to 6.
And the bunker shot for Rahm.
Very flat lie. Coming uphill, can be aggressive with this bunker shot. And that's what you expect from a 2-time major winner.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
How good did that sound?
to 5.
And on the tee, the man who's taken the overnight lead from 3 shots to 5.
And he hasn't really done anything special yet.
Going in the same direction as the previous hole, wind from the right.
Big ball! Big Daddy Green!
Flirting left. Same bunker Poston was in.
You like one less?
Up ahead.
I may have some lip issues there. Came back just a little.
That throws me every time.
It's quite an interesting swing because he absolutely gets the left shoulder and the left hip out of the way. But what I really like about it is how he powers the trail side through. Watch how aggressively his right shoulder moves through the ball here.
And that's what he's really trying to rehearse and remind himself of. Might be worth trying at home.
If you don't want to hook it, give that a try.
Up ahead, this is Riley.
Whoa! On the fly! You've got to be kidding me. Slam dunk. He looks a little embarrassed.
Don't be. Just moved into second alone. And that roar could be heard all the way up at 8. They don't know what it is.
He had 3 hole, almost had 3 hole outs in the final round at the PGA last year, but this week has had none.
He knew it right at contact. As soon as he hit it, he said, "Oh no."
Had to be aggressive, but past that hole is firm and quick. Back at 5.
And here's Poston. Just watch Riley playing with him, pull it out. So we have seen Scotty tug a few. We've seen him hole a putt for birdie at the second. Beautiful bunker shot to save par at the third. His lead is 4 over Davis Riley in the final round. back at 5, and here is JT Poston for par.
Had some issues with the shorties today.
Usually regarded as one of the best with the short stick. Oh, my goodness.
Another.
At 8.
Has to make it. Has to get something going. Get fired up. Thought he'd be more aggressive from the tee there and get it up around the hole. Left himself a tough chip. But just a par.
Noren and Sheffler coming into the 5th.
Pitching wedge from Noren. This hole plays up 5 from this point.
He was a Ryder Cupper back in 2018 for Europe, and he went off last in the singles in Paris and beat Bryson 1-up in that match.
I remember that long putt he made at the 18th.
Meanwhile, here is Scotty next to play at the 5th. Dottie.
He has room to hit the shot. Gap wedge in his hand. 118 front, 130 hole.
Raiders!
Oh my. Touch them all.
You're not kidding.
What it's in. Similar reaction to the tee shot at 2 where he let go of the club.
All right, the drivable par 4 14th. Ben Griffin.
Oh, starting down the left. Be good, he says.
He likes it. It is. What an aggressive play this is.
Just hang in there. That is a wonderful shot.
Got that for eagle that could vault him into a tie for 3rd. The 107th PGA Championship on CBS Sports is sponsored by the TaylorMade TP5 and TP5X. The ball you switch to. Taco Bell, and by Golf Galaxy. This California PGA section is the largest in the country of the 41, representing all the pros, 2,400 of them between North and South Carolina, and they honor the great legacy of Sonny Harris Hutchinson with a fellowship named in her honor. She loved nothing more than her family, her children, and attending events at Quail Hollow Club. As they say around here, every day at Quail Hollow is a sunny day. The Goodyear Blimp celebrating 100 years of an American icon. Okay, we're live at the back of the 5th.
Chip shot that needs to travel no more than 6 or 7 yards in the air. Catch the downslope.
Decent amount of break to the right. Oh.
That was pretty stubby.
Didn't even fly it to the green, Dottie.
Yeah, I needed double that flight and maybe a touch more.
Be just like him to make it, though, wouldn't it? I mean, he hasn't hit a shot the way he's wanted so far on this hole. Drove it in the bunker, thinned the 2nd shot, stubbed the 3rd. Now here's Riley at 6.
He drove his tee shot into the bunker, his 2nd at the par 3. Very tough hole today. Only 3 birdies have been made at the 6th.
And it's interesting right now, as soon as Sheffler makes a mistake, the others seem to be letting him off the hook.
This is back over at 5. This is the thing we discussed long before the late starters, is if somebody's going to try to catch Scotty, they have to get off to a fast start. Yeah. These are holes that just don't give you a chance to go put up a pile of birdies early.
No, but if you want to win, you start the day a few back. In a certain sense, you got to make something happen. Even that right there is a little, just an outside shot to put a little pressure on Scotty. Maybe have a 2-shot swing.
Okay, up ahead at 7.
Where on earth is John Rahm?
He is way left, 211 hole, 203 to the front. I'm trying to run a 5-iron up on the green.
Well, there's water right and short.
We pulled it a little bit. That's going to find the rough.
Preventative measures there. See what happens if he is a little to the right.
Let's go.
An interesting third coming up. Interesting back at 5.
Yeah, for par. Be just like him to make it. Yes, it is. In the hole for 4.
He's got that ability to take a little blip in his preparation and his space over a shot and get right back in the moment.
That's what the great ones do, Trev.
Absolutely.
Just ice cold right there. Take a look at this. This is not an easy putt downhill. Probably 2 feet of break. Right in the heart.
Looked like bogey all the way from the start.
Sure did.
Of the hole. Head down, head to the 6th. Meanwhile, the guys that are trying to chase him, they've got to take advantage of 7 and 8 now, because those are the scoring holes on this side. And we see Rahm not exactly what he was hoping to do on the par 5. Here's Griffin for eagle at 14.
3 birdies the last 3 days on this hole. Can he do better?
Oh, that looked good. 2-time All-America at Carolina in his 3rd PGA Championship start.
Here at 6, Riley to save par. So he chips in at 5, but he gives it right back at the 6th. And the lead is back to 5 for Scotty Scheffler. Now at the 10th, Adam Scott with his 3rd. And he'll have that for birdie, and if he can make it, he'd join the large group in 2nd place at 6 under par. Back at the 6th, our final pairing of the day is getting set to play the par 3.
40 Justin, Ted? Yeah, that's right.
Amazing. Only 23% of the field have hit this green today.
And these are the best players in the world we're talking about.
Wasn't it like 32% yesterday?
Yesterday ended up being 28 1/3%.
I love it.
Like yesterday, Scotty has 4-iron. Picking up fields with par, her shots on the field with par here.
Yeah, even par on the day, and his lead has grown by 2.
231 takes out that nasty false front.
Another pull.
Yep, left and staying left, Trevor.
Better than missing right.
Stays out of the bunker.
And gets a great break because it kicked out of the long stuff.
Tracing by Top Tracer is brought to you in partnership with Rolex.
Quite interesting how many good bounces and good kicks he's received, particularly in the last 2 days. That's another one right there at 6.
Which you need, Trevor. I mean, even if you are the #1 player in the world, you got to have some things go your way to win a tournament.
Same club for Noren. On a super aggressive line, actually moving to the right of the flag.
And he's going to come up short as well. This 6th hole is a brute. Scheffler's already won 5 tournaments by 4 strokes or more in his career. And that includes a couple of weeks ago in Dallas when he won by 8. Let's go to 7.
Well, we've seen some shoddy golf. What can Rahm do at 7?
He's going to need to channel his inner Sevy here, Frank. I have no idea how he can get this around the hole.
And try and use that bank.
All right, here it comes.
Oh, it's trying.
All in all, that's really good.
Speaking of Seve, late by himself, his first win actually came in Greenville, North Carolina. So Rahm still has a chance to get another birdie tonight.
And Tony Finau launching a 9-iron from 206 yards.
That's gone nuclear on a fantastic line.
This is going to feed in there right there. He birdied 7 and 8.
Oh, what a shot. He'll have that to get to 6 under par. Up to 10.
Adam Scott for birdie. And he joins the pack at 6 under par. So Scott with a birdie as we go over to Amanda.
Joining us now is Harris English, a 6 under 65. That's your lowest Sunday round ever recorded in your major championship career so far. What was going so well for you, especially on that back nine that's been such a challenge for so many?
Yeah, I got some momentum with the putter, something that hadn't really felt great this week. I felt like I've been hitting a lot of good putts, just hadn't gone in. I think I looked last night, I was 66 and putting coming into today. Speed was a little off, just not going in, and finally got some momentum. I'd been playing really well all week, and actually started having my caddy read putts for me, which happens throughout the year some. I'll call him in on a couple putts, but I literally had him read every putt just to have that confirmation, and he was reading them really well, and just stopped me second guessing myself, and whatever we had worked. I putted really well, and nice to shoot 31 on the back.
When you make a change like that and it starts to work, will you continue that now moving forward until that stops working?
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. Golfers are weird. I don't know. Some greens I don't see as well. This week I had a lot of trouble seeing the lines. The grain was throwing me off a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. He was doing really well today, so we might start out next week and see if it keeps working.
You know what they say, it's only weird if it doesn't work. Now, you were looking at that leaderboard a little bit when you sat down, and I asked you, are you going to stick around? What are you thinking?
I believe Scotty's going to hold in there. Best player in the world.
Yeah.
There's definitely, I would say, 4 really good birdie chances out there with 7 and 8. 12's a birdie hole if you hit the fairway. 14 and 15 are birdie holes. So I see him. The way he finished yesterday was incredible. So he's playing some good golf, and he's going to hold in there.
Well, the way you finished was also incredible this week. Well done. Thanks for the time.
Appreciate it, Amanda. Thank you.
Amanda, thank you. Back at the 6th and the 2nd for Sheffler.
Missed it in a great place, able to pitch back up the hill. It comes up short again.
Another par tester for Sheffler on the way. To 9.
And Bryson over a birdie putt. Needs to make some noise. And there it is. That'll get people going. Got a par 5 coming up, and he just moved into a tie for second.
Exactly what he needed. There you go. Had the misread at 8. Nice birdie at 9.
Over to 6.
The 2nd for Noren. It's well played. 42-year-old from Sweden who represented Sweden twice at the Olympics. Back at the 9th.
And Tony Finau trying to make it a pair of birdies. Yeah, that 9-iron. It doesn't even make sense. 210 yards. Curls it up there a couple of feet. Great stuff out of that pairing. Let's go to 7.
Rahm to try and put a dent in that lead.
Needs to start making some birdies, Frank. Not the easiest putt, though, here. It breaks hard to his left.
It must be a misread. You mentioned Seve. Seve won his first 3 majors by at least 3 shots. Scheffler's trying to do the same thing.
Here is Scotty at the 6th. Dottie, we were in Dallas when Scotty won the Byron Nelson a couple of weeks ago. How much, if at all, do you think protecting that big 54-hole lead helps him here today?
I think it's just more that I got the job done rather than protecting a lead. And came in here with plenty of confidence and momentum. Been getting better and better as these weeks have gone on.
Trying to keep that momentum here. He's going to drop a shot.
Interesting backstroke there. Seemed to take it back outside, and that ball started left and broke left.
Second bogey of the day for Sheffler, and the lead back down to 4.
Just take another look here. Andrew on ahead, went a little outside, caught it a touch out of the heel. Right to left, that started on the left edge.
And now Noren trying to remain 4 behind Sheffler. th PGA Championship for Noren. Very nice par at the 6th. So Sheffler drops 1 at the par 3.
Well, they're heading to 7. This is up ahead. Davis Riley. Forced to punch out. Championship nerves on a Sunday. More fairways and greens missed today.
It's amazing how those left trees get peppered because the players are afraid of that water down the right.
Okay, with a fairway wood as well. John Rahm here at the 8th.
315 downwind. This is torched just right of it.
That should fly all the way.
Sit.
Yeah. Just a little long, but not too bad from there.
I feel like he deserved a little better for such a great strike.
I know. So if it had landed into the upslope, maybe. He too needs birdies at 10.
Started the back 9 for Tony Finau.
Andrew, he's just been lurking, but found a little groove here over the last half hour.
And cannot dodge the bunker here off the tee.
Well, folks, it all comes down to this. Tom Cruise as Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. Only in theaters beginning on Thursday. Talking about the hunt here, we've got Sheffler by 4 and a crazy number tied for second. 8 players right now tied for second at 6 under. And of course, the Green Mile is what we're all building up to. It does await with the, you go from the 3rd to the 2nd to the most difficult hole from 16 in. This is one of these holes, though, where you need to try to make something happen. The par 5 7th.
Yeah, starts with needing a great tee shot, and then it's easily reachable.
And the easiest hole location today, too, hence 5 eagles. Just get that right hip to chase through.
Straight across, Ted? Yep, that's right.
It's absolutely fine.
This is going to be interesting to watch with Sheffler here in a second, but to 10 first.
Tee shot for DeChambeau.
That's on an aggressive line. He's got to go.
Oh, it went, Mark. Just off the fairway, but a big drive for Bryson as we go back to 7.
And now Sheffler.
He's had a few left misses. Wins out at the right, trouble right.
He has found that bunker down the left this week previously.
Well, the driver is not behaving. Hence, he's only hit 2 greens in regulation. It's a stat he normally prides himself in. It is Championship Sunday. History on the line. The best players are going to feel it.
That's my play!
Up ahead, Davis Riley after pitching out. Can use the bank if he wants, go at it. A couple of different options. But you don't come up short.
And as Victor Hovland, his final hole of the championship.
We just spoke about the green mile and how hard it's playing. He's bogeyed 16 and 17.
And knocked it close, though, at 18. Winner a couple of months ago in Florida. Always tinkering with his swing. Back to 10.
Second for Finau.
Playing the aggressor with that driving 3-iron. This is fanned way right.
Wow.
Took a huge bounce.
There's a cart path over there. And that fence. Finau in disbelief after his second. To 8.
Well, he's had 7 straight pars. Got to knock this in or get it close, get a birdie somehow.
Man, big swing, got it to land soft. Beautiful.
Beautifully played there, Colt. Exquisite shot.
And with Sheffler missing the fairway at 7.
A 344-yard drive for Bryson here at 10.
Animal style on the tee shot, and that's a bludgeon 5-iron, Andrew.
He's short and down.
That's been a popular spot today here at the par 5. Short and right.
A much easier chip shot from down there today than what it was yesterday.
To 7.
Now the 5th shot for Davis Riley. It's a yellow hazard. You can fly it 7 yards beyond this flag.
Yeah, this one won't be short after the terrible mistake.
It's a good shot, but still got another 5 or 6 yards you can use in this par 5. It'll drag it closer. 11.
And Adam Scott, he's tied for second at 6 under par, 2 under on his round.
He's actually leading the around the green stat this week.
That's all the work he's been doing with you with his wedges, Trevor. That top of that green so firm, though. He'll have that left for his par. At 9.
Jonathan Vegas. The story of the first 2 days here with rounds of 64 and 70. He's hitting shots like that to hold the lead overnight twice. Okay, so you got 7 and 8, and they're playing well under par for the field for the week.
7 through 15. That's where you got to make your score.
You get 3 par 5s, Trevor, between 7 and 15. This is the first. And it's short, really, by today's standards, just 531 yards. Nearly the length of some of the par 4s here. Dot, as we often say, the lie determines the shot.
The lie would tell you not to do anything other than be very careful and conservative.
Just a wonderful shape of the creek down the right. It's confusing. Yeah, they're looking for a good number. Just sort of pop it out.
Now, this isn't a throwaway shot. This is to get it to a purposeful number, a comfortable number.
Yeah, he's still trying to make 4.
Absolutely, and you're factoring in the wind, you're factoring in the whole location, using that ridge that you spoke of earlier.
Somewhere around where Davis Riley played his 5th is in the target area.
A little walk through.
Very well done. Management.
Smart, but it does open the door now for Alex and Oren. He's prepared to take it on. Scotty did not play last week, came here early. Did some recon work.
To get within 3, just 4 feet for birdie. And John Rahm. Like DeChambeau, is he a bit of an intimidator? 7.
And Davis Riley just made a mess. Won last year at Colonial. So he knows how to win. It's a different level. 9.
It's Jonathan Vegas for birdie.
Trying to make 3 in a row, just like Finau did.
Trying to become South America's first ever PGA champion. And a couple of major champions out of South America, DiVincenzo, Cabrera. Let's go back to 7.
Finishing up.
It's gonna be an 8 at the par 5.
To give that some comparison, field is 23 under. 72 players made the cut. Snowman in the middle of summer. 11.
Okay, big putt here for Adam. Keep the momentum on his side. Come on now.
Take it out.
What a way to finish it off there. 21 out of 24 in scrambling this week, Adam Scott. That is amazing. At 18.
And Victor Hovland has a chance for birdie. Played today with Joaquin Niemann, who had a good round of 68 to move into a tie for 15th.
That could end up being Niemann's best finish in a major championship.
Let's go to 10.
And Mark Immelman, take us through where Finau's ball ended up.
He has his hands full. I actually looked through the green to see where to miss, but that's undercut a little bit.
Back to 7.
Big shot for Noren.
3 hybrid. 248 to the backstop. No need to take on the front edge at all.
Oh, unlucky. Just cut a little more, could have taken the ridge, and that is difficult. Straight down the hill.
It's like a hanging line. Try to just...
Another reminder, you want to attend the PGA Championship next year, major championship golf in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. Wanamaker is the site. May 14th through the 17th next year. You can register for tickets, pgachampionship.com/register. As we head back to Philly, the 108th PGA Championship. And back to 7.
Well, that view sort of shows you what's right in front of them.
.115 to that backstop we talked about. If you have the ball left of the hole, it becomes like a bathtub. Everything wants to go down there toward the hole.
Like this. It's going to get better.
Keep coming. Come on.
Oh, defy gravity. You can't stick there. It's 10.
And the 3rd for Bryson.
This green looks incredibly firm and fast from down here, Andrew.
Oh, slow down.
Just no resistance. It's getting quite burnt out around the hole.
A little bit like 8. We also got too much ball and ran it by.
211. And this is Matt Fitzpatrick. This one for birdie, though. From a similar spot to where Adam Scott was for par. He's 6 under as well as we go back to 10.
Finau's 4th.
Would have opened his eyes that Bryson DeChambeau pitch shot fast downhill.
That's nicely played, but that's for par for Finau.
Aerial coverage provided by the Goodyear blend continues to inspire sports fans all over the globe. Just keep looking up, keep driving forward. As Goodyear celebrates 100 years. Back at 10.
Bryson now with this putt for birdie to try to join Rahm in second place.
Good news is he kept close tabs on the ball as it rolled beyond the hole on the third shot. Shouldn't be too much doing in terms of left and right movement. It's just all about the speed.
This will get the crowd pumped.
They're carrying him on every step, Trev.
Never had a chance.
Giant misread.
Yeah, there's been a few of those. He sort of struggled to pick lines on the greens today.
He's going to be bitterly disappointed. 344-yard drive, just the iron to the green.
Up to 12.
And watch out for Adam Scott. Driven it into the garden spot here at 12.
Yeah, just a little clip with the sand wedge. Front right hole location. You can go long and use the ridge. Not quite high enough up there to bring it back.
And over to 7.
Bryson did tap in. There's been 2 players previously in this bunker. Bryson, he got it up and down, and Luke Donald, so it's more than possible.
Did they go the high route and just get it to the funnel?
Yeah, and just let it drift down.
Yeah, that makes sense, yes. Par 5s have been good to Noren this week, 6 under.
This is beautiful. Great shot. Great shot. Ball more in the middle of the stance. Good inch, 2 inches behind, and just stayed with it. Focused more just on the landing spot. 10.
Finau to save par. Oh, wow. Had made 3 birdies in a row and gives one back at the par 5. Disappointment for both Bryson and Tony at the 10th to 7.
First of the 3 par 5s, just under 20 feet for Scotty. You see that ridge pulls everything directly down the hill towards the hole.
They seem a little less stressed than Scotty, Frank.
Maybe they've got a crystal ball.
Get in the hole!
It's not exactly a convincing first 7 holes. The guy that has played the par 5s already, 6 under this week. 3 par 5s here.
Remember, he had to scratch and claw for everything he got in Thursday's opening round, and all of a sudden it turned into a couple under. Just no panic.
But what he's doing is he's giving the chasers hope. Guys like Rahm and DeChambeau, all those players at 6 under. They'll be taking a peek at that leaderboard saying, he's not quite running away with this just yet.
Well, and Scotty proved how you can finish here yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if somebody finishes the way he finished yesterday and does it to him, it can be a complete reversal here. Especially the way the Green Mile is playing at the moment. 3 hardest holes on the golf course, 16, 17, and 18. Tonight,
Here's Rahm. Just a foot into the thicker stuff.
And this is a jumpy lie. That's pitching wedge from 194, just trying to cover the front.
Pedal. Falls away at the back.
This place is getting spicy, Trevor.
Yeah, sure is. Need to be coming from the fairway.
Back to 7.
Alex, after the great bunker shot, 10 wins in Europe. They count, that's for sure. Runner-up stateside 3 times. And he joins John Rahm in second. 3 back. It's 4 to be proud of.
Okay, Bryson, go the big, hard, high draw here.
The wind seems to have laid down, and if you like long and straight, that's right up your alley, Frenchy.
11th hole today, 474 yards, and it can be a brute back into that breeze.
What an impressive skill that is to launch it that high, hit it that straight.
320 yards in the air every time. Incredible.
And now at 12, Adam to get within 3.
Seriously fast here.
And wisely cautious. Oh, that was tracking. Wait for the cup. He's been competing at Quail Hollow since 2005. We're back at 9 in Rahm.
I expect him to give this one a go, Trevor. Straight up the hill.
Not going to be happy with that one.
No, he won't. That was straightforward.
When it grabbed on the second bounce, it kind of jagged left on him.
Well, the lead was 3 overnight. It is still 3. Sheffler with Rahm and Noren, closest pursuers at the PGA Championship.
Welcome back at the 8th hole. JT Poston was just short of the green with his tee shot. Had a lovely little chip to here. This to go 6 under. So now he's back in the mix of things, even on the Sunday here at Quail Hollow. Poston birdie at 7 and 8. You've got to do that. You've got to make up birdies at the short holes.
Back at 9, Rahm for par.
Pretty impressive first 9 holes. Just 3 greens, Trevor, and got out of there on the par.
Yeah, and that's a huge par save right there, headed to the par 5.
1 under 34 and 3 off the lead. And 3 greens, and you're under par. Wow. Let's go to 8.
And Noren, 3 back. Can he cut one in there and get it on the green?
Needs the cut part in.
That's what he was set up to do. Oh, no.
Rough there isn't too bad if you don't have the tree in your way.
He might be just behind that tree, Dottie. Yesterday, we talked about Scotty Scheffler. He's had a few good breaks this week. And this was yesterday's tee shot at the 8th. Caught a large limb. Everyone was looking for it. It bounced back into the fairway down short of the green. That was a huge break here at the 8th. Sometimes you've got to have breaks like that if you're going to win a major championship. And this is a tough golf course. Here he is.
That's just a bigger version of the Noren tee shot.
Yeah, he didn't want to cut it too much, did he?
Well, how many shots to the left does he hit today?
5 that I can think of.
Yeah, or him
tee
and Randy.
shot 2.
Yeah, him and Randy Smith been talking about that hip movement. Those hips aren't quite clearing like he needs right now.
Trying to get that right hip to clear, and it's not. Now, Bryson's been driving it well.
Not many divots down where he was, Finchy. That's 9-iron back in the wind.
Yeah, it's okay. You don't want to go long, but where he's driving it, he should be making more birdie opportunities. It's just 4 back here.
Oh, snap.
Burger. Oh. Hey, sir, take a step in. Kind of, go in with the rest of the crowd. There you go. You can just relax. You don't have to put your hands up. Really?
Back at the 8th with Alex Noren, Dottie.
It is a very thick lie. He needs to control the trajectory. False front to deal with.
Bounce up the little bank. The hole's located in a real little shelf up there in that front left corner of 8. It's a tough one, and that's a good shot. This hole averaging 3.5. The 17th is averaging harder as a par 3, 3.56.
Scotty's drawn a very good lie, but he needs to be very aware of the 3 sprinkler heads that are exactly 25 yards from the golf ball. Just 2 steps off the green.
And he played right of them. Will it stay up on that shelf? Yeah, he played that safe. Could not go up the hole. So still has an opportunity for birdie.
Adam Scott saw his tee shot behind the course. It's 7 iron to here. So 212 yards. So he turned 45 this year, turned pro in 2000. Quarter of a century he's been at the top of the game. Swing you would never change. 11.
And an outside chance for birdie here for Bryson to get to 7 under.
That was a pretty simple read, but another misread, Finchy.
Yeah, he just hasn't had it today, has he, Mark? He's driven it better tonight.
JT.
That's 229. It should feed back toward the middle of the green a little. There it comes.
Ended up pretty good.
It's been a great fight back. He was 3 over through 6 and has made a few birdies.
Back over at 8.
And it'll be Sheffler to putt first. Wise decision with the chip there, Dot. He's got a 12-footer now for birdie. Didn't want to hit those sprinkler heads or miss long left.
Correct. So he's got a putt he can go ahead and take a good hit at. But I do believe this is very important. He's got the tough 9th ahead. He's got the 10th, the par 5 that he has yet to take advantage of, even to record up under par score this week. And then we know it gets tough 11, 12, 13.
Yeah, you've got to make at least one birdie on 7 and 8. Get through that little stretch, and then you've got 14, 15. 10's a tough pin, even though it's a par 5. Just to get back to even par in his round. Good speed, but not to be. Remains 1 over on the round. Still a 3-shot lead. Winning a major championship is not easy. Courses are tough, and the pressure is immense. He's won 15 times on tour. And if he would go on and win today, to have 15 wins on tour and 3 major victories before the age of 29, he would join an elite list.
Putt right there, kind of reminiscent of 6 right to left that started 2 straight.
Nor in a good chance now to get one closer. Only 7 or 8 feet away.
He has an interesting putting style with the cross-handed. Quite a big forward press and then holds that angle in the lead wrist.
Yeah, I bet that putter has about 5 degrees of loft on it.
Yeah, would have to with that much shaft lane. Well, this to get within 2. No one's been that close since the start of the day. And Scotty led by 3 after that brilliant finish yesterday around the Green Mile.
Dancing around this putt like he did the par putt at 2. Unsettled looking.
No, that was a push. Not one of his better strokes. So he stays at 7 under, 3 back. Ahead to the difficult 9th. 530 yards of par 4 upcoming for our final pairing.
Keeping an eye here on Sheffler. He's had a bunch of shots to the left, 7 in total as I can count in the first 8 holes. This is at the 2nd, trying to hoist it over the trees. Now here at 7, same thing, that ball just not cutting back for him. So not able to take advantage of the par 5 there. And now here at 8. That ball's starting much further left than what he's wanting to. Yesterday, he's only missed 1 fairway, but today, just 2 for 6. So Sheffler trying to find something, particularly when you forecast and you think holes 14 to 18, all that trouble, all that water down the left. he's going to need to get this sorted out before he gets to those holes.
Mechanically, what do you see happening there?
Well, obviously, the face is too closed at impact. Now he's trying to figure out why. Are the hips not opening in time? Is the sequence a little off? Is his path a little too far to the right? I think he'll just go back to basics, pay attention to that grip, feel like that body is a little more aggressive through impact.
Noren has the tee at 9.
That is his shot shape right there.
I see the thick tree trunk down the path.
Quick to the tee.
Gave himself a talking to after failing to convert at the 8th, did Noren. T5G on 14, powered by 5G solutions from T-Mobile for Business, is elevating the viewing experience. Let's see what the experience is like for Adam Scott.
Starting on a decent line, but needs a bounce left. It's going to be a tough place to leave it because you've got to come over the bunker, down the wind, and that green is firm.
Now back to 9 with our leader.
Another one.
Yeah, left rough.
So that's now 8 shots in the first 9 holes.
How do you self-correct in the middle of a major? Because you got names like Rahm bearing down on you.
Yeah, it looked like you started walking forward. You kind of where the
There's one over for the day. Fighting his swing up ahead. JT Poston, who had his best finish ever in a major at Augusta a year ago. 30th. And better that this week. Could be really good. We'll make par here to stay in a 4th place tie. At 12 is Bryson.
With a helping breeze, I tell you what, it's a bad day to be a Bryson DeChambeau golf ball. It was ripped.
Gosh, yesterday he pummeled one down here. This seems to be even further.
Putting these tee shots in some incredible locations, but not making the most out of it.
Yeah, putting is off today.
Let's go to 10.
The 3rd for Jon Rahm at the par 5.
Left it in a really good spot. Coming out of that first cut, should be able to spin it.
Oh, yes, Colts. Beautiful shot for Rahm, and a short one to get within 2 of Sheffler to 17.
And Ben Griffin at the par 3. He's 2 under on his round, 4 under total. And the par is a good score at 17. Four under, currently in a tie for 13th. As the boys make their way up the 9th fairway, Scotty Sheffler in the left rough again. Can he self-correct here for the final 9 holes? Or will it be Bryson DeChambeau? Or Alex Noren? Or maybe Jon Rahm, the Spaniard? Can they catch Scotty Sheffler? 10 holes to go.
We're back at the 9th hole. Noren in the fairway, Sheffler left rough.
Wind helping Noren from 241, 5-iron.
The shape he's got to go over the top of that tree.
Back right hole location sets up very nicely.
A little bit of a wipe.
At 12, Bryson.
It's time to turn one of those mammoth drives productive.
That's the point. And that is the result. Finally.
Just take a look at these tee shots that Bryson has hit down the 12th hole. This is carry. 353, 342, 362 yesterday, and a 345-yard carry. All of those ball speeds, 190 plus. What a skill.
To 10.
Rahm to get within 2. Making a move. 2 birdies in his last 3 holes, and for the day, Rahm has 12 putts through his first 10 holes.
Well, I'm sure Scotty Sheffler wasn't expecting to see Rahm coming after him just midway through this round. He within 2. What does he do with this dilemma?
He was just trying to see that golf ball. Just a pitching wedge. What a horrible lie.
There it is. So in the fairway, but quite some way out still.
He had no chance to get there. That lie was so thick.
Tell you what, if he's not careful, that lead is going to be 1.
You're so tough, Scott.
I feel like there's still a few twists and turns left here.
Yeah, no question, as we go to 11.
And John Rahm, you can see the way he's standing there. Club back behind the ball, try and draw it down the right side.
He's hammered it, but he's overdrawn it. This is going to find the fairway bunker, I believe.
Oh, it has, Colt.
That's not the worst spot, though.
Back in the Ryder Cup in 2021, Sheffler played against Rahm in the Sunday singles. Sheffler won 4 and 3. Rahm chasing him today. Over to 12.
And Bryson with a good chance to pick up a birdie and move within 3.
This is fast downhill, breaking from the right.
Turn. Overturn. Didn't hit it.
He knew it. He knew it. You could tell by his reaction right at the strike.
Been kind of a couple of times today. Very nervy looking on the greens. A couple of the downhillers he's left short.
Immediately up and out of that. This is kind of reminiscent to the Sunday at the Masters where the putter went awry on him after 3 great days to start.
Yeah, I got clunky on Sunday.
He knew it right as he hit it. The long game was there for him.
At 14. Oh, there is a little room here.
Dangerous here.
Way up in the sky and in it plunges. One of the very cool holes here, 14, because you got the risk reward.
You could see a 2 or 3 shot swing right there.
Dottie, meanwhile, back to Scotty.
Took the time to walk up to see exactly what was around the hole and beyond the hole. In the neighborhood of 70 yards.
All about judging how big the first bounce is going to be, Dottie.
Correct, because everything beyond the hole runs away and runs to the right.
Probably a 5-yard skip on it.
Went in fairly low. Needs to check.
He didn't check till he got beyond the hole into that downslope.
Feeds off there too.
That for par. It is tightening here.
Oh yeah. mud on that now too. Probably in all likelihood going to be putting it. But still, you don't want that ball to start bouncing around.
Meanwhile, Noren steps in quickly.
Yet another bunker shot for Noren. Be aware of the run out.
Be aware of the flagstick nearly.
Feels like Scotty has been left the whole front nine, and Noren's been in every bunker out there.
Again, he was in 8 greenside bunkers yesterday. Was Noren. He got up and in 7 times.
Let's take a look at the strike here. Look at, he's got that weight set way forward. It's down on it. Clubhead passes the ball.
14, third shot for Adam Scott. Oh, he danced around the cup.
Way too much ball there.
Because we've got some dancing going on this leaderboard. And Scotty not even on the green at 3.
No change in facial expression, pacing, nothing. Very slow to start. We'll go left to start.
Oh, he had it if he hit it. But that's going to be a 2 over par side. Once he taps that one in, he's going to clean that off.
Well, 6 through 9. That at the very least 7 and 8 are gettable. 6 through 9, he's going to be 2 over for that stretch of holes.
Again, the tee shots on 7 and 8, chance to make birdie, ruin with the lefts. The lead's down to 1.
And this is the only 9-hole stretch that he's been over par for the week. Going out in 37.
At 11.
Just one birdie all day here at 11. Can Rahm make it at second from the bunker? Pretty good lie.
Really good lie. 7-iron back into the wind. He's taking this whole location on.
Good for him. He needs to.
What a quality shot.
What an opportunity here. Only one back to get even. Much better shot than yesterday when he missed left. It's 13.
Bryson, he's very much in this movie.
That's the first time I've seen him take a little something off an iron shot, Frank.
Once again, the distance control is still out. That's quick coming back.
Is that the firmest green on the course?
Historically.
My goodness.
14.
This for par. Oh, you make a bogey on this hole where there are a lot of birdies on the board. It could be a killer. Back over at 9 for par. Noren dead center. He was one better than Scotty on that side. Okay. And the leader is struggling. Pressure to win a major is certainly being felt around Quail Hollow. 9 holes for the Wanamaker Trophy here in Charlotte. Tracing this hour is brought to you by Top Tracer. We begin the back nine with a final pairing, and Sheffler leads by just one over John Rahm, who has a birdie putt coming up at 11.
And Noren. That one down the left side and into the bunker for Alex Noren. A familiar place for him this week. 2-11.
And here is Rahm for that birdie. Started the day 5 back.
He's got that look in his eye, and he's a man on a mission.
He sure does. And we know that look. Two-time major champion, US Open, Masters. Looking to add the PGA to that list. Tied at the top now at 9 under.
And he has got all of the momentum going his way right now.
Look how he's caught him from 5 down to start the day, and picking up birdies at 8, picking up another birdie at 10, and just another one at 11. 3 of the last 4, while Scotty has dropped 2 shots on the day. Can he find a fairway at 10?
Where he has made par all 3 days.
Time to go back to the X's and O's, and this is a fine looking start.
Big hole for Sheffler. 3rd easiest hole today, 4th easiest for the week. He has not been able to pick up any ground here at the par 5. Maybe today will be different. To 13.
DeChambeau.
Club road completely underneath that, Frank. That's got a scoot.
Oh, that still leaves a downhill at 6 under, already in the clubhouse. Harris English. Go back to 12.
John Rahm and Scotty Scheffler tied. They exchanged green jackets, if you recall. Scotty, the 22 winner, put it on the shoulders of Rahm at 23, who then in turn put it back on the shoulders of Scotty in 24.
And Trevor, if you're going to ask him to design a hole that sets up well for him, I think this is what it would look like.
Agreed. Loves that hard left to right shape.
This is up the right side, really good.
It's a good first bounce.
Absolutely blistered.
Just going to be a little flick sand wedge in there.
At 14, Matt Fitzpatrick with that cross-handed style. This is his 2nd. This is for eagle, and it is an eagle for Fitzpatrick.
And there's that 3-shot swing we were talking about. Adam Scott makes 5. Fitzpatrick makes 2. It's by 14 is a great drivable par 4.
And he's within 2 of the lead to 13.
Now to save DeChambeau.
Lightning fast. This green looks like a tabletop.
Well, it's not done, but that's 2 misses in a row from close range. Clock's ticking too. Back to 10.
And a great look at this par 5. Playing 597 today.
Lip issues for Noren. No chance to get there.
While we wait, back to Bryson.
Sneaks it on, but that's a poor bogey. Just an 8-iron up the hill. Yeah, he knows it.
Back at the 10th.
Yeah, just flag it at 10. Yeah.
Only 1 eagle at this hole today. It came earlier this morning. Rasmus Højgaard made eagle.
Sheffler has 285, 7 wood. Wind from the right. Plays 8 yards down from here. 265 to the front. Andrew, I think he needs to get this riding the wind to get it there.
He's trying.
Is it going to get up there? It's going to leak off to the left and goes into the bunker.
Back off of that bunker too.
And now Noren.
The important thing is to get this out and being a little. Yeah, all he could do. Kept it in the short grass. Good job there.
Noren 1 over on his round today, but only 2 off the lead.
Yeah, it's because of the bottom of the bunker.
Now at the 15th, Matt Fitzpatrick coming off eagle.
Get lucky.
Look out here where that tree could go anyway.
Stay dry.
Okay, thanks.
Back 1.
Bryson has to do something dramatic here. This is the hole where you can do it.
That's 3-wood, Jim. Promising line.
Oh, he's up there where Adam Scott was.
Yeah.
Back over there again.
Not ideal at all.
Let's take a look at the Chase Sapphire Championship highlights. Rahm started making his move at the 8th.
Oh, this was just beautiful. How long that backswing was. Same length he takes it back for a driver. Wonderful touch.
Hard the first 7 holes, or 6 holes, and then here he was at 10.
Total different shot. Ton of spin on the ball, getting it to check up near the hole.
And 11. This was a beauty. Bogey-free round. This is what he's been longing for. It's not been a factor in a major in a while, but he's looking extremely comfortable out here right now.
Sure is.
We're 10.
And Noren preparing for his 3rd.
Got relief from the crosswalk. Took it back about 4 yards to get that relief. His 3rd shot will be 201 yards.
79.
Yep. It's right on the crest.
It's not all the way back.
No, it's right on the crest of the hill.
Maybe that pitch is 70.
Yeah, I mean, at the most. Even just on the green. It's supposed to be straight up.
With his caddy, Kyle Morrison.
7 is good. Yeah. Good.
As while we wait, let's go to 11.
Yeah, just 1 hole ahead. A little right to left slope here with JT Poston. Those bogeys from Scotty brought a lot more players into it. .196 middle of the green, right in line with the 11 on the tower, would be perfect. Coming off 3 birdies in his last 4 holes. That's not a bad position to leave it. 12.
And Rahm live. Under 100.
Just a lob wedge left. Look for this to be just a little left of the hole, trying to use that slope.
Keep coming. He's going to have that same tricky putt that DeChambeau had. Breaks left hard at the end.
Back to 10.
And the 3rd for Noren.
Ready with a 7-iron. That's out to the safe side, trying to catch the wind.
He didn't catch it. And geez, here's a surprise. Alex Noren is back in a bunker. He's been living in them.
He has.
To 13.
Keegan Bradley plays half club uphill, down breeze. Where does it land? Oh, this is good. Had that great round of 68 yesterday. Not as good today, but that is a great shot at 13. back to 10.
Dottie, how's it look for Scotty?
Like you said, back part of the bunker, but they're prepared so consistently. Should not be an issue. There's another one that scored it out right on.
Yeah, really weak. He's hitting the sand too early. And the ball is just shooting out to the right. Let's just take a look here. I believe he catches it heavy. Yeah. And then pops out to the right. Saw that at 1. Saw that at 6. He's fighting himself right now. Feels like Rahm is the guy to beat.
There's a feeling coming into the day about Sheffler, and the word that people were using was inevitable. It does not feel that way anymore, obviously, by the looks of the leaderboard, but even in terms of body language and demeanor. Trevor, to your point, Rahm has all the momentum right now.
Sure does.
Speaking of the leaderboard, Andrew, Trevor, Scotty just took a very long look at the leaderboard that's just short of the right portion of the 10th green. He knows exactly what's going on.
Noren's 4th. And that to save par. Let's go up to 14.
Here's Bryson.
Decent lie. Pull rabbits out of hats to get this close.
Oh, this is amazing.
Wonderful job. Going to lead to a birdie for him.
Shot of the day.
Hanging around, knocks that in, gets to 6 under, 3 back.
Meanwhile, the 10th and 12th greens are not very far apart, so you got the 2 leaders. Who will produce a roar? Will one of them shake the ground for the other one? It's going to happen here first at the neighboring 12th green with Ron.
Trevor walking up to the green, he called me over, thought he was going to ask what Scotty's doing behind him. He actually wanted to know the score of the NBA playoff game. So he seems pretty relaxed right now.
Okay. And what is the score called?
The Oklahoma City Thunder were up 16.5.
Okay, thank you. And what about the line on this putt?
Hard breaker from right to left, but I do not believe it's as fast as these guys think.
Bryson missed short left.
For the outright lead. Heard something just as he's about to draw it back. And he's on the low side, short.
Carbon copy of what we saw earlier.
A par for Rahm. And what about Sheffler?
Here he is for birdie at the 10th. Sheffler back on top. After making par here each of the first 3 days, he gets a birdie at the par 5 10th.
Really muted reaction here, though. And we've seen him miss a bunch of right to left as low, but reads that to perfection. Thought we might get a little fist pump like we saw at 18 yesterday.
I think we'll definitely get a fist pump if Poston chips this one in at 11. Oh, he stuffed it. Chunked it. Toe dug in.
Now back at the 10th, Noren to save par. No.
Finally bit.
14.
For the birdie. Bryson to 6 under.
Has to get something out of par 5.
We go to the tee at 11.
All right, let's watch the takeaway here. I think on a couple of those left ones, he got very quick on the takeaway. Sort of quick, small muscles and slow, big muscles. Let's see if this is a little smoother.
The one fairway he missed yesterday.
Looked more rhythmical.
Yeah, 10 and 11 just piped.
Just gave it time to gather up and deliver.
Straight in.
And that's what happens under pressure. The little muscles get quick. To save. To stay 3 back now after Scheffler's birdie. Poor second, not a good chip, and a bogey for Poston. Back to 6 under. Now.
Awkward look for Noren. Is moving right.
Anywhere left of the right rough would be a good hit here for Alex. With that shape. But no, finds that rough. They have a little tree trouble up ahead as well. He too at 6 under par, but it's Scotty now. The 1-shot lead.
Siwoo Kim now at 13.
Coming off a birdie at 12. Had a great 2 here yesterday, Frank.
Might make another today. Got a hole in one earlier in the week on 6. That never left the flag. 15.
Fitzpatrick had to lay up. Here's his 3rd. Oh, this looks good. Yeah, settles nicely. Fitzpatrick with a putt to get to 8 under par. Back to 13.
Now John Rahm.
I think with the downwind and how firm this green is, Frank, it's 212. Don't need to fly past 200.
About 10 or 12 yards into the green. Do the job, Cole.
Kick right.
Or flew the bunker. Maybe Siwoo was the good luck charm. He played with Scotty Sheffler yesterday, and Scheffler shot 65. Today, Rahm, he is just 1 off the lead, looking for his 3rd major championship, the Wanamaker Trophy.
On the tee at the 15th, it's DeChambeau.
He struggled on 2 shots with left to right winds. He'll take a seat.
Stay left of that bunker.
Nice. All right, in the rough for Bryson.
Bryson says, what bunker?
Yeah, exactly. I'll take it over that one.
211.
Exactly what Noren has in front of him. Some tree trouble and thick rough.
Trying to carve a 6-iron out of what you would think is a pretty predictable thick lie. About 4 yards uphill from here.
It's hard to get a lot of spin on a ball out of the rough, Dottie, isn't it? From like that curve spin.
It definitely is. Anything on the green would be good.
Oh, beautifully played, but as you'd expect, it comes out hot. Not too bad, though, from where he was.
At 13, John Rahm has played the par 3s, 4 over, called yet to make a 2 this week.
Well, this is not the easiest putt here. Just inside of 20 feet, moving from his left to right. And over the years, Frank, we've seen him make a number of putts that break from left to right. Think back to the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines.
One on 18. You'll remember that his whole career. Just to give in to the green. You can see how far left he is aiming. Does that not go in?
No way.
That is such a hard putt. And that was pure. 11.
Live with Sheffler, his second, perfect position.
Backed off once. 8-iron, 5 yards long.
Be the number.
Great putt work. He controls that distance so well, and that is a perfect shot from where he was.
Seems to have made the swing adjustment since 9.
That's for sure. At 15, Fitzpatrick trying to go eagle birdie before he hits the green mile. Oh. Big opportunity wasted to 13.
John finishing up. Well, still has 2 very good birdie chances coming up. 14 drivable and 15 reachable par 5. He had such a good putt, though. 20 feet above the hole. It's great. Slides its way down the hill here. That looked in.
Oh, my word. It's about as good as you can hit a putt, Frank.
Yeah, because you can't hit it any firmer.
No, it had perfect speed. Look, he's getting ready to give the fist pump, and all of a sudden he's like, how on earth did that not drop down?
You know what time it is, Rombo?
They're going to have a wait here on the 14th tee. What a pivotal shot this is coming up. In the meantime, it's 15.
Mark, how's the lie for Bryson?
Is good, but sharply down sloping. And that's his 5-wood towards the left edge of the green.
Long and left for Bryson. Back into the rough. There's a hole yesterday where he made birdie and took the lead before stumbling down the stretch to 11.
And Noren just over the back. It's better to be long than short here. So much depends on the lie, Dottie, doesn't it? Whether he can lob this on and stop it quick enough.
He's made some big aggressive swings, like it's sitting down, which it is. Let there get some grass between the club face and the ball, and just stay super committed and accelerating flat. A third of the way there.
Didn't quite get the right contact, but 5 feet from there, not horrible. Practices his short game down at Ballin Isles down in Palm Beach Gardens. Practices a lot at the Bears Club, at the Dye Preserve. So many great courses down in his home area. But Ballin Isles has a fantastic short game area, and he just spends hours on hours there. Hard worker.
This putt would certainly send a message. If he could knock this one in, take a 2-shot lead. Rahm waiting at 14T. Pretty similar putt, actually, Dottie, to one John Rahm holed 20 minutes ago.
I can promise you the message will get there. There's that many people out here.
Yes, it will. It's a wonderful property. It's such a beautiful place, 13 feet away from a 2-shot lead.
He's actually managed to get it in a spot where he's got a bit of a free run at it. It's uphill.
Just a hint of right to left, similar to the little right to left hold at 10. Hold your head up. And another one a little low left. A couple he's missed low left on the right to lefters. To 12.
Meanwhile, Poston is at the 12th for birdie. To get within 3. JT Poston still in the picture. He had that scratchy start with bogeys on 3 of the first 5, but he's pretty now 4 holes of the last 7. Okay, here we go. At 14.
.290 to the front. I believe that's the draw 5 wood.
It's like a good line.
He loves it.
Oh, what a kick. That was brutal.
That was a foot from being perfect. This is great. It looks like he's having a blast out there. Watch this bounce. Oh, my word.
The ball was drawing.
It was.
And he kicks right. Remember yesterday he was talking to Amanda about how he's gotten good breaks and kind of had a change of attitude from what he admitted he used to always be grumbling about, feeling like he was victimized by some bad breaks. This was a bad break right here. He was able to just kind of jump up and laugh it off.
He's making for it to be good, and there's a little bowl there. 1 foot away. 1 foot away from riding that ridge and being in with a eagle putt.
But down and 2 from there is not going to be that difficult.
No, because he's up against the lip. It's not really that long of a bunker shot. So think about the lip out for birdie at 13, and then that awkward little bounce at 14.
Yeah, that's some rotten luck. Let's go to 11.
Damage done from the tee. Couldn't control the spin on the second. And now 5 back at 5 under. 6-5 at 10 and 11. That's buried his chances.
Now JT can sort of surf that wind, so just give it a bit of air. It's plenty of club, 6 iron. Little right of center. Actually, it skipped through, got on the top tier, wasn't taken off the green. It's a bit of a mixed bag, 4 of everything today. Bogeys, birdies, pars. A great championship. Back a hole.
Okay, now Sheffler, after flushing these last 2 drives, after fighting his driver on the front 9. This is a narrow one. The 12th hole.
The visual, however, should be good.
Yeah, he's birdied this hole twice this week.
As prescribed right here.
I think we had a little corrective talk on the way to the 10th tee.
Yeah.
Whatever he did is working.
At 15.
Bryson looking for some magic out of the rough.
He's going to need some. That rough was thick down there.
Oh, what a shot here.
Oh, masterclass.
The pictures from the long rough on 14 at 15 from Bryson, 10 out of 10.
Up to 16.
Matt Fitzpatrick. Be careful with this left hole location. Just under 200. Oh, and like one more yard would have sort of caught the green and funneled away around.
But like,
Just a yard. 15.
And now DeChambeau to get to 7 under par. Made birdie here yesterday and had the lead, but then went bogey, double bogey. Cannot afford to do that again with the green mile up ahead to 14.
There you see. Good lie here for Rahm, who is, for the week, he's 5 out of 9, just 5 out of 9 up and in out of bunkers.
Shouldn't be too intricate, Colt.
No, it's a great lie, slightly on the upslope, which I think helps. And then it does run a little bit away. I mean, if you're playing with your buddies or on a Tuesday, you're expecting to get this up and down every time.
Yeah, I agree. Dump it out about a yard or 2 on the green and just let it feed down there.
A little different when you're trying to win a major championship, though.
Just didn't quite carry it to the green.
Again, holes 14 and 15 for the week, over 300 under par, while the last 3 holes are almost 500 over.
Looking at about a 800 shot swing there.
This is one of the many things I think is so cool about Quail Hollow.
So you're trying to tell me 16 through 18 is tough?
It's a little tough.
Okay, got it.
Not every day you see him just fall right in line. From 16 in, 3rd most difficult, 2nd most difficult, most difficult. And Ron yesterday had a putt of about that length, maybe a little outside up for eagle and missed. Let's go to 16.
Currently 7 under. You would think he would have to get to at least 9. So if you can tap that in, needs a Sheffler finish, which is birdie at what he did yesterday. Birdie's at 17 and 18 to have any sort of chance. Still got to think that way. See if he can add to his US Open. Now up ahead, or should I say up behind Bryson.
Just open the shoulders and let it fly, Frank.
Just in the right rough yesterday.
$340 to carry that bunker. Now back at 13, Poston. Best finished in a major, was 30th last year at the Masters. Doing a great job. Top 4 in ties will get you in the Masters next year. Top 15 in ties get you in next year's PGA Championship. 14.
Now this is one of those that is so crucial. You got Scotty behind you. In your mind, you got to think he would believe that Sheffler will make a birdie here. It's a birdie hole. With one behind, you got a chance to pull even right now. And get Sheffler to take notice again.
Oh, big push. Big push and then went right.
Over 12, here's Noren.
Just a lob wedge left. 114 over that false front. Another 4 to the hole.
Huge divot. Should have a ton of spin. There it is.
Webb had 16
to save. At 7 under, it all changed. It's amazing. Go back to 14, chipped in for eagle. Things look good at the par 5. Did not make birdie. 14.
And for the second straight day, Rahm walks off this green flummoxed, having missed short putts yesterday for eagle, today for birdie. Now here is Scotty. Just got a good visual from Noren playing with him.
Same club choice. Ideally a touch left and spin it down the slope to the hole.
He's coming in from that left side. Conservative play right there.
Yeah, pretty conservative. He wanted a little better than that.
16.
His hopes have gone now. Green mile strikes again.
Well, here at the 15th, it's been a tough day for Keegan Bradley. 2 over on his round. Going for it here with his second into the par 5. 258 to the hole. Club twirl for Keegan. This looks great. We have not seen an eagle at 15 today, but Bradley has an eagle putt coming. 13.
Just under 3 feet. It's good 3. His best ever performance so far in a major championship. Series of first for a lot of people out here today. To 12.
And this is one of those points where if he makes it and takes a 2-shot lead, and he still has 14 to play, Rahm's already gone through there.
Yep.
He'd be very difficult to beat.
The thing is, this is not exactly a putt that you can be too aggressive with coming down the hill.
It's not, and if it's low, it's going to stay low and actually pick up some speed.
Yeah, it's one of those that when you're taking a look at the line, you're like, okay, what is the most break I can take and give this a chance to drop in the high side?
It's like you need to change the orientation of where you look at the hole itself. Everything needs to be oriented toward the high side.
Hit it.
Air is getting thin out there, Jim.
Riley and Poston next on the tee at 14. T5G on 14, powered by 5G Solutions from T-Mobile for Business, is elevating the viewing experience. And I think of JT Poston from Hickory, all the folks out in the western mountains of North Carolina still recovering from the devastating hurricanes months ago. People from his hometown, like the country music star Eric Church, who banded together and have raised tens of millions of dollars with Luke Combs and others in their concert for Carolina. JT and his family have been a witness to all that devastation. People here in Charlotte pitched in a great deal as well to help their North Carolina natives.
Only 4 players been able to hit it on the surface here today.
He's had to run down that bunker. It's a tough hole location today.
Yeah, it sure is, and we're seeing it in the numbers.
Back at 12. Above the hole is so tough. We've seen a number miss from there. 15.
And Jon Rahm on the tee.
Wind down off the left, trying to start it over those trees down the left. Oh, and this is large.
Roasted.
He's admiring it, as we all are.
Aiming it straight into the water, using the wind and the fade to bring it back.
Well, Jon Rahm had some great opportunities here at the 13th. Still trying to figure out how this did not go in. And And then at the drivable 14th, got that tough break off the tee and not a good putt. Can he find that mojo here at the par 5 15th? Certainly off to a good start after that tee shot.
Seriously? Yeah. It's like guest house entertainment.
And last night, Jon Rahm was asked about trying to get to the finish line at a major. Here's what he had to say.
Hard to express how hungry I may be for a major, right? I think about as hungry as anybody can be in this situation. Very happy to be in position again. Don't know where I'll be. I'm assuming I'll be at least one shot back starting tomorrow, but that's a great position, right? This golf course is tricky, and one shot is nothing on 18 holes.
Well, later on, he found out he was 5 shots back, but right now, he's right. Only one behind.
Maybe a little prophetic there from Rahm.
Now up at the green, Bradley for the first eagle of the day at 15. Captain Keegan. Now, when he won the PGA Championship in 2011, he was 5 down with 3 to play. He's currently 5 down with 3 to play. 13.
Sheffler.
7-iron. 6 yards long to mess with.
That shot shake's come back, isn't it? Simple. Going back to grip, set up, swing. 4 straight greens in regulation he's now hit.
That's what you talked about right there.
So the day has not exactly unfolded the way we all thought. It's turned into a real barn burner. Rahm has got enough holes left. Trying to make that elusive birdie to tie that man, the world #1, Scotty Scheffler.
Tracing by Top Tracer is brought to you in partnership with Rolex. Let's go to the play at 16.
Well, the lip still in front, 177 on my reckoning.
Frank, that is towering in the air, now drawing.
Single lens lines. When you can get a 9-iron, you can hoist it.
Stay there.
The shot deserved better than that.
Sure did.
And he flushed it from here too. 15.
And Rahm drove it 345 yards. Not bad. Colt, what's it look like for his second?
Well, the good news is, like you said, he hit a bomb off the tee, but now he's on a severe downhill lie to an uphill green with a 4-iron. This is not easy.
Just saw Keegan Bradley hit a beauty. Can Rahm do the same?
Well, excuse me, Mr. Rahm.
That's just gonna roll off the side of the green and will funnel down a little bit.
Andrew, that was so good from that lie.
Yeah, no doubt, and still a great opportunity to at least make birdie.
Third hole in a row, he's had a little bit of a tough break. That was a great shot.
Good point. 17.
Unfortunately, this putt is for par for Fitzpatrick. He needed birdie to have any chance. A lot of players coming up short here today. Well, that will be a bogey. Drops him back one more.
Texas wedge here for Bryson.
Did not hesitate going to that play, Frank. This one uphill initially, should turn to the right towards the end of the journey.
Too bad. A little bit of a sucker hole location on that front left. It's tempting. Now across to 13, the par 3. Sheffler to get another birdie.
Needs some room to move left.
Needs some pace. He steadied the ship. 15.
And the third for Siwoo Kim.
Fighting hard on this backside.
That's a beautiful shot. 3 over on his day. About a chance for birdie at 15. Back one.
And Poston.
See if he can do better than what Rahm did.
What about the same length putt from the other side? Maybe just a little outside of one that John had and missed. Speaking of Rahm, he's at 15.
And Colt, he has his putter.
It's just so tight back here. I like this play. And then once it gets on the green, it is downhill, so it should be pretty quick.
It's on a good line.
Oh, carrying a lot of speed.
Ooh. And work to do for birdie.
It's always the tricky part when you're putting from off the green, particularly uphill, because you've got to give it a hit to get through the fringe, and then it's downhill once it gets onto the putting surface.
Still has 12.5 feet left for birdie.
Good news is he saw what the ball did on the roll by, so he's going to have a good idea on the line here for birdie.
Trevor, I'm with you. The tee shot at 14 and that shot at 15. Couldn't hit him any better.
Poston for birdie to get within 2.
Look at the wind kick up.
It was enough to make him back off. Such a good putter. He's already won here at his home state before in Greensboro. One of 3 wins. Back to 15.
And we've said it all week, but 15 is your last great scoring opportunity. Can Rahm Get this putt to drop for birdie.
As Trevor said, he knows what it does. He's just got to make sure he gives it a good positive stroke. Left the whole way.
Got to be fair though, that's two poor putts, 14 and 15. Huge push, and then that was a pull.
No doubt. To 16.
Bryson. Excellent second shot out of the fairway bunker, but just before time running out.
The 107th PGA Championship on CBS Sports is sponsored by Progressive. Bundle home and auto and save. Chrome Tour from Callaway, the new gold standard. And by Jeep. There's only one. And there's only one Wanamaker Trophy. It's been around since 1916. One of golf's 4 grandest prizes, and this is a massively important moment. Tee shot of 14 for our leader by 1.
Back to checking the grip, the club face alignment. 3 wood.
Went with the draw here yesterday, left to right wind.
This feels a touch more down and to the right.
Yesterday knocked it 3 feet, made eagle. And that rolls out into the bunker.
Not far from where Poston was.
Yesterday, it was one of the most significant shots of this championship. He was chasing all day, trying to make up ground when Jonathan Vegas and others, and he would knock it this close and go on to make eagle and tie the lead. And from there, he just continued the momentum to the finish, playing the last 5 holes 500 to lead by 3 overnight. We're at 16.
Keegan has gone birdie, birdie, eagle the last 3 holes. Oh, this looks good.
Get on that side of the red. Get on that side of the red.
Needs the left bounce. Excellent shot.
So close to being absolutely perfect.
Okay, Bryson on the tee. Remember, he hit 9-iron in the water here yesterday.
Well, mines were boggled on the tee. That's 8-iron. The wind's all over the show, Finchy.
And he flies it on. Gives himself a chance of a birdie.
You've got to think he has to go birdie to have a chance to post the Wanamaker.
I totally agree. But Scotty Sheffler might have something to say about that.
We got a hamburger and coffee.
16, top of the hill. Just a solitary bunker to avoid.
I have to believe he wants to take a little frustration out here, but he has pulled it left. That's going to miss the fairway.
Careful.
It was so close to the trees too. The 2 misses, 14, 15. Expensive. Tee shot doesn't help either for Rahm. Up ahead, Keegan to keep the run going. And just 2 birdies there. It's got to hustle. Off the head cover on that one.
Adam Scott's had a messy 18th hole. This for bogey. He had it to 6 under on this back 9.
He is going to be livid. Bogeyed 14, 17. And now tap that in for double at 18.
Back at 14, stepping right in quickly, Dottie.
Needing cleaner contact than we had on the first couple.
Oh, look at that saddle.
Much better. It's just really crispy around that hole.
It sure is. It is getting shiny around that hole at 14. And Dottie mentioned a bunch of the bunker shots today have been squirting out to the right, but that was really nice there. Strike just a little closer to the ball. Beautiful.
And a good chance to go up 2. And Rahm's in trouble up ahead at 16. We go to 16.
Comfortably in for Keegan. Rain at 5 under. Not a good performance. He gets deeper into his career. Across the water.
Oh, just a little putt here. 109 feet it is.
Practice these all the time, don't you, Trevor?
When you're getting ready for the Open.
Yeah, right. Maybe across 2 greens. Much needed. Been on a pretty tough run from the time he made the turn.
Kept his turn. That might have been better suited at Olympic Club in 27 when we played the 109th PGA. Meanwhile, at 17.
And also just across the lake, you see the 16th green there in your picture to the right. Just right of that is 14. Scotty will be putting for birdie, and Bryson, 3 shots back, has 40 feet for his birdie.
It's no doubt a great place for the fans to watch golf, Finchy. And I tell you what, I look at the color of this green. I think back to just a few days ago, Monday, when this place was underwater. Incredible transformation.
Yes, it certainly has been. There's no places much prettier than this. This is a beautiful part of the course, but it's a tough one.
This is going to be fast by the hole.
Wonderful effort from last year's runner-up from Valhalla. Shot back of Xander Schauffele, and then went on to win the US Open in style at Pinehurst, not far away in North Carolina. Tap in for a par. Frank?
Well, I don't know what he's going to do here. Ian, 7-iron for Rahm.
Ball way above his feet, big clump of grass right behind it. Easy for the toe to turn over here.
Can't go left.
Got to chase it on.
This actually jumped on him.
Kick straight. Can't fault the miss there. Come out a little left. It's the tee shot. It was at fault. 14.
Noren for birdie. And meanwhile at 18. 3rd shot for Matt.
Drove it in the right rough and punched out.
Oh, what a fine shot. But it fell apart late for him. Fitzpatrick was fast approaching the top two. Now, big one here for a little cushion. Sheffler for birdie at 14. Yes! Scotty Sheffler now 2 in front with 4 to play. If Rahm doesn't win this, he's going to rue the way it all unfolded over the weekend for him on the 14th. Scotty Scheffler has worked his way back to even par for the day. He was standing on the 10th hole when Rahm had joined him off of birdie at the 11th. So this was one of those situations where he came into the day, everybody thought Scotty had it won, and all of a sudden people started thinking maybe he's lost it. Now it looks like he might win it. Didn't we just go through this somewhere recently?
Exactly right.
That's right. Back on April the 13th. We're 15.
And Sheffler going through his pre-swing rehearsal. Great look from above the 15th tee.
Andrew, he has such a gift of being able to lower his heart rate. In a sense that that's what's happening right now. There's no anxiousness. We're just doing the job we're meant to be doing.
And that's going to be just fine to start the 15th here for Sheffler, who made eagle here on Thursday and then birdie each of the last 2 days. To 16.
Well, Colt, if John had looked across the water, he would have seen Scotty make birdie. See the green in the background?
And he's staring right across the leaderboard, so he knows exactly where he stands. He is waiting for the guys over at 17 to tee off.
Colt, he's got a lot of green to work with, but it's not that easy a shot because of the ridge halfway between him and the hole.
And this is Bryson just tapping in for his par. Too little too late, you would think, but you never know what can happen around the Green Mile.
Now, Rahm.
Yeah, Trevor, to your point, plenty of green to work with. Can kind of hit a chunk and run.
Got enough run? No.
Too much chunk.
Just such a difficult shot.
It's amazing. Just 6 or 7 holes ago, it will look very, very different. 18.
Fitzpatrick finishing up. And another stroke surrendered at the 72nd.
So that's going to be bogey on the last 3 holes for Matt.
At 15.
And JT Poston in trouble off the tee, so this is his 3rd shot. Right over the bunker. Well done by JT. And a chance to get to 8 under par. To 16.
Siwoo
came up just short with his 2nd shot. This is tracking.
Yeah, the way to go. Tail of 2 9s for Siwoo out to 39. Very good. This 9. 18.
There have been only 6 birdies today at 18, but Bryson certainly could use one.
He had 3 wood up, went to the driver in the end.
Not happening this way. Oh, hold on a minute. Okay.
Soft bounce just in time and stayed out of the longer cut.
Well, for a minute there, that could be left of the creek.
The birdie chance is still on.
16.
We just witnessed the 108th hole out of the week for birdie, just the 3rd birdie here. But Colt, Rahm desperately needs a par.
He's got to have it. I mean, I know the Green Mile is extremely difficult. Cannot afford to fall 3 behind. It's going to break from his right to left.
Second half of this putt is super fast.
Four straight holes he's missed.
Frank, that snapped at the end.
Maybe if the putt goes in at 13, if spots. 14 gets the bad bounce. Hopefully he's not thinking of any of that. Such a good round of golf. Was bogey free until this point. And so close to the third leg of his Grand Slam. Now, officially a 5, but now 3 back with just 2 holes for him remaining. Greenlaw does it again. Putt was good. It's a wide fairway, 40 yards wide here on 16, but that front left hole location tricks them all.
And JT Poston for birdie. Oh, he knew it right away. Disappointing result at the par 5 for JT. Sheffler waiting back in the fairway.
Never going to get too far. You know what I mean?
As Rahm makes his way up to the tee at 17. Meanwhile, back at 15, it's Noren from the Pine Straw.
Got a decent lie, 276 to the hole. May not have been the day he wanted, but this is an impressive comeback after 31 weeks away.
No doubt about it. He spent much of the past few months coaching his daughter's softball team. And now here he is in the final pairing in the final round of a major. Wasn't his day, but as he gets back in the swing of things coming off injury, could have a bright future ahead this year. And now Scotty.
Front left 244. 269 total hook lie. Breeze helping a touch from the left. I believe this is 3-wood.
Hoisted.
Oh yeah, what a shot. It won't stay on the green, but still. Sheffler in great position at the 15th. Almost the same exact spot that Rahm was just in. There. Scotty Sheffler up 3. Chasing the 3rd major title of his career.
Be just like him to make it. That's what the great ones do.
Oh, look at that.
Sheffler back on top.
Scotty Sheffler regaining control of this PGA Championship and trying to hold off two-time major champions here in the final round of the 107th PGA Championship. He leads by 3 over Rahm. The margin is the same as it was heading into this final round, but don't forget, early on the second side, it was all even at the top. Sheffler and Rahm. DeChambeau's at the 18th. Poston had a chance to move into a tie for second, but missed a close one at 15 a moment ago. And let's go to the tee at 17.
6-iron for Rahm. We've seen 10 balls in the water here today.
He knows he's got to go right at it to have a chance.
Got to go birdie, birdie.
And this is very aggressive left of the hole.
Oh, that will not stop. Hole high and left, they all find the water. So he will have to go to the drop zone. Here it is again. Disaster awaits on all these finishing holes. 16, 17, 18, just a brutal test.
And a giant bounce off of that downslope. But you know, standing on the tee, you cannot let the ball drift left of the hole. He knew it right there.
Yeah, he knew straight away. Had to have a go, though. Felt like he needed birdies because Scotty, up at 15, has got a 3-shot lead.
With putter, just like Rahm.
Pretty well managed there, Andrew. Eliminated the big mistake in a crucial time.
Such a smart play by Sheffler.
Just what he does.
And I know we focused a lot on the Green Mile, and rightfully so, but Trevor, you look at holes 14 and 15 this week, 2 great scoring holes. The field average, 2 under par. Rahm, 3 under par on those 2 holes for the week, including 2 pars today. Sheffler, 8 under on 14 and 15 this week, and he's about to be 9 under on those 2 holes.
He has done some serious damage as we go to 18.
To 18.
Here's DeChambeau.
So difficult with those upright irons, the ball above the feet.
Bryson not able to get it on the green, and that goes back. '17.
And the drop zone is 117 yards away.
Have to turn it.
And John Rahm will have that left for bogey. The way these things are finishing up here, Harris English, he finished hours ago with that 65 at 6 under. He could end up being in second place. All these players have these difficult holes to finish.
Back here at the 15th, and Alex Noren has this putt for birdie.
Played a pitch to here after came up on what looked like a pitcher's mound. Very odd shot.
Tap in par for the 42-year-old from Sweden. 18.
And Bryson up and down, and he very possibly could be second alone when it's all done.
Giddy up a little.
Trev walking up the fairway has said to me he feels like he's just been so very close the entire week.
15.
Sheffler. And they can get that Wanamaker engraver to move a little bit. A 4-shot lead with 3 holes to play.
Recap all of the week's action with highlights, interviews. After the champion is crowned, catch PGA Championship Clubhouse Report tonight at 8 Eastern over on CBS Sports Network. Oh, how much he's wanted to have his name on another major championship trophy. Having won his 2 green jackets, trying to get another leg in the Grand Slam sequence. He's only 28 years old. He's just got to finish things off now. It looks like It's a cakewalk at this point, but you never know with these 3 treacherous holes to play.
You got to think to yourself, if he keeps the ball dry, he should be fine.
Amazing turnaround, though, what he's done. Just 3 under on the second side after really searching for answers on the first 9. Unable to find fairways.
That gap again, ready to do the
Everything's just appeared to be off.
Perfect.
Yeah, the adjustment that he made with his
Straight
swing at
cross.
the turn has paid dividends.
At 18, Bryson for par. Oh my goodness. That was hateful. He'll end up 1 under par. Round of 70, and he'll be defending at the next major championship when the world gathers at Oakmont next month.
But the great major championship play continues for Bryson.
Yes, it does. What a force. 16.
1 more mile to go for Sheffler.
Hit it! Hit it!
Bounce is good, but it's bunkered.
Bouncing.
17.
What an amazing change of events just in the last hour. Just around the lake here at Quail Hollow. Scotty Sheffler now has a 4-shot lead over Rahm, but Rahm's putting for bogey, so it'll eventually be 5 at least.
And Ian, he looked in complete control of his game an hour ago. But you miss your spot just by a little bit around here right now with how firm it is. You really get punished.
Major championship golf, Colt. Had an aggressive go at it. But you're right, through the 11th hole, he was 9 under par. Bogeyed 16 to drop back to 8, and now it'll be a double to drop back to 6. It certainly is mission impossible. You get to 16 tee, you got that tough par 4 over 500 yards. You've got this hole 216 today to a firm green surrounded with water on the left side. And the 18th hole. Well, 5's not a bad score there either. 500 yards up the hill.
Just off the front right of 16. Finds the local, JT Poston. Did a great following today because he saw a lot of shots like that, having his best ever major performance in his home state. 17.
And Siwoo also for par. And they just don't want to drop in these closing holes, do they? So close.
Well, this hole location here, Ian, as you know, is just so diabolical, kind of on a crown.
It really is. I think back to 2017 when Justin Thomas knocked it in close and made birdie here at the 71st hole. But they are rare indeed. We've only seen 4 birdies all day. And now 11 water balls to go with that. And it's a double bogey for John. And a 5-shot lead now for Scotty Scheffler. Poston at 7 under. It was a valiant effort. We thought an hour ago that it could go either way. He had the eye of the tiger when he holed that putt at 11. But the Green Mile takes another victim.
But he makes his walk down 16. Find his tee shot in the middle of that bunker. Now up ahead, JT Poston. Nicely done. His first win came in Greensboro, 2019. Added 2 more to that. I'm sure he'll have a big beaming smile coming up 18. Really good week for the 31-year-old. Trying to turn a season around too. Yet to have a top 10. Looks like the first one will come in a major. 17 T in the background. Sculpt bunkers on the golf course, just the one on the right side of 16. That's the tee shot of Sheffler. Lie looks all right.
Lie's fine, Frank, and no lip issues.
Yeah, Davis Riley, look at that front side. Bogey at 6, and then the triple bogey he made at par 5-7.
Yeah, wouldn't you love to have that back now?
Yeah, he's battled hard since then. Playing in the second to last group. Go bit. Dottie, I'd imagine front yardage is all they're looking at. They have no right to go any further than that down here.
Gosh, you just stole my thought. 182 is that front yardage. The target is the right bunker.
Tracing by Top Tracer is brought to you in partnership with Rolex.
He needs to make 4 swings coming in from here where a left-hand turn is not allowed.
Tell you what, I'd just be playing to the front edge of the green here, Frank. We've seen so many people struggle from hole high if they bail out into that right bunker, Rahm being one of them.
Yeah. Plus, plays. Oh, Dottie, you were out there. Half a club downhill.
Yep, that's perfect, bro. Absolutely perfect. Same target.
Imagine they've switched to a shorter club.
Believe it or not, they went for more. This is a 7. Wind blowing toward the trouble.
Yeah, there's a pond. There's a pond here. Right, my left is right here, kind of by my ball. Yeah, it's an insect. It's an insect. So it's a loose animal. So you're allowed to move a loose animal. All right, thank you.
Dottie, he's got that.
Yeah, all good, bro.
He's got that demeanor. We were just talking about it on a break. I mean, the only athlete I can think that's similar is Pete Sampras. I know it's a different sport, but just unfazed.
Yeah, just when bad things happen, they get right back in the game, get right back at it. It's a great comparison. By the way, with the 2019 rules changes, he could do what he just did. No worries there.
Yeah, good shot.
Super smart shot.
Exactly what he needed right there. From short of the green, you're chipping back up the hill. Much easier up and down than if you're beyond or even with the hole.
You could say that was a good ground stroke as we go to 18.
And John Rahm, who was tied for the lead, is now 6 back.
And this is headed left. This is left of the water at the moment.
In it now.
How expensive have these last 3 holes been for him, just shedding shots all over the place.
Back to 16.
Now Alex Noren.
8-iron there. Keep an eye on this guy. He's trying to get into next year's championship with this finish.
Oh, it's a great shot. Just his second start this year. We're in the Queen City. And we might just be crowning that man for his 3rd major championship. And we're back here live. 16, first hole of the Green Mile. Famed finish here at Quail Hollow. Sheffler is third.
Back-to-back holes, putting off the fringe.
Love this club choice.
There is no other choice.
Not quite a gimme. Next best thing.
Staying underneath the hole, Frank.
Never played a stroke play tournament here. Surprising, isn't it?
It really is. And when he played the President's Cup, which is obviously match play, he struggled. Just a half point out of 4 matches.
At 18, Ron has taken his drop. And you do this, you still face such an awkward third. Ball way below your feet.
That's an 8-iron from 180. Just no chance from there.
That's what we've seen the majority of the time this week out of the longer rough. Jumpers.
At 17.
See if JT can stick it here and make birdie.
Attack the pin!
No.
Safety first, Ian.
Yeah, he's wiped it over there. Safety first, especially when you're an outright second. 7 under par.
Alex Noren to get to 5 under. One more roll.
They just won't drop, will they?
He's played, I mean, for such little golf. Very impressed the way in which he stood up today. A little hiccup around 10, 11. Just trying to remember what it was like in the heat. Felt it today. We talked earlier about the last player to win each of their first 3 majors by at least 3 shots. Remembering Scotty Masters in 22, he won by 3, 24 by 4. You've got to go back to the great Severiano Ballesteros. So he won his first 3 majors. Scotty on pace for that. Getting closer. Great 4.
What a difficult pitch this will be for JT Poston. Try and go high and as soft as possible. Oh, it landed it into the upslope, too soft. It's so daunting coming across that green. Let's check in with Amanda.
Bryson, not the result you wanted today. Is there one point that you can pinpoint that just it didn't go your way?
I think it was a testament to the whole week. Just even from the first round, being 1 over early and just not really getting anything going. I felt like I had the game to win this week, and golf course suited me pretty well. Missed a few putts coming down the stretch, and got a little unlucky in this great game of golf. So kind of is what it is, and I'm sure you heard me out there really baffled quite a bit, but it was a good fight, good battle. Take a lot from it. This is burning a bigger fire in my belly.
That's what I was going to ask. You've been right there now through the first 2 majors of the year. Does it feel like you've let them get away, or is it building towards something as you go to defend your title at the U.S. Open?
I mean, I'd say it's a bit of both. Like, definitely had an opportunity to beat Rory, and definitely had an opportunity to give Scotty a run this week. And even though I was leading up to the 3rd round, or after 16 holes on the 3rd round, and man, I just didn't get it done. I got to learn how to be a little bit more precise with the wind, not let the wind affect the ball as much. It's a tough task to do because I hit it so high, and The ball just kind of moves in the air, so I got to figure that out. I've got some tricks up my sleeve that I'm going to be working on, hopefully bring for the U.S. Open, but got to get some equipment here soon.
We appreciate the time. You don't have to take the time to do that.
Yeah,
so we
I
do
appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you. Thanks, Amanda.
Yeah, that's what he does so well. The man of the people, loves it. And this is for par for Poston to remain outright second. But it'll be a bogey. He'll drop back into 6 under with Bryson and Harris English in the clubhouse. It's a good week. It's a great confidence boost. 3-time winner on the PGA Tour. Local man just from Hickory. Just goes about his business. And that's what you got to do in major championships. You can't get too uptight or too excited. You just got to handle it on the chin every time it throws something hard at you. And back on the tee.
Yeah, the front should be 190 adjusted.
The ability
pin feed 210.
to keep your head when all those around you are losing theirs. That's what Scotty Sheffler exemplifies. He's just rock solid. Now Davis Riley hit a good shot in here. This is for birdie. What a fight back for Riley. After the 8 at the 7th hole, he is now tied second at 6 under. Great comeback.
And with that bogey from Poston, Scheffler's lead is now 6.
We wouldn't have thought that an hour ago as they were just coming through the turn.
That's right.
He found his swing again, didn't he? Slowed down, got smooth. He said in order to win majors and beat these amazing fields.
So 216 down to 2.
You've got to really have faith in all aspects of your game. Quote from Scotty. He said you can't be protecting against anything because you've just got to put it all out there on display.
6 iron. The line is the camera tower and no more to the left. That is exactly where it started and staying.
Don't tell Scotty!
Why would you hit it anywhere else?
Absolutely. Totally understandable.
Almost anywhere on the green was probably a pull.
That's a fair point.
You know, like bogey, he wins by 4.
Teddy, I'm going to aim this at the right edge and hold on to it.
And meanwhile at 18, the 4th shot for Rahm.
Just trying to get out of here with 4 straight 5s, Trevor.
I'll have to make that putt from just inside 20 feet.
I did not see that finish coming.
No, it looked like for a while it might be his name on the Wanamaker Trophy. Back to 17.
I can tell you that tracing this hour is brought to you by Top Tracer.
Another 6 iron.
Made birdie here yesterday. Can he do it again? That's not too bad there. It's sort of at least on a similar level to the green as we go to the last.
And this to avoid double. It's going to be one of the biggest disappointments of his career. Talked about the hunger for wanting to win another major.
When you think about it, he was tied for the lead after the birdie at 11. He taps that in, he's going to be 8 behind.
Incredible. It's the way things shifted late Saturday, but some really poor luck along the way. 13 putt that lipped out, 14 the bad bounce off the tee, 15 running through the green. And then he just served as roadkill over the green mile coming in. 5 over the last 3 holes. How do you think he takes this one, knowing that competitive fire that burns?
It's going to be a tough flight home for sure. There's no doubt about that, but he will be back.
There's no question about that. Spain still looking for its first ever PGA champion. The only leg that great golfing nation is devoid of. As we go to Kim at 18 for par. Wow, he played down the stretch. He got knocked out of it early, but he played down the stretch like he had something riding on it.
And that should keep him in the top 10 there. Currently in a tie for 8th for Siwoo.
Yeah, he and Rahm both finish at 4 under par with Keegan Bradley, Matt Fitzpatrick. Joaquin Niemann posted a long time ago and kept inching higher with the late stumbles. He also is top 10. Ben Griffin, Denny McCarthy, Ryan Gerard, give all of them credit.
And Niemann in particular, his first top 10 in a major. He's going to love that result.
He is a fun guy to watch play, John Rahm. And for a while today, he looked like he could be our champion, co-leader, as he was heading to the 12th hole. On the tee at 18, here's Riley.
Nice.
Yeah, that is amazing in this fight for second right now.
Can't believe this turnaround for him. And you have the trauma of a triple bogey at 7, and you don't have another mark against you the rest of the card. 3 birdies, rest pars.
Now his best finish in a major, 13th at the PGA in 2022. He's improving on that.
JT Poston also currently tied 2nd.
That's 2 great tee shots from those guys. Not talking about too much major championship history in that pairing, and they've held up well today.
They have, playing in the penultimate pairing. As we see Scotty stalking over there at 17, Ian.
Yeah, he's been taking a long time on this. He asked if he could get a drop there for the sprinkler, but it's really not in play. And Dottie, it's lying nicely, a little down grain.
Only catch it out of the side of your eye. It's not a factor at all.
Right. I would look for this just a little short of the hole, but he's gone right at it.
Not this guy.
Wonderful shot from a slight downslope. He just, regardless of the situation, he hits the shot that's called for every time.
Yep.
Our aerial coverage, which has been brilliant all week here in Mecklenburg County, provided by Goodyear for the past 100 years. If it's a big event, the Goodyear blimp is there. That is some theater around that lake. In the last 2 days, we've seen so much turbulence on the leaderboard because of that stretch. And we're back here with Poston at the 18th.
I think the 7 would need to fly on top. I don't think it does that, do you? Feeling this.
Both of these players a par. Chance to say that you're a co-runner-up at a major championship, just an enormous boost in their careers.
How good would it be if they could sneak out a little birdie?
Yeah, there you go. Take it alone.
Does that help? I'm not feeling it like I was. Flags are going across.
Still confused by the wind.
Yes.
Should be straight out of the left, right at 200 yards. 190 gets on the top shelf.
Oh, he didn't catch that.
No, not at all. Heavy.
17.
For par to retain that 6-shot advantage. And he makes it. Well, in Charlotte, North Carolina, it's the home of NASCAR. And Scotty Scheffler Just has one lap to go before he takes the checkered flag.
At 18, it's Riley. Who crashed at the 7th, but then was able to get back on the oval.
Looking for a fast finish.
Easy. Oh, both of them are going to struggle to make 4 here.
They sure are.
$17.
Yeah, Alex Noren tidying up. He too hit a good chip. '68, '71, '66. The first 3 rounds showed a lot of promise. Coming back after 31 weeks away with injury. And what a week it's been, playing in the final pairing of the PGA Championship.
I think he's come back with gratitude and perspective.
Well done. 2 great threes there at the 71st hole.
Scotty Sheffler somehow was able to pull away when he not only got challenged, he got threatened, he got joined, and he stood up to it all, found his swing early on the second side, and on his way to a sizable victory.
Yeah, it has been extremely impressive since making the turn. All those shots to the left on the front 9, stepped up to the 10th tee and has just piped it down the middle since. Birdies at 10, 14, 15. 6-shot lead heading to the 18th tee.
They were inside the clubhouse and ready to start the engraving. Pretty shot. It's a warm day and that fireplace is not needed. It's a cauldron outside here in the 80s. Nice warm spring afternoon. One that Scotty Scheffler will never forget. Bound to become a 3-time major champion.
And when he gets that win, it'll also be his 15th win on the PGA Tour. And in the modern era, only 2 players have done that before the age of 29. Tiger and Jack.
Glad you brought that up because it's time to start putting this in context. What we're watching here. We open up talking about the path to greatness. How it all adds up one at a time. We saw it today. Doing what the great ones do. Got the lean going, knowing it's heading toward those bunkers. He's blown it over.
You have a little tree trouble there, but when you got that many shots in hand, not as stressful.
Yeah, you can make 9 and still win. Here's posting up ahead. Down at 2 would be so important. Gonna have to brush one in from about 12 feet.
Talking about stressful. That putt will be.
Back to Noren on the tee. Oh my goodness.
That is not a good miss there. Is it dry?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Took a soft first bounce and stayed
Fortunate.
up.
Left of left. Right on though for Scotty Scheffler. Come back and watch this walk into history with the game's best player, #1 in the world, Scotty Scheffler. We're back at 18 and James Tyree Poston. JT for par and a share of second. I saw JT last night after the round, and even he said, you know, everybody was talking about another JT coming in the week.
That's right. He looked at us. He's like, yeah, how do you like that? Everyone was thinking about the wrong JT.
Right.
Wonderful guy.
So even keeled and kind, and he's in 5 under, which ties him with Pendrith and Vegas for 5th. What's Scotty's lie look like over there, Dottie, as we got Riley over a putt? Get to that in a second. This is for Riley to get some second place action. Can't say enough about this kid's resilience. He'll defend next week in Fort Worth. He's going to have his best showing ever in a major. He first competed in a major long ago. He was an 18-year-old at Chambers Bay in the 2015 U.S. Open.
After the triple bogey, 8 at the 7th. Great fight back.
Now, Noren way offline.
He hit 8-iron in here for a second yesterday. It might be more like an 8-iron trying to lay up to hit a 3rd today.
All over the place for Alex here at the finish. Now what will Scotty do, Dottie, with the creek down the left side?
He's not got a great lie. I wouldn't expect to see a hero shot from here. There's just no reason to take that risk. And there's your pitch out. So smart. What you would expect. Remember, Justin Thomas made 5 here when he won in 2017 too. Just a hard hole.
It's always tough to compare eras. This is his era. But in terms of dominating players since Tiger's indescribable stretch, I mean, this is the guy right now. I mean, we're coming off of Rory. He's won 3 times this year, completed the career Grand Slam. But it is Scotty who's #1, who won 7 times on the U.S. Tour last year, 9 times worldwide, including a gold medal. This is superstar stuff we're seeing.
There's absolutely no doubt about it. 18 wins worldwide since 2022. It is just remarkable. You don't see him slowing down at all. He's got every shot in the bag. Most importantly, he has the attitude. He has the demeanor. He has that fire that Bryson was talking about earlier in his interview with Amanda. He has the ability, as he's proven to us today, to self-correct when his swing isn't in the slot. He was struggling on the front 9, made the adjustment, and has dominated since.
And as you pointed out, he's only 28. And all he cares about is winning. He's absolutely wired that way since he was a junior golfer growing up in Dallas. All he did was win, win, win. Starting even when he was in the 7 to 9 age group, North Texas PGA, won 40 out of 42 tournaments.
Exactly right.
Just a trained killer when it comes to golf. And winning. His 3rd.
137.
Oh, yes. That's the way to do it with style.
Exclamation point right there.
Arm in arm with his man, Ted Scott. It's going to be a Charlotte salute here for our champion, Scotty Scheffler.
He's crying already.
Little Bennett, born a year ago last week. Wife Meredith All the family is here. His mom and dad, Scott and Diane, his mother-in-law Michelle, father-in-law Mark. You think he might be running to get his hands on the Wanamaker, but actually just go up and mark this to prevent a backstop situation.
I love the look on Bennett's face. He's like, this is no big deal. Since I've been around, all I've seen is Dad win.
Remember the first hole after Bennett was born was hole #1 at the PGA Championship last year, and he holed it from the fairway. Daddy did for an eagle. For some style points of his own. It's not a pretty journey up the 72nd for Alex Noren on what otherwise has been a tremendous week for him in his return to competition just last week.
Yeah, he's going to need to make that to stay in the top 10.
How about what I mentioned the hole out, the first hole after Benny, as they call him, was born. And that was on Thursday, and then we all know what happened on Friday as he tried to get into the entrance at Valhalla. Just think of from last year to this year, this championship belongs to him, as many other tournaments have that have gone his way in the last year. He's dominating this time. I mean, slower start to the beginning of this year after the mishap in the kitchen around Christmas time. Some shards of glass that had to be surgically removed from the hand.
Everything started to turn around at the Houston Open when he finished second. All of a sudden in interviews he was talking about, my game is there. I feel like I'm back. Things are back in order.
There's a part of Scotty that feels like sometimes that he hasn't been fully appreciated yet for how great he is. Been overshadowed at times. As Noren gives it a pop here for par. Good go. Even when he won his first tournament, talking about Scotty, was on Super Bowl Sunday 2022. This again just what 27 months ago. There was a Super Bowl in that city that day. And Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs overshadowed his win. He was in college. It was always on the drafting behind Jordan Spieth, and then at Augusta and all the fanfare, rightfully so for what Rory did. But he goes from a month ago putting on the green jacket, the shoulders of Rory as the defending champ. You touched on it yesterday. He wanted somewhere in there. He was stoked to come out and do something like this at the next major.
Yeah, in his mind, restore some order.
Andy Smith, he was sculpted this incredible player in Scotty Scheffler since the age of 7. Helped him realize his boyhood dream. No matter. It'll just make the final margin 5. Scotty Scheffler wins in a runaway in the showdown at Charlotte.
Well done. Well done. racing will start shortly here on the 18th green.
Are you really? Are you? I'm so happy for you. Hi, buddy. Oh, I'm so happy. I love you so proud of you. Where's Teddy? Go tell Teddy.
He's right there.
Oh, there he is. So proud of you. Wow.
Hey, words can't describe what we just watched. You are the toughest guy. You're the sweetest boy. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for never giving up, Scotty. I'm so proud of you. Great, well done.
Love you, brother. Congratulations. Awesome job.
You don't know what just happened. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Way to go, dude. Thanks. What a job. You want to go, little man?
I hadn't cracked a smile yet. There you are.
Okay, go do your thing.
Oh, that's good.
You want to take him? Okay. What's all this going on?
We'll find one. We always do.
Wow. Wow, good job, Daniel. Wow. And it was like, what? Use your taste. Wow. So
Keep going. Thank you. Thank you.
you didn't even need to pacify it. Literally has not stopped staring at the cameras. You know. Okay, bye-bye.
Over here. I can't. I don't think I'll take it to school.
Such a sweet moment. He doesn't want to let go.
He's like, maybe I'll stay with Dad for this one.
You can come closer, man. Maybe he'll let us up here. You sure?
Major championship number 3 and his first as a father. Little Bennett was born a month after his second green jacket winning performance
Proud of you, man. Great job.
in 2024. He'll go in and sign for a final round 71. He opened the day leading by 3. He certainly got tested, but he pulls away and played like a champion, bringing it home to end up winning by 5. Pure greatness. You got a chance to watch it today. You never ever see that out of Scotty. That kind of emotion. There's a lot of hard work out there today to pull this one off. More of these moments to come. You just know it. He will show you emotion though when it comes to this, when he has his family in his arms. Bryson DeChambeau finishes as a runner-up at the PGA for the 2nd consecutive year. Davis Riley gets a share of 2nd, his best major ever. The same goes for Harris English at round of 65, the day's low round. His 3rd career major win, his first outside of Augusta National. And this is mind-blowing. 8 consecutive wins when leading after 54 holes. That says everything about his heart. Becomes the 10th straight American to win the PGA. And there's the permanence being applied. And there's Scotty trying to process it all. Soon he'll have that trophy with that engravement applied to the Wanamaker in his hands. The Wanamaker's about the size of his son Bennett. Nothing sweeter though than having that boy in his hands. But that trophy is headed his way. We'll have the presentation when we come back to Charlotte. CBS Sports presents the official partners of the 107th PGA Championship. Corebridge Financial, helping more people take action in their financial lives. T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner. And by Chase Sapphire, upgrade your travel and dining experiences. Just a little sampling of what comes with the win for Scotty. All of these exemptions, the replica of the Wanamaker, the Champions Money clip. I said it yesterday, he doesn't care how much money is inside that clip. He is not driven by that at all. It was up until last July he drove his first car. The one he had when he first got his license and drove it to the tune of 184,000 miles. Here he was making nearly $70 million in purse money last year. He was still driving a car. He was approaching 200,000 miles on it.
Congratulations.
It's not his motivation.
And then just follow me. I'm going to hustle on down. Let me see if I can catch up my little man. Got you. See if he'll allow it this time. Keep me honest, bro.
Faith, family, and trophies. That's what drives him.
Right here.
Was that fun? Did you get to go scoring with Dad? Did you get to go scoring? Yeah.
Right. Oh, you're good.
The highlights of this final round. This came at the second hole.
This was absolutely huge after stumbling at the first.
With 5, this was a par save.
Great left to righters that he's made in the first 5 holes.
At 10, he was tied when he poured that one in. And Rahm was not even 100 yards away on the 12th green over a birdie putt of his own. And then at 14, he made another.
Well, and this is the area of the golf course, as he hits his second into 15 here, that he has just taken control of the tournament 2 days in a row. Remember the flip he created yesterday with all those birdies and the eagle to finish. Same thing today with just super solid golf down the stretch.
He would get down in 2 from that spot for another birdie. And the final stroke of this 107th PGA Championship. His 273rd stroke of the week. Being escorted by Julius Mason back to the green, where we'll have the trophy presentation in just a moment.
Here on the 18th green.
Those are the indelible moments right there.
The moments you practice for, and the moments you dream about.
I tell you, we got to get Otto going here. We'll give him a slow play penalty here in a minute.
It's quite a long name. He's got a few letters to get to.
Tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes and China's growing spy threat, followed by another edition of 60 Minutes plus Tracker and Watson. That's tonight on CBS Sunday. Otto is grinding away, and
maybe he should have started back on 15 when Scotty made birdie.
He could have.
John Ray announces you're going to walk all that long here to the bridge up there. There's 15 kids here. It's a bat and stuff. Fist pumping.
We don't want to press him, though. We don't need an engraver with the yips.
We don't need any spelling errors either.
He's going to pick it up, hand it to you. You're going to celebrate with it, put it back down. Amanda Bellionis will interview you, and then we'll go off air, and then we'll be done for pause, and then she'll come back to you and say, do you have anything to say to the crowd? And then we'll go from there. Sounds great. Good. So fist bump the kids, and you're good.
Being a part of trophy presentations for Scotty is becoming pretty ordinary work for him.
The kids.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay.
All right, Amanda, you have the honor of presiding. It's all yours.
Jim, thank you. Welcome to the Wanamaker Trophy presentation. It has been a tremendous week, resulting